The Way to Healing. Book 1 in the Waymaker series. By Malory Ford. Thank you for listening. If you enjoy Christian romance, please subscribe to my channel so you never miss an upload. Prologue. Chicago Medical Institute. Early May, 1896. Edie Carmichael couldn't believe what she was hearing. This had to be a nightmare or some sick joke. You're sure there's nothing available? She fought the tears that threatened to make her look unprofessional and would likely add fuel to the belief that women didn't belong among medical school graduates. Dr. Edmund Doyle, chairman of Chicago Medical Institute's Career Placement Committee and her own personal advisor, sighed. I'm sorry, Edie. I've tried everywhere. No city hospital is willing to take a chance on a woman when there are qualified male applicants available. He sat back in his large leather chair, his shaggy gray hair and long beard looking decidedly at odds with his expensive suit and spectacles. The urge to find a solution rolled around Edie's head. And you're certain Chicago City Hospital won't hire me permanently? I was by far their most skilled intern. She'd loved her time there and had been trusted enough to assist in more than her share of surgeries and difficult cases. She couldn't believe her superiors wouldn't have put in a good word for her. Dr. Doyle leaned forward in his chair and lowered his voice. I shouldn't be telling you this, but I'm told that the doctors you worked under fought hard on your behalf. Unfortunately, the board was unwilling to budge. They only had one position, and Gage Pendleton's father donated a large sum of money just as they went to make the decision. That, combined with their hesitancy about your gender, did not bode well for you. It made her feel slightly better that she'd earned the position, even if it had been unfairly stolen from her. She took a deep breath, willing her tears to remain where they were until she was safely out of Dr. Doyle's office. Then I suppose that's it then. She straightened, affecting a composure she didn't feel. Thank you, sir. For everything you've done for me. The kind old man nodded, his eyes full of compassion. I'll keep looking, Edie. And if you'll leave the forwarding information for where you'll be with my receptionist, I'll be in touch if I find something. Perhaps you could see this as a blessing. I know you want to work in a hospital, but maybe the Lord has a different calling for you. Right. A small-town doctor stitching cuts, giving ointment for skin irritations, and the occasional tonic for old women afflicted with nerves. She wouldn't have the variation of treatment opportunities, nor access to the latest advancements. Her skills would go stagnant within months. She stood and held a hand out to Dr. Doyle. I'll do that, sir. As he returned the handshake, the pity in his eyes nearly undid her. She'd worked harder than everyone else for 4 years at the Chicago Medical Institute, one of the premier schools in the country. She'd obtained one of the 2 spots left open for women in her year, the other going to her friend Lacey Reed, and the 2 of them had risen in ranks to the top of the class. They'd done this despite immense stigmatization from many of their male classmates and at times, even professors. Proud of herself for holding together, Edie quickly left the names and forwarding information for her parents in Pine Creek, Texas, and walked out the front door of the tall stone building. When she'd first arrived there 4 years ago, it had felt like she could conquer the world. Now, despite the blooms of May surrounding the 3-story building she'd always loved, she felt cold. What had once been a symbol of hope now felt only like broken dreams. As she crossed the campus that had been her beloved home for the past 4 years, her fury rose at the injustice of it all. Gage Pendleton had been a bottom feeder through school if there ever was one, and had never held the medical profession with as much reverence as he ought. He'd always known his father would buy him a position, and he'd been right. Her shoes clopping on the stone floor echoed as she hurried down the long hallway to the small dormitory she shared with Lacey. The moment she shut the door and leaned against it, the dam broke and her tears flowed with a vengeance. Lacey looked up from where she'd been packing her trunks to go home and take over for the doctor in her small hometown, her dream from the beginning, and her face twisted with compassion. Oh, Edie, she said as she crossed the room in 3 short strides and engulfed Edie in a hug that reminded her of her mother's. I'm so sorry. Willing herself to calm, she took in Lacey's concern. While Edie had her mother's honey brown hair, she took after her father's coloring, And her olive skin tone was quite a bit darker than Lacey's fair complexion that coupled with her blonde hair, to make her look much more delicate than she was. Edie took a deep, shaking breath. Not one hospital was willing to hire me. Lacey reached out and smoothed Edie's hair back where some pieces had escaped from her sensible bun. I heard about Gage getting hired at Chicago City Hospital. You deserved that position, but you'll work through this. You have overcome every obstacle thrown at you, Edie Carmichael. I have no doubt you'll climb this mountain too. Where will you go? Home, I suppose. Edie wasn't quite as confident in her abilities as her friend. My mother will be thrilled. She chuckled, though it sounded forced even to her. Lacey smiled. Didn't you tell me your mother has written you a number of times, hinting none so subtly that they need a doctor? If you could call that hinting, Edie replied with a smirk. But you know I don't want to be a small-town doctor. That's your dream, not mine. Though, she had to admit, from her mother's letters, it sounded as though Pine Creek was no longer as small as it once had been. Apparently, there was now a full-service lumber company that provided a large number of jobs for the town and had resulted in a rail line being laid nearby. Edie had little respect for the lumber industry after she learned the havoc they'd wrought in other parts of the country, but the people of Pine Creek seemed happy with brown lumber. She hadn't been back to visit since her first year in Chicago, choosing to stay and put in hours at the hospital or studying. Her parents had visited twice, and her father had enjoyed showing Edie around some of the parts of the city he'd explored when he worked as a U.S. Marshal, since his unit was headquartered there. He'd given up the job when he married her mother and had been the sheriff of Pine Creek, Texas, ever since. Mama hoped he'd retire soon, but Edie imagined he'd work until the Lord rendered him unable. Peace and justice were his passion, just as healing and medicine were hers. They'd always understood each other on that front. Lacey pulled her in for another hug. I'll pray the Lord makes his path clear to you, Edie, and that he gives you peace in the meantime. Edie nodded her thanks, but she had to admit her anger was partially placed with the Lord. He'd led her here, she was sure of it. And all for what? To strip everything she'd worked for out from under her just as she'd earned her place? This couldn't be part of the Lord's plan, and if it wasn't, where did that leave her? Chapter 1. Pine Creek, Texas. Lucas Brown hurried through the bright woods to where his workers felled lumber that morning. The warm scent of pine and the rustling of the leaves in the canopy above always calmed him. Raised by a single father struggling to build brown lumber, he knew this was home. He crested the small slope to where the team worked today, pleased with how their newly implemented selective cutting practices left plenty of mature trees in place. Brown lumber ran with efficiency. 4 different teams worked at each woods site, and each operated under the watchful eye of the woods boss. For a time, Lucas had tried splitting the teams into different sites, but working as one seemed to bolster morale in a way splitting didn't. It also guaranteed they got more logs cut in less time and with fewer accidents. Some men worked on felling trees, cutting deep notches to ensure they fell safely. Others hacked at the limbs to remove them while a third group prepared the trees for transport. The last team did the most dangerous by far, hoisting the logs on top of one another via a rope and pulley system to be pulled by the team of draft horses. Lucas always dreaded news of any accidents from their fourth group. Accidents from the others may require stitches, but throughout the history of logging, accidents with a loading crew often cost a life. If a rope broke from that height, a man was crushed in seconds. Careful to avoid getting in the way of his men pushing and pulling large crosscut saws across the logs, he cut a wide berth to meet Andrew Wilson, his woods boss. Andrew was nearly as broad in the shoulder as many men were tall, and his barrel-ray chest bespoke the hours he'd spent cutting and hauling lumber. His thick beard was the same copper color as that atop his head and, if one hadn't seen the man turn to putty in the presence of his wife and 3 daughters, one might think him intimidating. "Morning, Andrew," Lucas said as he approached. "Everything looks good in terms of meeting our existing orders. How's everything out here?" Andrew grunted. "It'd be fine if they'd get a doctor in town like the mayor promised ya. We've had 2 men need stitches in the past week. Thankfully, my Martha's been able to help, but she nearly swooned at how much blood there was last time." I ain't doing that to her again, Brown. I understand, Andrew, and I'm working on it. He'd been in Mayor Reed Hinson's office no fewer than 10 times in the last few months, communicating the need for a physician. After Dr. Light retired 6 months ago, they'd been forced to rely on ingenuity to make do or go to the doctor in Hunter's Gap if it was serious enough. It wasn't sustainable, and Lucas didn't think Mayor Hinson was working hard enough to fill the position. Andrew hooked a thumb under his suspenders, and his expression lost a bit of its fire. I know ya are, boss. And we'll make do until it happens. Accidents were a part of life in the lumber industry, and with Brown Lumber owning both the lumber rights and the sawmill, they saw their fair share. The skies were clear, and Lucas breathed a prayer of thanks for the reprieve from the spring rains that had plagued April. How are our new recruits doing? Not bad, save one, Andrew replied. He pointed to a young buck with curly blonde hair giving half effort with a rip-cut saw. While the other men's clothes were stained with dirt and their foreheads shiny from exertion, the man before him was mostly clean and had barely broken a sweat. Andrew shook his head. You can see the problem, the boy's lazy. He takes twice as many breaks as everyone else and works half as hard. As if to prove his point, Philip set down his saw and sauntered across the camp to the large bucket of creek water, taking a long swig from the dipper. Lucas shook his head. If you can't light a fire under him within the next few weeks, let me know. Brown Lumber may be accused of being soft, but we don't cotton to laziness. When his father started the company shortly after Lucas was born, he'd made a commitment to treat his workers well and use practices that would preserve the land for generations. They'd expanded that commitment in recent years, as new environmental protection suggestions had been given to lumber companies. While others had scoffed at the idea, Brown Lumber and a few other outliers had done what they could, the selective cutting being one of those suggestions. It was one of the things Lucas respected most about his father and one of the things about Brown Lumber he took the most pride in. I reckon I'll do my best, boss, but I'm too busy to be trainin' pups, Andrew said. Lucas grinned, knowing the man was much more bluster than bite. I'm sure you will. After a few more minutes observing the men at work and pitching a hand where he wouldn't be hindering, Lucas headed back to his office at the sawmill to write the mayor yet another note about the need for a doctor. The smell of fresh-cut lumber filled the air as he approached the sawmill, the most familiar smell in his world. After his mother decided she could no longer be bothered with a husband and child, she left them shortly after Lucas's birth. He'd been all but raised around trees. The process of taking lumber from the woods to a stack of boards was one he knew as well as he knew his own name. He'd long ago decided they were better off without his mother. Women couldn't be trusted, at least not the women he'd ever had much contact with. Sure, some of his men had happy marriages and families, and for a time Lucas thought he might have that too. But after Loretta Johnson had all but stood him up at the altar for another, richer man, he'd sworn off the whole idea of courtship and marriage. It could be counted a blessing, though. Loretta had been the daughter of one of his father's employees at the other Brown Lumber camp outside of Austin. Had Loretta gone through with the wedding, Lucas wouldn't have been motivated to seek out and pursue the Pine Creek branch of the company. At least the woman had been good for something. As he pulled open the door to the sawmill and started down the long hallway to his office, he thought about what he might say to convince the town council to hire a new doctor more quickly. What would his father say? He steeled himself to speak with the mayor again, but his assistant flew through the door with a paper in hand. Mr. Brown, Theo Brady panted, I've an urgent message from the mayor for ya. He said to get it in your hands as quick as possible. His face was beet red under his swath of dark hair, and his chest heaved his slight frame. He said he'd have come and told you in person, but he had to get to a meeting. Lucas nodded. Thank you, Theo. What in the world could the mayor have to tell him that couldn't wait? Lucas. Thank you for your patience regarding the matter of a town doctor. Edie Carmichael M.D. is a town native and will be returning to town within the week. Dr. Carmichael can split time between the clinic and the lumber camp. Sincerely, Mayor Hinson. Lucas huffed. It was about time. Whoever this Edie Carmichael was, he couldn't come fast enough. Edie entered Mayor Hinson's office, pleased to finally be off the street. She'd been home for all of one day, but the number of old friends and acquaintances that had come by was exhausting. Not to mention, coming home with her tail between her legs after never intending to return for longer than a visit was more than a little humiliating. Her mother was thrilled, of course. It had been Carissa Carmichael's greatest dream to have all 3 children home in Pine Creek. Callum was happy that way, of course, content to live out his days working for Uncle Jake at the Circle H, or at least nearby. Emily, too, though still only 15 and in school, would likely follow the traditional path of graduating from school and marrying the young farm boy she'd been infatuated with since childhood. As Edie approached Mrs. Gilbert, Mayor Hinson's assistant, at her desk, Edie steeled herself for why he'd summoned her. It had to be about her taking over for Dr. Light, she knew that much. At least it was a way to bide her time until Dr. Doyle might find a hospital willing to take a chance on her. "Good morning, Miss Carmichael," Mrs. Gilbert said warmly. Her gray hair and aged face did nothing to hide the beauty of her youth. "If you'll just have a seat over there, I'll go let the mayor know you've arrived." Edie smiled, doing her best to hide how little she wanted to be here. "Thank you, Mrs. Gilbert." She took a seat on the light pink sofa across from Mrs. Gilbert's desk. Mama had told her they'd renovated the whole building just before Mayor Kincaid retired and Mayor Hinson had been elected a while back. On the whole, people were apparently happy with the way he ran things, as he'd run unopposed in the last 2 elections. There had been a small amount of pushback regarding the lumber company coming to town, as many of the older residents remembered when an oil company had attempted something similar and wreaked havoc. Brown Lumber appeared to be different, however, and employed higher quality men than Wilson Oil had. The large oak door Mrs. Gilbert had gone through opened, and Mayor Hinson stepped out, his hair decidedly thinner since the last time she'd seen him. Other than that, he still wore the same kind smile and tailored suits he'd worn as a lawyer in town. "Edie, welcome home." He held out his hand, and Edie stood to shake it. "I know your parents are thrilled." "Yes, sir, I wouldn't be surprised if Mama threw a party." Edie didn't intentionally make the comparison to the prodigal son, though she felt that way sometimes, as no other girls she knew had left with no intention to return unless they'd been following husbands. Mayor Hinson didn't seem to notice. "I'm sure. Now, if you'll follow me, we can discuss why I called you here today." Edie followed him through the large oak door and into his office. She'd never entered the room while Mayor Kincaid was still in office, but she'd heard the room had been expanded. The oak wasn't limited to the door, with the bookshelf and large desk built from the same material. Portraits of Mayor Hinson's wife and 4 children hung on the wall, as did 2 maps. The first was one of the Pine Creek Edie remembered as a child. The second was the expansion brought by the lumber company and rail line that now ran close by. Pine Creek was certainly larger than it used to be. "So," Mayor Hinson said as he gestured to a tall wingback chair in front of his desk. "I'm sure you're curious why I called you here today." Edie had a strong feeling she knew, but she decided to play along. It was somewhat unexpected. He settled in the leather chair behind his desk and adjusted his brown suit coat. A faint scent of pipe tobacco lingered in the air, though it wasn't overwhelming. "Then let's get right into it, shall we? I'm sure you're aware we are in need of a physician in town since Dr. Light retired." She appreciated his lack of small talk. "Yes, sir, Mama wrote me about that." "Yes, I'm sure she did," he replied. "I won't beat around the bush, Edie. We need someone to work in the clinic 4 days a week, and work the clinic over at the lumber camp on the other day. Dr. Light worked in town Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday, and went to the camp on Thursday. If he was needed there on other days, they simply sent a messenger and he went." The idea of working at a lumber camp, with all the destruction they did to local flora and fauna, was repulsive to Edie. But then, she imagined those people needed doctoring as much as anyone. Mayor Hinson went on. "In their eagerness for a physician available to their employees and families, Brown Lumber has generously offered to pay a stipend for whoever we hire, plus the pay you'd receive from the families in town." Edie's eyes went wide. "Pardon me, Mayor, but with the added benefit, I can't imagine how you've had trouble filling this position." "Well," he sighed, "they've only just made that offer, as they've become quite desperate." Edie wasn't sure how she could say no, not when she had no other options herself. I'll take the position, Mayor Hinson, but please know that if I receive an offer from a city hospital, I will likely take it. That has always been my goal. I don't want to take any position under false pretenses. He nodded. I understand, Edie. And we'll be grateful for you for as long as we have you. She'd known Mayor Hinson since she was a child, as he'd been in Mama's class as a teen before she married, but she didn't realize how much the job had aged him until now. She'd do what she could to ease the burden for as long as she could. I'm happy to serve. Leaving the mayor's office, Edie decided to stop into the Mercantile and visit one of the few friends she'd kept in touch with after leaving, Emma Thompson. Emma's parents ran the Mercantile, had since before Edie was born, and she and Emma had exchanged frequent letters since Edie left for Chicago. The bell jingled over the door as Edie entered, and she noticed the Mercantile had been expanded as well. 4 more rows had been added, and the shelves behind the counter now reached to the ceiling. They were a child's dream, full of penny candies and as many sweets as could be stuffed in the jars. Emma's familiar voice squealed from the back room. Edie. She rushed forward and pulled Edie into a fierce hug, her dark curls cascading in a pretty but unruly mass as always. I so hoped you'd come by today. Edie grinned. Of course, I had to be here for your wedding. No matter where she'd been employed, her hope had always been to return when Emma got married. Emma blushed a pretty shade of pink. We haven't even set the date yet. It's only a matter of time, Edie said, waving a hand in front of her face. If what Mama says is true, Nathan Archer is as taken with you as you are with him. Her friend's blush deepened, and she promptly changed the subject. I'm sure it'll be soon, but he's been hard at work on a house for us at his uncle's ranch. He doesn't want to get married until the house is all set up. At the rate he's able to go, it probably won't be until the fall. There's nothing quite like an impending wedding to hurry a man along in that regard. I imagine so, Emma replied. But enough about me, are you all settled? Edie chuckled. Hardly. I've just left the mayor's office. Oh, I so hoped you'd become our new physician. Emma's eyes lit with excitement. Just think, when Nathan and I do marry, you could deliver my babies. A pang of sadness at the idea of not being there for it surprised Edie. She pushed it away. I don't know how long I'll be here. I still hope to work in a large hospital. This is more of a temporary arrangement until I get hired elsewhere. Hopefully. Emma's face fell momentarily, but she masked it quickly. Then we shall make as much as we can out of the time we have. Tell me, are you just here for a visit or do you need a few things? Mama did mention needing some sugar this morning, so I'll just pick some up for her. She looked around the shelves that were decidedly different than they'd been when she was a child. The Mercantile had added an abundance of goods and wares, but she headed in the direction she remembered from childhood. Am I still going the right way? Emma laughed and called down the aisle after Edie as the bell over the door overhead jingled again. Same place as always. Edie nodded a polite hello to a few other patrons and made her way to the sugar. Memories of running through the aisles with Emma, giggling as their ribbons fell from their hair, assailed her. Mama and Mrs. Rachel had been best friends, so though their daughters were a few years apart, they'd become incredibly close as well. She perused a few other aisles, curious what extra things the Mercantile had added. They'd expanded their fabrics section, certainly. Their preserves and dry goods seemed to take up twice as much space as well. They even had a few racks of pre-made clothing, something Edie didn't remember much of from her childhood. The soaps brought back a pang of nostalgia for Grandma Ruth, a firecracker of an old woman who'd lived with Edie's Uncle Cade and Aunt Abigail until she passed. She'd raised goats, her pride and joy, and turned their milk into toiletry products, enriched with different herbs and oils to nourish the skin. Hammond soaps were still on display, though she knew Aunt Abigail and her cousin Helen were the ones creating them these days. It had been Grandma Ruth that taught Edie about traditional treatments for maladies. As a child and then a teen, she'd learned how to create tonics to bolster breathing, teas to stave off pain, and creams to stop rashes in their tracks. The physicians in the hospital had initially scoffed at Edie for her blending of traditional and modern medicine, But they stopped when her use of wild elderberry tonic saved lives during a flu outbreak that would have devastated tenements near the hospital. Modern medicine had its place, but traditional remedies had theirs as well. She pulled a few soaps off the shelves and placed them in her basket along with the sugar and glanced at the clock. It was later than she'd realized. After getting what she needed, she hurried down the aisle to have a bit more of a visit with Emma before her mother would expect her home. She rounded the corner and nearly crashed into the chest of the man who now stood before her. "Excuse me, miss. Didn't see you there." His dark hair and intense brown eyes, combined with his short-cut beard, created a rather intimidating aesthetic. Intimidating, but handsome. "It's quite all right," she replied, hoping to heaven the heat she felt in her cheeks hadn't risen to a blush. "I wasn't looking where I was going." "It happens." He turned to Emma, who watched the exchange with interest. "This place has gotten significantly more crowded lately, hasn't it?" "I'll say," Emma said with a grin. "Ever since brown lumber came into town." Edie scoffed. "I hear quite a few things are different since brown lumber came to town." The man before her crossed his arms over his chest and narrowed his eyes, almost in amusement. "What things, pray tell?" Edie hadn't planned to get into a discussion on environmentalism today, but he asked. "Logging companies in general disrupt the natural flora and fauna of the environments they harvest, not to mention prove a dangerous occupation for the men who work for them." Edie straightened her shoulders. No matter how handsome this man was, whoever he was, she wouldn't let him intimidate her. Emma's eyes had gone wide as saucers. "Edie." "No, Emma," the man said as he held up a hand, "I'd like to hear what else Miss Carmichael. I'd like to hear what else Miss Carmichael has to say on the matter. Might I ask where you received your extensive education into the logging industry, as you're clearly quite knowledgeable on the subject?" Edie got the distinct impression he was teasing her, but she took the bait. "Until recently, I lived and worked in Chicago. A number of environmental activists gave lectures at school and around the city. They were quite fascinating, not to mention enlightening." His arms were still crossed, and his brown eyes twinkled with mirth. He was definitely making fun of her. "I see. And what, if I may ask, did the activists stand on while speaking?" Edie wasn't sure how to respond. He continued. "I imagine they stood on a stage, behind a podium perhaps." "Is that right?" If she hadn't been blushing before, Edie's cheeks were certainly aflame now. Well. I suppose I hadn't." And, he kept going, "I imagine these talks took place in wooden buildings, yes? Perhaps some stone or brick, but there was definitely wood included in the architecture, I assume?" Edie's temper blazed. "I understand that forestry is a necessary industry to support our infrastructure. What I don't understand is how entire fields can be left bare and entire populations of animals be wiped out for lack of proper shelter and food." The man's gaze softened, and he uncrossed his arms. "There, Miss Carmichael, we can agree. Logging companies have a moral responsibility to replant as many trees, if not more, as they cut down." He paused. "Say, you're not related to Edie Carmichael, are you?" Emma giggled, and Edie shot her a sharp look. "If I were, what would you want with him?" The man put out a hand. "Name's Lucas Brown, Vice President of Brown Lumber. I just received word he'd returned to town and planned to take up the post Dr. Light vacated." A wave of humiliation rose up in Edie's middle, and she felt a hot blush rise to her cheeks. She just argued the virtues of forestry with the man who was effectively one half of her employer, not to mention a lumberman. Edie sighed, and put out her own hand for a shake. It took everything in her to hold his gaze. "I'm Edie Carmichael. Dr. Edie Carmichael." Chapter 2. Lucas couldn't possibly have heard her correctly. A lady doctor? He'd only heard tell of such things, never actually met one. "There must be some mistake, Miss Carmichael." Her eyes blazed, and he couldn't help but notice their fierce blue. Despite the ire they showed, another man might call them captivating. "It's Dr. Carmichael, sir." This wasn't possible. It couldn't be happening. She put a hand on her hip, the challenge in her eyes evident. "Doctor," he said with some difficulty. "Mayor Hinson wouldn't have left this bit out, and I'm quite sure the note spoke of an Eddie Carmichael. He didn't trust women as it was, had no reason to with a mother who left him as a baby and a former flame who'd run for no other reason than a fatter bank account." She huffed, and he held back a chuckle. Were he not so angry at the situation, he'd surely find her pretty. Her long brown hair was half up, complemented by olive skin and dimples he'd only seen briefly when she'd smiled earlier. They were nowhere in sight now. "Mr. Brown," she huffed, "I assure you, not only am I the only doctor in town named Carmichael, but I am the only doctor in town at all. I'm not any more pleased with the situation than you are. I'd rather not be part of a cut-and-run enterprise such as logging, but I'll treat any patient who needs me, regardless of their profession. If necessary, I'm happy to show you my credentials." He had no doubt that she'd really like to prove her doctoring skills after throwing a punch or two in his direction. Despite her misunderstandings about the way Brown Lumber ran things, they needed a doctor badly. Still. He spoke again, working to keep his voice even. "Dr. Carmichael, I have no doubt you're qualified, but a logging camp during work hours is no place for a woman, even one with a medical degree." He did his best to run a camp of noble men, but they still had a tendency to run their mouths with language a woman had no business hearing. Dr. Carmichael opened her mouth again to protest, but the bell above the mercantile door jingled and Mayor Hinson stepped inside.
"Ah,
excellent. You've met. That saves me introductions." Both of them glared at Mayor Hinson, but he was either clueless or chose not to address it. "Edie," he continued, "I wonder if you might have some time today to go tour the lumber camp with Lucas. It truly is a setup ahead of its time." She huffed and crossed her arms. "Fine. That is, if Mr. Brown will allow a woman into his camp." Mayor Hinson's eyes widened, and for the first time Lucas noticed they had more of an audience than he realized. Emma Thompson still stood by, as did Celia Parker and 3 of her 5 children. They all looked more than a little uncomfortable. "I suppose that could be arranged." Lucas swallowed his protests, for now anyway. At the slightest indication she couldn't handle it, she'd be gone. With any luck, a quick tour would show her just how out of her element she was. He could only hope. Lucas Brown was a pompous blowhard if Edie had ever met one. He had a bias against women doctors, though she could probably forgive that once she'd had time to prove herself. No, it was more than that. It was more even than his participation in an industry that wished to cut down every tree west of the Mississippi and leave the land barren and flat for generations. He'd seemed so sincere when he spoke of their moral obligation to replant trees, but she was sure he was just blowing smoke. She assumed he'd stop at the livery to rent horses, or perhaps a wagon, but he hadn't. Fine. She could walk as well as he could, and had to hold herself back from speeding up out of spite. She wasn't entirely certain where the sawmill was, and it wouldn't do if she took a wrong turn only to have him correct her. They traveled the long, dusty road toward the mill, and Edie breathed in the fresh summer air. It might be hotter in Texas than it was in Chicago, but the breeze floating across the prairie made it bearable. Chicago might be windy, but much of it was blocked by buildings, whereas Pine Creek had little to block even the slightest breeze. There also wasn't the constant stench of waste that accosted her every time she'd walked through the tenements to the hospital. She'd loved the people she met there and loved the difference she made as well. But she didn't miss the stifling summers with no reprieve, nor the lack of nature surrounding her. As they approached the sawmill, Edie realized neither had spoken a word the entire walk from town. That was fine by her. She didn't need some misogynistic pig treating her as though her credentials weren't worth the paper they were written on, or that she was too delicate for the likes of a logging camp. The scene before her was imposing, she'd give him that. Rows of white row houses ran down the field at least 5 columns and 4 rows deep. There were 2 large buildings set up, one a long log cabin that looked like barracks. The sounds coming from inside the other building, a 2-story monstrosity, meant that it must be the sawmill. Draft horses pulled logs, as well as cut boards, in tall stacks held together by ropes that looked far too flimsy to do the job. Edie cringed when she saw one stack begin to wobble, but a man standing a few logs up balanced them. Good thing, or he'd have surely been crushed. Why anyone chose this job was beyond her. Of course, as she'd learned in Chicago about the men who built tall buildings with no harness, not everyone had a choice. In the distance, she saw the rail line that had been run close by, the one Papa told her was used to transport the cut boards brown lumber produced. A train was parked in the small depot, one that likely wasn't even manned, and men loaded finished boards onto cargo cars. She was surprised to see that the woods around them hadn't been cut bare. In fact, they looked much the same they always had. Still, Edie was sure if she ventured further down the path from which the draft horses emerged, she'd find the ruin. Lucas opened the large oak door to the sawmill and broke the silence, though the tone of his voice showed he did so with great effort. Brown lumber controls the entire supply chain. He pointed off toward the woods before gesturing her inside, his motions stilted and jerky with irritation. I'll show you the woods camp in a moment, but once the logs are cut, we bring them inside here to cut each log into lumber. She'd certainly underestimated the size of the operation. The building was taller and more imposing than she'd realized while approaching, with large wood beams spanning from one end of the ceiling to the other. Systems of saws, pulleys, chains, and a host of other things Edie couldn't begin to name worked feverishly around her. Men bustled about. A few spared her a second look, but none were disrespectful in their curiosity. Lucas gestured to a large black contraption in the corner with what looked like a barrel on one side and a wheel on the other. The steam engine powers the mill, and the trees that have been bucked to length out in the woods are brought here by a team of men and draft horses. Our scalers determine which logs will be most suitable for which pieces of wood, and the logs are then sorted accordingly. The scream of a saw cutting through a log drowned out his voice then, and Lucas paused. The room smelled of fresh-cut wood, a bit of smoke, and metal. Edie hadn't realized her eyes had widened so at the impressive sight, and she worked to school her features before Lucas saw. The slight upturn of his mouth told her she hadn't been entirely successful. After the bark is removed, Lucas continued, we then cut and finish the boards before pushing them out back there. He led her to a large rectangular window, and she watched in awe as a few workers pushed completed boards down a slide-like system to where men stood to catch them. As you can see, he said, we're built into a hill so men can bring the logs into the first story, but we're able to send boards down easier this way. The logs are then taken to the train stop close by. It's brilliant. Edie hadn't meant to speak her thoughts aloud, opting to remain silent as much as possible. She kept her gaze averted from his, refusing to meet what she was sure was a look of victory on his cocky face. Thank you, Lucas replied. She could almost hear the cheeky grin in his voice. Shall we go out to the woods camp now? The woods camp, as he called it, was the place where the natural beauty of this land was being stolen a little more each day. Of course, Mr. Brown, you know how I love to watch beautiful, century-old trees be felled without a thought. She spotted a few of the lumbermen inside the mill raise their eyebrows at her, then at Lucas. She wasn't afraid but noted their large frames and rough demeanors all the same. He waved a hand, and they shrugged and got back to work. Edie started to walk back toward the entrance, but Lucas gently clasped her elbow. He stood behind her, but the feel of his breath on her neck told her how close he was. That's the last time I'll allow you to disparage what we do here in front of my men. Make statements you know nothing about all you want in just my presence, Dr. Carmichael, but I won't have you affecting the morale of my workers. Understand? His voice was low and firm. Everything in her wanted to argue, to remind him that he needed her much more than she needed him, but something held her back. Perhaps it was the heady feeling of having him so close or the frustration that he affected her at all, but the result was the same. She jerked a quick nod and stalked back the way they came, more of her reason returning to her with every step she took away from the man. Just as she stepped through the door into the humid heat of May in Texas, a thin young man came barreling out of the woods toward them. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown. The man, barely more than a boy, didn't look to have spent the morning sawing logs, his clothes much too clean for that. Lucas stepped out from behind her. Theo, what's happened? Theo paused and looked at Edie as though just noticing her. He shook his head and turned back to Lucas. Clark Johnson's had a terrible accident at the camp. His axe head came loose and gashed his shin real bad. Mr. Wilson sent me to fetch you. Without looking to Lucas for instruction, Edie jumped into action. Injuries were her territory, after all. Theo, is it? When he nodded, she continued. Ride into town and find Sheriff Carmichael or Mrs. Carmichael. Tell them to bring me my medical bag immediately. She could have kicked herself for not having it with her, but they'd left straight from the mercantile, and she hadn't anticipated needing it that day. Theo looked behind her to where Lucas must have nodded, for he took off in the direction of town. Lucas called after him. Theo, when you've found the sheriff, hurry back and tell Clara that Clark's been hurt. Theo nodded and took off in a dead sprint. For the first time since they'd been inside the sawmill, Edie turned to Lucas. Lead the way. He paused. Look, I know you're a doctor, but this could be gruesome. Edie narrowed her eyes at the man. I interned on the trauma floor of one of the busiest hospitals in Chicago. Lead the way, Mr. Brown. Lucas seemed to debate one breath more, before breaking into a quick stride that Edie had to jog to keep up with as she was nearly a foot shorter than him. She'd never ask him to slow down, though. They entered a well-worn path into the woods, and Edie noticed that a good many trees had been felled there already, but not all of them. Interesting. The forest floor was clearer than it would have been, but not the barren wasteland she'd expected of previously cut land. She kept up through his near run through the woods. The path was mostly clear due to use by the draft horses, but she still had to duck occasionally to avoid the odd tree limb that threatened to catch in her hair. She'd not give this man the satisfaction of believing he'd been right. Lucas stopped dead in his tracks as they reached the spot they must have been working that day. Edie took in the sight. Pines stood tall above the ground, while a smattering of stumps told her they'd been cutting there a while. Felled trees littered the ground, all in different stages of being sawed down for easier transport. Small hills of turned-up dirt and wood chips littered the ground, and she willed herself to stay upright as they climbed over them to where the patient was. It wouldn't inspire confidence to stumble down a pile of debris. A group of men huddled under a tall oak, various equipment lay forgotten. Lucas turned to her, his eyes dark with the seriousness of his expression. Are you quite certain you want to do this? No one will think worse of you if you back out now. Edie fought the urge to roll her eyes but couldn't help it. She pushed past him and rushed into the group of men. Excuse me, she pushed past one dirty, sweaty man, then another. They were so shocked they parted for her easily. Excuse me, gentlemen, I need to see the patient. A tall bear of a man with red hair and beard looked past her to Lucas. Who's she? This is Dr. Edie Carmichael. Men, step aside. The man's eyebrows rose, but Edie didn't pause to see anything else after that. She was purely focused on her patient and knelt down beside where they propped him up. He looked to be in his 40s, thick dark hair graying in spots. His breath told her he'd been working manual labor for a while. Mr. Johnson, Edie said, remembering the name Theo had given at the mill. My name's Dr. Edie Carmichael, I'm going to take care of you. Mr. Johnson gritted his teeth and nodded. She moved her focus from his face to his leg, the gash splitting his shin in a 4-inch long wound that looked like it went clear to the bone. She worked to pull his boot off, but spoke as she did. Who has a knife? 3 knives appeared and she grabbed the one closest to her to cut his pant leg just below the knee to give her more access, as well as cutting the laces on his boot and removing that too. She handed the knife back and examined the wound. Someone bring me the cleanest water you can find, a belt, and if anyone has a flask of whiskey on you, I'd appreciate it. She heard someone take off for what she hoped was water, but all the men paused at the request for a flask. She pierced Lucas with her gaze. I need it to clean the wound if you want him to keep his leg. Lucas nodded. Men, anyone who gives Dr. Carmichael a flask will not be punished for having it on him while working. 2 men pulled flasks out of their pockets and handed them to her. She thanked them and applied a tourniquet with the thin leather belt that had appeared at her side just as an older gentleman returned with a bucket of water. Much obliged. Edie looked around at the men's clothing, doubting she'd find an inch of clean cloth between them. Sighing, she pulled the bottom of her dress up just enough to rip a long strip from her petticoat and doused it with water from the bucket. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a few of the men look away. Cleaning the wound, she confirmed her suspicions that it reached the bone. She turned back to Mr. Johnson, surprised he hadn't passed out yet. "Mr. Johnson," she said gently, "I'm about to disinfect the wound, and it's going to hurt." She turned to the group. "Anyone have a strip of leather he can bite down on?" "I'm all right, doctor," he ground out. "Just do it." She picked up the first flask and poured it over the wound, then did the same with the second. Mr. Johnson grunted but didn't shout. His face went pale and she thought surely he'd go down, but he remained alert and awake. "I don't suppose there are any bandages out here, are there?" She didn't direct the question at anyone in particular, but their silence confirmed the answer. She nodded resolutely. "All right, then if you'll all back up and give me some space, I'll have to take more of my own cloth." She knew she blushed fiercely, but nothing could be done. If she didn't stem the tide of blood from his leg, he could die. Lucas spoke loudly and in a gruff voice. "Get back to work, men." The men grumbled but stepped away, leaving Edie with at least a modicum of privacy as she ripped another long swatch of her petticoat. She never exposed even an inch of skin but couldn't help but feel indecent, nonetheless. Just as she'd gotten the wound wrapped tightly, her father and Theo rode into the clearing on horseback holding her medical bag. Papa dismounted in one quick stroke, looking as agile as he always had, and rushed toward her. She reached for her bag, and breathed a prayer of thanks that he'd gotten here in time. She addressed Mr. Johnson again. "It's best if I stitch the wound closed here. The more we travel with it, the more blood you'll lose." Mr. Johnson nodded, and his face took on a grimace. "I might take that leather now if you got any." Edie opened her bag and pulled out the small bit of leather she kept there for just this reason. "Bite down hard and count backwards from 100. I'm a quick stitch." He nodded, and she unwrapped the wound, cleaning it once more with water and alcohol before deftly threading the needle and stitching the wound closed. When she finished, she wrapped the wound again in clean bandages from her medical bag. "All done," she said before she turned to where Lucas stood beside Papa. "Can you two determine a way to get him out of here and back home?" "I'll follow." Papa looked around, then back at Mr. Johnson. "You think you can sit a horse for a few minutes? It'll be faster than us carrying you." Mr. Johnson nodded. "I can do it." The two men, plus the bearded woods boss who introduced himself as Andrew Wilson, lifted Mr. Johnson onto the saddle of Papa's horse Trigger, one his old horse, Granger, had sired before he passed. Mr. Johnson listed to the side for a moment atop the black and white Appaloosa, but Lucas put up a hand to steady him. Papa did the same on the other side, and Theo took Trigger's lead. They moved quickly but carefully through the woods to the cluster of row houses just behind the mill. A blonde woman ran out of one, as a teenage girl who looked to be around Emily's age held a smaller boy and girl back on the porch. "Clark," the blonde woman said with a heaving breath. "I didn't know what to expect when Theo said you'd been injured." Mr. Johnson tried bravely to grin, though to Edie it still looked more like a grimace. "I'm all right, dear. Just a cut is all." Edie didn't correct him, that it was far more than just a cut, but the relief on Clara's face was evident. The men helped him down, and Edie followed them inside. Clara seemed a mite surprised at the idea of a lady doctor but was quickly mollified by Mr. Johnson's assurance that she'd likely saved his life in the woods. Clara turned to Edie, eyes full of tears. "Thank you." Edie clasped one of Clara's hands in both of hers. "You're most welcome, ma'am." "Please," she responded, "call me Clara." Moving through the row house, Edie noticed it was clean and well kept. Yellow gingham curtains were hung in the windows, a few dishes sat in the sink, but most were put away. 2 loaves of bread lay cooling on the counter, while another batch sat out to rise. Clara went ahead of them and led them into the one bedroom on the main floor. It was also clean, with a bed in the middle. A chifforobe stood on one wall, with a chest of drawers on the other. They got Mr. Johnson settled on their bed, and Edie checked his bandages to ensure they'd stayed in place during transport. Edie turned to Clara. We've done everything we need to today, Clara. I'll be back tomorrow to check on him. Is there anything special I need to do for him? Clara's eyes were wide with fear, and Edie did her best to convey calm compassion. No, I'll show you how to change the bandages tomorrow when I come. Tonight, just try to get some rest. With everyone crowded in the small bedroom, it had become somewhat claustrophobic. I think it's time for us to let the patient rest, Edie said. Would you like something for the pain, sir? He shook his head. That stuff turned my father into someone I didn't recognize. I'll be all right. If you change your mind, Edie said, let me know. Do you mind if I pray with you? Mr. Johnson shrugged. You can if you want to, Dr. Carmichael. But I'll tell ya, we aren't religious people. That's all right, sir, Edie said with a wink. I am. She gestured for Papa and Lucas to gather with her and Clara around the bed and led them in a short prayer for healing for Mr. Johnson, and thanks that the Lord brought her to the right place at the right time that day. When she finished, everyone but Clara moved out the bedroom door. The two younger children sat at the kitchen table while their eldest daughter brewed what smelled like willow bark tea. Edie approached her. That'll help ease a good deal of his pain. You're smart to think of it. The girl smiled shyly. I knew he wouldn't take any pain medication. I figured it was the least I could do. Her eyes filled with tears, but they didn't spill onto her cheek. She glanced at her siblings and took a deep breath. Edie squeezed her shoulder. He's going to be fine. The girl nodded. Thank you. My name's Eliza, by the way. It's nice to meet you, Eliza. I'm Edie. She didn't use her title, sensing that the girl didn't need a physician at the moment as much as she needed a friend. Edie followed her father and Lucas out onto the porch. For the first time, Edie looked down and realized the mess of blood and dirt that had become of her dress. When she practiced, she normally wore a long apron, though she doubted her mother would complain about the extra laundry. When she looked up, she saw Lucas staring at her intently. His face was a mixture of surprise and a host of other emotions she couldn't begin to name. Well, Dr. Carmichael, he said, it seems I might have misjudged you. The corner of Edie's mouth turned up. You wouldn't be the first. She paused before adding, and you can call me Edie. Her father chuckled as Lucas replied, I'll do that, Edie, and you can call me Lucas. Chapter 3. Lucas could hardly believe what he'd just seen. He wasn't sure what he'd expected when Edie charged into the lumber camp and pushed her way through the gaggle of men, but she'd impressed him. She hadn't shown a lick of fear, not at the men surrounding Clark Johnson nor the gruesome nature of his injury. He'd been honest when he said he might have misjudged her. She was still stubborn and outspoken on matters she knew little about, but there was more to her than that. He was jarred from his thoughts by Clara Johnson stepping out onto the porch. I've got him settled, for now at least. She looked up to where Edie now sat astride her father's horse. Doc, I forgot to ask you. How long is my Clark gonna be out of work? Edie's blue eyes filled with compassion as she glanced from Clara to Lucas and back again. I'm afraid at least 3 to 4 weeks, if not more. Clara's eyes widened, and Lucas knew the family couldn't afford it. Not that he'd have let it happen anyway. Lucas stepped toward Clara and put a hand on her shoulder. Don't worry, Clara. He'll still be paid while he's out. I know Clark will be chomping at the bit to get back to work, but you tell him I said to stay away until Doc says he's ready. He winked, and felt the tension leave her shoulders. She sighed in relief. Thank you, Mr. Brown. Tears spilled down her cheeks, and she quickly wiped them with her apron. I'm so sorry, I suppose I'm just a little overwhelmed. A whinny filled the air and Lucas looked up to see Trigger bobbing his head, but it was his rider that took his focus. Edie's attention was fixed on him, and her scrutiny was unnerving but not altogether unwelcome. He was certain he'd worn the same expression as she stitched up Clark. Edie turned to Clara. We'll take good care of him, Clara. Don't worry. Clara nodded and was distracted by a loud bang and the sound of arguing coming from her two youngest. She rolled her eyes. It never ends, does it? Sheriff Carmichael chuckled. One day it will, he said as he glanced up at Edie, then you'll miss it. Clara smiled and went back in the house, while the sheriff mounted trigger behind Edie. He tipped his Stetson at Lucas. Lucas, if you've got no plans for dinner, we'd be happy to have you at our table. I reckon after today you might appreciate a good spread. Lucas's eyebrows lifted. It was tempting, but a glance at Edie didn't give him much idea of her thoughts on the matter. I would hate to impose, sir. Won't be any problem, Sheriff Carmichael replied. We've got other family coming over tonight anyway, and there's always leftovers for days. Come on to our house around 6, and you won't regret it. Lucas wasn't sure how he could refuse. I thank you kindly, Sheriff. I'll be there. See you tonight, he said as Edie nudged the horse forward. And come hungry. Edie was grateful her father was there to explain things to Mama when they arrived home at the white two-story house she'd grown up in, as she was completely worn out. Based on the angle of the sun, it had to be nearly 3 o'clock, and Edie realized she'd never eaten lunch. Had it really just been that morning Mayor Hinson had called her to his office? And that she'd verbally sparred with Lucas in the middle of a busy mercantile? After Papa left to return Trigger to the livery, Mama hugged Edie and smoothed back some hair that had fallen in her face. I'll draw you a bath. You put your dress outside the door, and I'll go ahead and get it soaking as well. Thank you, Mama, Edie replied. I fear my petticoat is ruined, though. I had to use it to bandage Mr. Johnson until Papa arrived with my bag. Her mother smiled and shook her head. It's a good thing you have 2 seamstresses for aunts. I'm sure they have some spares lying around they'd be happy to give you. Aunt Beth was Mama's sister and had owned a dress shop in Pine Creek for nearly 15 years, before selling it to focus on the designs she sent Godey's Ladies book. She designed beautiful but functional dresses for women and included patterns so they could make their own. Aunt Abigail, Mama's brother Cade's wife, had worked for Aunt Beth until right around the time she sold the store. It had been a good partnership, but both women decided it was time they slowed down a bit. Edie followed her mother down the hallway of her childhood home feeling comforted, rather than the previous embarrassment she'd felt when she arrived. As she undressed and Mama drew her bath, Edie thought about the gratitude on Clara's face when Lucas said they'd pay Mr. Johnson while he was injured, as well as the look of the cut woods she'd expected to be barren. He said he'd misjudged her, and he certainly had some frustrating qualities, one of them being his concerted efforts to shield her from a wound she needed to tend, but she was starting to rethink her initial impression of him as well. After she'd washed, dried, and donned a pretty yellow dress with blue flowers that her mother let her borrow, she felt almost human again. Edie pulled her hair into a long braid that swept over one shoulder. Voices carried from the kitchen down the hall. Emily, her 15-year-old sister, had apparently arrived home from school. But Mama, she argued, James wants to take me on a picnic this evening. I already told him I'd go. James Blackburn was the son of a farm family in town. He was a year ahead of Emily in school, set to finish that year, but they'd been sweet on each other since childhood. Emily, you know the rules. We all come to family dinner. You're welcome to invite him, and you two can go for a walk after, but that's my offer. Emily started to speak and impatiently pushed back a swath of her brown hair. Edie shut her eyes, mentally willing the girl to hush. You didn't win an argument with Carissa Carmichael. Mama was as kind and loving as they came, but gentle was not an adjective most would use to describe her. Thankfully, Emily seemed to think better of arguing. All right, Mama. Thank you. She left the kitchen and spotted Edie in the hallway. Emily lowered her voice as she passed. Was she this unreasonable with you? I heard that, Mama's voice carried from the kitchen. Edie raised her voice to where she was sure Mama could hear and winked at Emily. She wouldn't have even let me bring a boy to family dinner, so count your blessings. Emily giggled and played along. I suppose having Callum in the middle softened her up. She was probably right. As many scrapes as their brother got into, Mama was lucky her hair had only grayed rather than fallen out from the stress. Mama appeared in the doorway of the kitchen and stared down the hallways with a wooden spoon in her hand. She did her best to look stern, but Edie spotted the twinkle in her blue eyes. I'll have you both know that your brother is currently running an errand for me to the bakery for dessert this evening. She pierced Emily with a look. What have you done to help? They said mothers always went easier on their sons, and it was certainly true in their house. No matter how many times he'd gotten into minor trouble over the years, Callum always managed to charm Mama out of it. Emily put a hand on her hip and let out a huff. That's just because he'll take any excuse to talk to Rose Gilbert, Mama, not because he's overly helpful. The Carmichael siblings couldn't be more different. Edie was typically calm and measured, a vital personality trait for anyone in the medical field. She did have a temper, though, one she couldn't always control. It had earned her more than a few punishments over the years. She wasn't fearless, not by any means, but her resolve typically had her willing to jump into the things that scared her. She preferred peace, but she was willing to defend herself when the situation called for it, like she'd done with Lucas Brown. Callum, the middle child, was a charmer for more than just Mama. He looked just like Papa and was the only one of the Carmichael siblings who hadn't inherited Mama's bright blue eyes. His were green, like Papa's, and anyone who knew Papa when he and Mama met would swear they were twins. But, unlike Papa, Callum was also a huge flirt with an adventurous spirit that bordered on carelessness. It was a wonder he hadn't broken more bones than he had as a child. And then there was Emily, the baby of the family. She wasn't just the baby of their immediate family but of the whole brood. Because of that, she'd gotten her way more often than not growing up. She wasn't a brat, Mama wouldn't have allowed that, but she was babied on occasion. She'd also always been more emotional than Edie even knew how to be. Before Mama could respond, the front door opened and Uncle Jake, Aunt Beth, and her cousins Malachi, Lily, Simon and Nicholas walked through. Edie leaned over to Emily and whispered, "You might make yourself scarce before Mama decides James can't come after all." Emily heeded her advice and her exit was overshadowed by the squeals of Aunt Beth and Lily running toward Edie. She could barely tell who was who, as Lily had inherited both her mother's build and her fair features. From a single look, one might describe the two as delicate, but there was more to them. Aunt Beth and Lily engulfed her in a tight hug, one that squeezed the breath from her, but truly felt like home. Malachi approached next. He was only a year younger than Edie, than Lily 2 years behind him. He and the twins, Simon and Nicholas, all took after their father in their tall build. Malachi had filled out since she last saw him, but the twins still had the lankiness of their youth. All three stood a head above her and shared the same blonde hair of both parents. The twins had just finished school and planned to go to work full-time on Uncle Jake's ranch. He'd been the foreman there for years, working under Julius Hyatt, but the Hyatts had moved closer to their daughters about 10 years before Uncle Jake bought it. It was still called the Circle H, though, out of respect for the Hyatt family. Callum worked for the ranch too and had hoped to buy his own land one day. He'd only written Edie a handful of letters while she lived in Chicago, but she knew that much from Mama. The door opened again, and Callum returned with a large box of baked goods and a Cheshire cat grin. If she were a betting woman, she'd wager all the money she had that he'd flirted his way into a free treat or two. He sauntered over to Mama and put his arm around her shoulder, planting a kiss on her cheek. Uncle Cade and Aunt Abigail followed him inside, along with Helen and Robert. Helen was the same age as the twins and worked for the bakery in town, while Robert was a year ahead of Emily in school. Since the time Robert had been small, all he'd ever talked of doing was working with Uncle Cade in the blacksmith shop, so Edie assumed that's what he would do when he finished school. Helen took after her mother in coloring, with her red hair, but sported her father's bright blue eyes. Robert had his mother's hazel ones, with some cross of her red hair and his father's brown. It was an interesting shade of auburn Edie hadn't seen on anyone else. The cacophony of voices was nearly deafening when a knock sounded at the door. Any who heard it looked around in confusion, as no one in their family ever knocked. It had to be Lucas, but before Edie could make her way through the crowd, Callum opened the door to her new boss, shifting uncomfortably and holding a bouquet of flowers. Everyone stared at him for a breath, before Mama came out of the kitchen to see what had everyone silent. "Oh, Lucas, welcome. Matthew should be back any minute, but he told me you'd be joining us this evening." We're so happy to have you. She turned to the group. For anyone who doesn't know Lucas, he runs the lumber company in town. Callum chuckled. We know who he is, Mama. He's at church every Sunday. Not to mention, he's Edie's boss now. Every head in the room turned on her, and if Callum had been closer, she'd have flicked his ear like she did when they were children. Lucas cleared his throat, and the attention left her. It was only then she realized her cheeks must be bright pink. I'm only half of her boss, he replied cheekily. I suppose the other half is the town. He turned to Mama and handed her the lovely bouquet. These are for you, ma'am. Mama beamed and took them. Thank you so much, Lucas. Malachi walked over and put a thick, muscular arm around her. So I'm your boss now, Ed? Ed. The nickname the boys had given her as children. She'd absolutely hated it. Edie stepped out from under her cousin's beefy arm. Sure, but just remember when you cut yourself on the ranch and need stitching, it'll be me holding the needle. Malachi chuckled in his deep bass of a voice, one that matched his stature entirely, and patted her on the back. Good to have you back, Edie. They visited a few minutes more before Papa arrived home and everyone took their seats at the table, Emily's beau James included. Edie was happy for Emily but couldn't help but think how much she had missed since she'd been gone. Her brother and male cousins, save Robert, were all grown men now. They'd outgrown her by a head or more and sported muscles formed by hard work. Robert wasn't far behind, and his deep voice surprised her as he spoke to his sister. The last time she'd seen him he'd been no more than a boy. They sat around the large oak table in the dining room, as they did as often as they could. Papa and Mama didn't have a set of chairs big enough to seat them all, so some sat on stools while others had tall crates. No one minded, though, as they were all together. So Lucas, Callum said with a devilish grin, you need any tips on keeping my sister in line now that you're her boss? Edie swung a foot to kick him under the table, but missed. No one seemed to notice, as Lucas had begun to answer. I have a feeling it's difficult to keep your sister in line no matter what you do, is it not? The table roared with laughter, and Edie felt a blush on her cheeks. Her eyes met Lucas's, and she saw his normally serious expression turn up in a smile. Edie straightened. And don't you forget it. She winked, and the group's laughter continued. In all fairness, Lucas continued, Edie likely saved a man's life today, or at least his leg. We're thankful to have her. The table sobered, and Edie felt the quiet pride that she belonged to these people. They belonged to her. Callum broke the silence with a snort. Ask her about the time she nearly cost me my leg. He turned to face outward and put his hand on his knee, feigning a wince. It never has been the same. Edie cut her eyes at her brother. It was the other knee, you goat. And it's not my fault you landed wrong, I told you to tuck and roll. The younger generation all launched into stories of accidents that had happened in their childhood, all talking over one another in a sea of chaos. Edie loved it and hadn't realized how much she missed it until just then. Lily remained silent, as she often did, but her face held a sense of joy and contentment. Beside her, Malachi put his fingers in his mouth and whistled loudly. Edie recognized the whistle, it was the one they used to summon the cattle. Edie had never mastered it when Uncle Jake tried to teach them all, but Malachi had been his star pupil. If the ringing in her ear was any indication, he hadn't lost his touch. Malachi cleared his throat as everyone stared at him in stunned silence. Well, since everyone's quiet, I suppose this is as good a time as any to share some news. Aunt Beth smiled and reached across the table and put her hand on his, and Edie saw Lily's eyes widen in surprise. She apparently didn't know what was happening any more than most of them did. I've enlisted with the Texas Rangers, Malachi said. I just received my orders, and I leave the day after tomorrow for Dallas. Papa smiled, no doubt remembering his time as a U.S. Marshal. We're proud of you, Mal, and we'll be praying for you every day you're gone. Uncle Jake nodded, though Edie thought she spied just a touch of moisture in his eye. Your mother and I have already told you we support you, just know your room's always there if you get a hankering to come visit. Thank you all, Malachi replied. I hate that Grandpa and Nana couldn't be here though. I'd like to tell them.
Goodbye.
Thomas and Charlotte Foster weren't any of their biological grandparents, but they'd more or less adopted the family when Mama and Aunt Beth moved to Pine Creek years ago. They'd been on the run from their outlaw father, and Uncle Cade joined later. The Fosters may not share blood, but they were family in all the ways that mattered. I know, Aunt Abigail said kindly. They won't be back from New Orleans until the fall, I'm afraid. Aunt Abigail had come from a great deal of money but had given it all up to act as the benefactor for the Children's Aid Society of New Orleans. Grandpa and Nana Foster had developed a passion for discipling the children in the orphanage after Grandpa retired as the minister in Pine Creek. They went on a few extended visits every year and, from what Mama said, planned to do it as long as they were able. Malachi shrugged. It's all right, I'll write them a letter and try to come back and visit whenever I'm able. It struck Edie then just how much her siblings and cousins had grown up and built lives for themselves in her absence. Callum, Simon and Nicholas were all happy working the ranch, and Lily, whose chocolate brown eyes now sparkled with tears at Malachi's announcement, was the town school teacher. She wouldn't put up a fuss about Malachi's leaving, but Malachi and Lily shared a special bond. He'd surely be missed. Edie's attention turned to the rest of her cousins as the topic of conversation shifted back to good-natured ribbing and more stories of childhood. Emily and Robert would be graduating soon. Helen could apparently bake circles around everyone in town, a talent she used quite regularly at the town bakery with Rose Gilbert. Now, with Malachi going off to join the Texas Rangers, Edie couldn't help but feel she'd missed vital parts of their lives. She didn't regret following the Lord's lead to medical school, but the thought of leaving again to work in a city hospital didn't sit as well as it had before she'd come home. Conversation flowed through the rest of dinner, and the group moved into the parlor for tea and dessert. Lucas approached Mama where she, Edie, and Emily gathered dinner plates to wash. Mrs. Carmichael, he said, thank you so much for having me, but I should probably get back. Dinner was delicious and I'm mighty grateful for the invitation. Mama pulled him in for a hug. It was our pleasure, and you come back any time. We'll see you at the barn raising Saturday. She turned to Edie. Edie, will you walk Lucas out, please? Edie nodded but narrowed her eyes at her mother as she passed. It wasn't like he couldn't find the door. The slight hint of mischief in her mother's eye confirmed Edie's suspicions. She followed Lucas outside onto the porch. Summer was in full swing in Texas, but a slight breeze wafted on the wind and made Mama's wind chime dance. It combined with the song of the cicadas to create a symphony she'd missed in Chicago. Lucas stood beside her, and she realized he hadn't spoken much during dinner. I'm sorry if my family was a little overwhelming. No, he said, they were great. I've just never been around much family at all, so it was interesting to take it all in. Do you not have a large extended family, then? Edie wasn't sure why, but she was curious about where he had come from, what made up Lucas Brown. He tensed. No, just me and my father mostly. She could tell he didn't want to elaborate. Well, as Mama said, you're welcome any time. He stared at her for a moment, and she could nearly hear the wheels turning in his head. He surprised her then. I wonder if we shouldn't start over, he said. I'm not sure either of our first impressions were accurate, and we will be somewhat working together after all. I didn't get a chance to show you your mill clinic today in all the excitement, but it's just down the hall from my office. The corner of her mouth perked up. Fine. She put out a hand. I'm Dr. Edie Carmichael, your new physician. I'm opinionated and outspoken but good to have around in a crisis. He chuckled. And I'm Lucas Brown, a bit of a curmudgeon, but I try to give everyone a fair chance. I look forward to working with you, Mr. Brown. A slow grin spread across his face, and she was once again struck by how handsome he was when he smiled. You can call me Lucas. She watched him take off down the steps and stared after him for a moment until he disappeared into the darkness. Lucas Brown was an enigma, one that she responded to with equal parts caution and intrigue. Chapter 4. Emily, hurry up. We're going to be late. Mama stood at the bottom of the stairs and took a deep breath and counted to 5 before looking at Edie. I think your sister will be late to her own wedding. Edie chuckled. It's just a barn raising, Mama. Lunch isn't for another 2 hours, and it's not like the men will miss us if we arrive after they've begun building. I know you're right, Mama said. I just hate to be late. She truly did. If there was anything in the world Carissa Carmichael hated, it was arriving anywhere after she was expected. Edie didn't particularly care for it either, but Mama's entire body tensed when she thought she'd be tardy. Emily appeared at the top of the stairs. I'm coming, Mama. I'm not even that behind schedule. She stepped down the stairs and continued her grumbling. Mama ignored her, and Edie thought back to her time as a youth. She knew she'd been the cause of a few of her mother's grays, but she didn't think she'd been quite as contrary. Mama would probably beg to differ. Each of you grab 2 of the baskets in the kitchen. Your papa hitched the team before he left. She disappeared out the door while Edie followed Emily into the kitchen. Emily let out a huff. I still don't know why I couldn't just ride out with James. Because you're 15 and it wouldn't be proper, Edie responded. Besides, he's probably already there, and every minute you grouse is another minute you don't get to see him. Rolling her eyes, Emily picked up her second basket of goods. You sound just like Mama. She stalked off, and Edie fought to control her laughter. It happens to us all eventually, dear sister. Emily groaned and slammed the front door behind her. Mothers and daughters, best friends 1 minute and each other's greatest headaches the next. Shuffling both baskets to one arm so she could carry her doctor's bag in the other, Edie followed her sister out the door. Her boots clopped on the floor, and she couldn't help but think how the home felt both exactly the same and completely different. Callum was grown and living out at the Circle H. Emily, despite her current attitude, was actually turning into a young woman. Even Grandpa Thomas and Nana Charlotte were away more and more often at Hope House, according to Mama's letters. It was hard to know exactly where she fit, or if she even did anymore. Stepping off the porch, Edie placed her bag and baskets in the back of the buckboard before climbing up to sit in the back. Emily had already placed herself in the front, and Edie didn't think calling seniority for the seat was the best idea at the moment. She settled in for the ride and enjoyed finding shapes in the white, puffy clouds just as she'd always done with Papa when she was little. No matter where you are, Cricket, he'd say as they lay on their backs in the grass, just look up and know that I'm looking at the same sky you are. Edie had looked at the skies in Chicago more often than she'd ever admit, hoping for the utter peace she'd always felt there in the grass. Mama and Emily's earlier argument seemed to be forgotten, and the 3 women conversed easily on the way to the Griggs farm for the barn raising. A late spring storm had struck in April, the lightning stronger than her parents ever remembered it. No one had been hurt, but the barn had been struck and burned to the ground. They'd thankfully gotten all the animals out and were able to board them with other ranch families, the Circle H included, but Edie knew they'd be grateful for a new barn. Barn raisings had always been a community affair in Pine Creek, and Edie had always enjoyed them. Everyone in town came, businesses often closed for the afternoon, and they simply enjoyed each other's company. Women cooked the food and chatted while the men worked, then they all had lunch together. After lunch, the sides of the barn would be raised, and generally they'd finish in time to go home for supper. Mama made good time driving the team, and they arrived just as a few of the ladies started to put out food. Emily bounded down from the wagon and went off in search of her friends, while Edie unloaded the wagon with Mama. Thank you, dear, Mama said as her eyes gazed after Emily. I'm glad you're here, it reminds me this, too, shall pass. Edie quirked the side of her mouth, but didn't say anything as Callum walked toward them. His mouth was set in a grim line, and Edie narrowed her eyes at what could have him so serious. What's wrong, Callum? Did you bring your bag? Tate Hightower cut himself pretty bad on a nail. Papa and Lucas are over there tending to him, but I think it needs stitches. Pulling her bag from the back of the wagon, Edie gestured Callum forward. Lead the way. Callum led her behind a group of men working, under the shade of a large oak tree. We brought him over here to get him out of the sun. I think he's all right, just very grumpy at the moment. As opposed to when? Edie shook her head and grimaced at the sight of Mr. Hightower. His family owned a farm south of town, but he'd always been incredibly unpleasant in Edie's memory. He was also one of the few people in town who hadn't come to see her off when she left for Chicago, and had made no secret of his belief that women shouldn't be doctors. Papa knelt between her and Mr. Hightower, so he didn't see her until she got close. "Good morning, gentlemen. Mr. Hightower, I heard you had an accident." He sat against the tree and held a handkerchief against his hand. He was around Papa's age, but more wrinkled, his face set in a near-permanent frown. His hair was almost completely gray, the same color as his unusual eyes. The cloth he clutched was soaked in blood, but his coloring was good for the moment. Lucas knelt on the other side of him, holding a canteen. Mr. Hightower shot a look at her that was probably meant to wilt her, but it only bolstered her. "You'll not be touchin' o' me," he groused. "I don't need no two-bit midwife pretendin' to be a doctor killin' o' me because you don't know what you're doing." Her eyes shot to Lucas's. He'd been concerned his men would react to her the same way. He sent a small smile her way. "Mr. Hightower," she said, "I can assure you I've been through all necessary schooling to be a medical doctor. I'm quite comfortable bringing children into the world, but that's not my entire job description." She knelt beside him as he grunted and pulled his hand away. "I won't force you, but proper stitching will ensure it heals more quickly. Stay away from me, woman. It ain't right." He glared at Papa. "And I don't know why you let her go in the first place. I thought you was a Christian man." Papa chuckled, used to Mr. Hightower's antics by this point. "I can assure you, Tate, the Lord guided Edie to being a doctor just as surely as he guided Carissa to quit teaching and come home when we married. Stop being so stubborn and at least let her clean it." Lucas cleared his throat. "I can vouch for her skills, Mr. Hightower. She acted quickly and efficiently at our woods camp the other day, likely saved Clark Johnson's leg." His praise surprised Edie, though she wasn't sure why. They'd started over, to use his words, after family dinner, but she supposed it was still a little surprising after their initial meeting. She smiled gratefully. "Mr. Hightower," she said, "it really should at least be clean to ward off infection." Mr. Hightower growled. "I done told you, girl. You'll not be coming anywhere near me. Just get on back with the women and serve the food." He pitched his head back, chin toward the women working on lunch. She'd apparently been dismissed. It took every bit of self-control Edie had to hold her tongue as she stood and drew out 2 dark brown bottles of disinfecting solutions. Handing them to Papa, she shook her head. "Make sure these solutions get all the way into the cut or he could lose his hand. It'll burn for a minute, but that's a good thing." Papa cut his eyes back at Mr. Hightower, the frustration on his face clear. "I'll be generous." The rest of the barn raising passed uneventfully, though Lucas still glared each time he looked at Tate Hightower. The man was more stubborn than a mule, and Edie had still treated him with respect. He balanced atop a couple of wooden beams while Alex Hall, his friend and the town's pastor, passed boards his direction. Every few minutes, his gaze would involuntarily find Edie sitting on a blanket next to her cousins Lily and Helen. The nail he prepared to drive slipped out of his grasp when the hammer caught it on the edge. It spun in the air and landed silently on the ground below them. "You'd better pay attention," Alex said with a grin, "or you're going to be the one to need a little doctoring next." His broad shoulders shook with mirth, and his face reddened to the color of his hair and beard with laughter he held back. "But then, maybe that's your aim." Lucas involuntarily glanced around to ensure none of the men in Edie's family heard Alex's words. Lucas knew that Matthew liked him well enough, but he didn't know how Matthew would feel about a man with no aim to ever court another woman staring down his daughter. He was safe, her twin cousins Simon and Nicholas were the closest, but they were too busy carrying more boards than necessary to notice. The twins shot glances at another group of young women a little farther down from where Edie sat, puffing out their chests and flashing smiles as they passed. "Shut your mouth, Pastor. Don't think I haven't noticed your eyes venturing that way." He'd been watching Lily Carson nearly as much as Lucas studied Edie. Alex's gaze turned serious. "I'm watching out for her, just like her brother asked me to." "Her brother's been gone all of a day," Lucas said with a chuckle as he nailed another board into place. I don't think anyone's going to come kidnap her here in broad daylight with her paw standing 20 feet from her. Alex didn't respond, but Lucas found himself grateful to be 4 feet above the man's head. Lucas wasn't a small man, strong from years of working a physical job and a few inches over 6 feet, but Alex had every other man there beat. The only one who came close was Edie's uncle Cade, the town blacksmith. Before long, his son Robert would probably catch up, but he hadn't yet. Edie left that afternoon before Lucas had a chance to speak to her again, though he wasn't sure why he wanted to. There would be no more relationships in his future. He knew firsthand how fruitless it was to hope a woman would stay. Chapter 5. The next week was incredibly frustrating for Lucas. Something didn't feel right about Clark Johnson's accident. Axes were one of the most important tools they had in the lumber camp. They kept them in good condition, and if one became even slightly loose, it was either taken to the blacksmith to drive another wedge or thrown out. As he walked into the smithy Wednesday morning, Lucas searched his brain for any sort of explanation. Had Clark mistakenly grabbed an axe that had been marked as faulty? Had he noticed at all? Lucas hadn't slept well the last few nights, tossing and turning on the cot he kept in the room behind his office. It had been meant as storage, but when they'd built the mill, Lucas had decided it would be good to have someone on site during the night. It wasn't unheard of for competition to try and sabotage a company like his, particularly one that did as well for itself as Brown Lumber. The banker, Mr. Jacobs, was always trying to convince him he should invest some of his personal wealth into some land and a house, but Lucas preferred to stay close. Particularly now, when his gut screamed at him to get to the bottom of Clark's accident. As Lucas entered the smithy, Cade Jones, the town blacksmith and Edie's uncle, approached from his spot next to the large brick forge. He stepped around a few buckets of water, as well as a large table where tools sat to temper. The smell of burning metal and coal filled the room. Cade's broad shoulders and barrel chest told of the many hours he'd spent in the smithy over the years. "Morning, Lucas. What can I do for you?" Lucas wasn't sure where to start. "We had an accident at the mill. One of the axe heads came off while Clark Johnson was chopping. Got his leg pretty good." Cade's eyes narrowed. "You said something about that at dinner the other night. Is he all right?" "It wasn't one of mine, was it?" "That's what I came to find out," Lucas replied. "I don't blame you if it was, you've always done good work for us. I'm just trying to figure out what happened." He placed the axe handle and head, as well as the wedges he'd found, on the counter. Cade picked them up one at a time and examined them, first the inside of the axe head, then the handle where it attached, and finally the wedges. He took his time before placing them back on the counter and shook his head. "Do you source tools from other places? Maybe shipments from the city?" Cade's brows were furrowed, and Lucas wondered what he was getting at. "Occasionally a man will bring his own, but we only ever buy from you." Cade's brows furrowed further. "This could be one of mine, but this wedge isn't what I use. Here, come look at this." Leaning over the counter, Lucas studied a crack in the wedge Cade pointed to. "What am I seeing?" "Quite a few things, actually." He walked back to a bucket on a shelf and grabbed a different wedge. "I use wedges made of a few specific types of woods, and they're much thicker than this one. The ones I use are unlikely to crack because of the strength of the wood. 2 of these are cracked, and there really should be one more in there." He held up the one he'd pulled from the bucket. "See the difference?" Cade's did seem much sturdier. "Are you saying this could have been intentional? That someone could have replaced the wedge with a lower quality material?" Lucas couldn't believe any of his men would have purposely set up the accident. "Could be," Cade said. "It also could have been a hobby smithy who thought he did all right repairing it because he was able to chop a load of firewood." He returned his attention to Lucas. "I'm sorry about this, Lucas. I know Clark is a good worker." "Thank you. I won't trouble you any further." He turned to go, pausing at the door. "Can you not mention this to anyone? If it was an accident, I'd hate for rumors to spread around town." Cade nodded, wiping his brow. "Of course, let me know if you need anything else." Lucas stepped out into the clear, warm morning. The few clouds present on his walkover had cleared now, and the sky was a brilliant blue. As he walked down the dusty road that took him back to the camp, he stewed on what he'd learned from Cade. Was it truly an inexperienced smithy who'd made a mistake? Or was it intentional? Arriving at the sawmill, he walked down the long hallway to his office. The morning light streamed in through the large window, and the sight of his large oak desk and bookshelf, the leather chairs, and the view out the window were as familiar to him as any home he and his father had ever had. Just as Lucas placed the axe on the table in the corner of his office and pulled the ledgers that needed balancing off the bookshelf, Theo knocked on the open door. "Good morning, boss. There's a letter for you," the man's Adam's apple bobbed, "from your uncle." Lucas didn't blame the young man for his nerves. Uncle Reuben was a formidable presence amongst even the loudest of men. "Thank you, Theo." He held out his hand. "We can only hope he'll complain through letter this time, rather than pay a visit." He winked at Theo before he left, but secretly prayed it was true. No such luck. Uncle Reuben would be arriving within the coming weeks. Whether that'd be the next day or a month from now was always up to interpretation. Uncle Reuben didn't see the need to provide more specific arrivals. Maybe it'd be a short trip this time, and Uncle Reuben would see the good investment the Pine Creek property had been and keep his complaints to himself. Lucas chuckled at the idea. Uncle Reuben would never keep his complaints to himself. Uncle Reuben thought he had a say in how things should be run, despite the fact that the man owned his own coal mine near Houston and hadn't actually been an investor in the company, since he'd provided a small loan to Pa when he'd started the company. The loan had been paid back years ago, but Pa still treated Uncle Reuben with kid gloves out of familial duty. He was actually Lucas's great-uncle, his grandfather's brother, but he moved with the intimidation of a man half his age. His compassion lacked, though. Uncle Reuben's main complaint was that Brown Lumber treated their workers too well. They paid them too much, their houses were too big, on and on and on. He didn't know why they didn't just build a company store and pay in currency that could only be used there, or why they preferred hiring family men when they could just hire single men and house them in the barracks. For Uncle Reuben, inspiring loyalty and high morale was akin to bleeding money, an unforgivable sin in his book. Lucas sighed and placed the letter back in its envelope. "Lord," he prayed aloud, as his uncle often drove him to do, "give me the grace to turn the other cheek with Uncle Reuben." He paused. "And the strength to not sock him in the mouth." Edie fluttered about the clinic in town the next day, trying to keep some semblance of order between the barrage of patients. It was similar to how it had looked when she'd visited as a child, though she hoped to put her touch on it if she stayed very long. Before her next patient came in, Edie straightened up the front room used for waiting. Mrs. Light, Dr. Light's wife, had done a good job of making the area welcoming with comfortable light blue chairs and pretty white curtains in the window, but Edie had added freshly cut flowers from her mother's garden as well. She glanced out the window. It was unlikely she'd have time to give the room a thorough sweeping before the next patient arrived, but she'd do it after the clinic closed. A knock sounded on the door, and Mrs. Amelia Gray came in with her 8-year-old twins, Amos and Anne. Both children shared the fiery red hair of their mother, and their clothing held the stains of farm life. Neither child looked like they felt well, and Edie hoped she could help them. "Good morning, Mrs. Gray. What can I do for you today?" Mrs. Gray gently pushed her children forward, and Edie could clearly see the problem. Both were in the early stages of chickenpox. "Oh, I see," she responded gently. "Let's get you both checked out thoroughly and then see if we can't find something to help with the itching." She led the family into the examination rooms and had both sit on the tall table she used for patients. One entire wall was filled with shelves to hold medicines, tinctures, and tonics, while the other held the medical journals Dr. Light had left behind. 2 large windows with matching white curtains to the front room let in a generous amount of light, and the walls were covered in a light blue wallpaper. Her suspicions were quickly confirmed, and Edie breathed a silent prayer of thanks she'd already had chickenpox as a child. Thankfully, she told Mrs. Gray after the exam, children tend to do very well with this. The only real concern is keeping them from scratching too much so nothing gets infected. She moved to the shelves that still held medicines, generously stocked before she'd arrived, despite the fact she hadn't actually accepted the job at that point. Mayor Reed must have been optimistic. Let me mix up a salve for them, and maybe it'll help keep the worst of the scratching at bay. She mixed up a quick salve of beeswax and herbs that were known to calm the skin. I think this should be enough for a few days, she said as she handed the tin to Mrs. Gray. If they're still having problems after that, send word and I'll come out to the farm to bring you some more. Mrs. Gray smiled thankfully. I appreciate it so much, Dr. Carmichael. We sure are glad you're home. Edie decided not to correct people who assumed she'd be staying in town indefinitely. I hope it helps. The rest of the day passed with an onslaught of patients. The Grays had paid for their care in cash, though others had paid with more interesting forms of currency. She'd received a basket of baked goods, preserves she knew her mother would love to use in cooking, and a chicken from a farm family that came with its very own cage. A few of her patients had been understandably hesitant about a lady doctor, but save Mr. Hightower at the barn raising, none had been downright rude. Near closing, she heard the telltale sound of boots enter the clinic, but they waited in the lobby. She finished up with her current patient, Betty Bernard, and her blistering boil, and looked into the waiting area to find her father dwarfing the dainty blue chair. Papa, she said happily, I didn't expect you to come visit today. He grinned, and the dimples she inherited showed themselves. Thought I'd walk my girl home. That's sweet, Papa, but I'm not headed straight home. I'm going out to the mill camp to make sure Clark Johnson's leg hasn't gotten infected. Papa nodded in understanding. You're right, I forgot about that. The chicken clucked in the corner and Papa chuckled. Friend of yours? Mr. Gilbert needed a spot on his foot looked at, and this was my payment. She grinned. It was common for small-town patients to not be able to pay in cash. She was thankful living with her parents kept expenses low enough that she could take whatever form of payment people could afford. Not to mention, the stipend offered by Brown Lumber was more than enough even without the payment of her other patients. Your mother's going to love him, Papa replied, green eyes twinkling. Though I suppose he could be dinner tomorrow. Edie grimaced. Just make sure I'm gone when you prepare him. As much of an iron stomach she had for fixing human injuries, the process of preparing a chicken was one that had always left her nauseous. Sure thing, Cricket, Papa replied. She still loved the nickname he'd given her as a child. He picked up the cage and walked back toward the door. I'll ask your mother to save you a plate in case you get home after supper. Thank you, Papa, Edie answered. She'd been proud of how calm Papa stayed under the scrutiny from Mr. Hightower, though she imagined he'd poured a little more of the antiseptic solution into his wound than was strictly necessary. Tate wasn't a terrible man, and she imagined more than a few men in town shared his opinion, perhaps even women. She'd have to prove her ability to them, one patient at a time. She picked up her medical bag and the basket of baked goods Celia Turner had given her as payment and followed him out the door. Papa pulled her in for a quick hug, and when he turned right to head home, she turned left to walk the dirt path to the row houses near the sawmill. Thankfully, Mr. Johnson's leg hadn't become infected. She cleaned and redressed the wound, showing Clara how to do it herself, and left the basket of baked goods with the Johnsons. It was the least she could do, as Clara certainly had her hands full. By the time she left, the sun had lowered over the tree line, casting shadows throughout the long rows of white houses and the large sawmill. Rather than going back the way she came, Edie decided to cut through the woods. It was a shortcut she'd taken hundreds of times as a child, as this area used to be one of her favorite spots for picking wildflowers. She passed between a few homes and came out between the mill and the long wooden structure Lucas told her was used to house their single men. A prickle of apprehension flowed through her, but she ignored it, despite the goosebumps that had risen on the back of her neck. A fleeting thought entered her mind that the men had finished work for the day. Lucas would likely be happy to escort her home if she needed it, but she huffed at the thought. No male doctor would need his boss to escort him home, and she'd be no different. Straightening her shoulders to her full height, she quickened her pace as the roiling in her gut grew more difficult to ignore. The tall wooden building that housed the unmarried men stood on her right, with an empty lumber yard on her left. Birds chirped around her, but their calls sounded more like warning than their simple song. The air stilled, and a heavy footfall sounded behind her. Just as she felt a chill run the full length of her spine, a hand landed roughly on her shoulder and spun her around. The greasy eyes of an even greasier man she didn't recognize stood close, much too close. He was taller than she was by a few inches and broader as well. His hair and eyes were dark, his tattered clothes covered in sawdust. "Howdy, doctor," the man said as he kept hold of her arm. "I don't think we've been properly introduced." The ire in her blazed, and she jerked herself from his hold. She gritted her teeth at the suggestive smirk on his face. "No sir, and I think I'll keep it that way." She turned to get out of his sight as quickly as she could, when he yelled after her. He accused her of being a tease, along with a few other obscene insults. Before she had a chance to spin around and put the man in his place, she heard the rush of flesh hitting flesh, along with a grunt. Her eyes registered the sight before her brain could comprehend it. Lucas had seemingly come out of nowhere and pinned the man against the side of the building. She couldn't see Lucas's face but could nearly feel the tension radiating from him. Lucas's voice was low and threatening. "Apologize to Dr. Carmichael, now." The man's eyes were wide as saucers. "Boss, She. Lucas tightened his hold on him. "I said apologize now, Turner, or my patience will run out." The man he called Turner murmured, never taking his eyes off his feet, "I'm sorry, Dr. Carmichael." "Now, go back to your bunk and pack your things," Lucas said. "You're done." Turner glared at Lucas a moment, then stalked past Edie, eyes still to the ground. She met Lucas's eyes and saw the fire that blazed in them. He wasn't just angry, the man was a volcano ready to erupt. "Thank you, Lucas." Did he even hear her? He still stared after Turner, even though he'd long since rounded the corner of the building. He turned to Edie, but something seemed to snap in him. This is why a logging camp is no place for a lady. "What are you doing here today, anyway?" She narrowed her eyes. "I was ensuring that Clark Johnson's wound hadn't gotten infected, and I can handle myself just fine, thank you." He scoffed, and she had half a mind to throw a punch or two of her own. Taking a deep breath, she approached Lucas. "Besides," she said as she reached into her dress pocket and pulled out the derringer Papa had taught her to shoot as a schoolgirl. "I am not without protection should I need it." His eyes widened. "Are you accurate? Because you'll only get one shot off before a man would overpower you." Edie shook her head and cocked the gun. She aimed for only a heartbeat before shooting a hole through the leaf of a tall oak some 12 feet away. She flipped the grip safety back and returned it to her pocket before turning on her heel, and heading in the direction of the forest path home she knew like the back of her hand. "Give me a Winchester," she called over her shoulder, "and I can hit a running buck at 100 yards. Chapter 6. 4 days later, Lucas sat in his office poring over their ledgers. There had to be a mistake. He glanced back at the safe, certain he'd counted correctly. They were $50 short. He stood and walked around his desk, calling into the hallway. "Theo, could you come here, please?" Theo appeared from his office down the hall and reached him quickly. "Yes, boss." "Did you take any money to the bank last week?" Lucas searched his brain but couldn't remember asking him to do so. "No, sir," Theo replied, face pink. "You haven't sent me in about a month." Lucas turned and went back to his desk, running a hand through his hair. "Where did the money go?" Theo stayed in the doorway, shifting his weight from one foot to the other. Is there anything else, sir?" "No," Lucas said. "That's all for now." They could make payroll with the cash they had, but the frustration surrounding the missing money, it had to be his mistake, as no one but he and his father had the safe combinations. As he heard the outside door open and close, he decided he'd head to the bank when he got a chance. Maybe he'd taken a deposit and forgotten. Edie's voice filled his office as she popped her head around the door. "Good morning, Lucas," she said cheerily. "Morning," he replied without looking up from his ledgers. She paused for a second before speaking. Well, I'm headed over to the Johnson's place to check on Mr. Johnson's injury. When I get back, will you show me around the clinic? I've got mine in town set up and would like to do the same here. Lucas was jarred from thoughts of the missing money by her statements. I'll go with you, just give me a moment. He knew he couldn't always be with her when she made house calls, but her run-in with Turner the week before had him nervous. She cocked her head. You don't need to do that. I was here Tuesday and everything went fine. Besides, she patted her dress pocket, I'm not defenseless. He rounded the desk and stood in front of her, trying to calm the tension he knew radiated from him at thoughts of their missing money, and the idea of her being attacked by one of his men. I know, but when I can, I'd prefer to escort you on house calls. She rolled her eyes and started to speak before she paused and narrowed her eyes. What's wrong? He should have known she'd pick up on it, trained as she was to notice small things that otherwise went unnoticed. Nothing for you to worry about. He gestured out into the hallway. Shall we? With a shrug, she turned on her heel and headed down the hallway. Her posture wasn't angry, but she didn't seem intent to wait for him to lock up either. After checking in on the Johnsons, Lucas's mood had somewhat lifted. The bright blue sky held few clouds, and the slight breeze in the air made it comfortable for early summer. He turned to Edie as they stepped off the porch. Ready for the rest of your tour? Her eyebrows raised. Other than the clinic, what else is there? We'll start there, he said with a wink. But there's still a good bit you haven't seen yet. He led her back into the mill and unlocked the door of the clinic room Dr. Light had used. When Mayor Hinson stocked her clinic in town, he'd done the same with the mill clinic in what Lucas took as an act of goodwill after it had taken so long to procure a doctor. It was simple, all would like the rest of the mill. There was an examination table in the middle of the room, a single bed for a patient in the corner, and tall shelves with salves, ointments, and medicines of all sorts. A set of medical instruments sat on a towel on the counter, as did a large bowl ready to be filled with water. Edie looked around, eyes wide. It's so well stocked. Mayor Hinson has been busy. That he has, Lucas said with a chuckle. We've needed a doctor here for some time. Her eyes flashed with something, disappointment maybe? He didn't know what that was about, but she didn't seem inclined to share. She explored and appeared to take mental inventory of what she had for a few moments before turning back to Lucas. So what about the rest of this tour? Her blue eyes twinkled with mirth, and he couldn't help but think how lucky she'd make some man one day. Her husband would spend the rest of his days trying to stir up that twinkle of amusement in her bright, expressive eyes. Lucas's gut sank at the thought, but he pushed the reaction away. He had no intention of courting her, so he had no right to feel even slightly jealous of whoever did. Still, as he placed his hand lightly on the small of her back, his entire body felt alight at the feelings the innocent touch stirred in him. He removed his hand lest the unwelcome thoughts continued. He held the door open for her, and they walked back into the bright sunshine. The sun made her hair shine, and he relished the curious look she gave him as they entered the wooded path he had in mind. Lucas, she said as he held back a branch for her to pass, where exactly are we going? The corner of his lip turned up. You'll see. They trudged through the woods a few more minutes until they came to a clearing full of trees in various stages of growth. The clearing was large and led down into a shallow valley below. Toward the back, the trees were older, taller. The trees closest to them were the youngest. All in all, Lucas guessed there were over 1,000 trees before them. Edie's mouth hung wide open as she took in the scene before her, recognition lighting her pretty face. She turned to him. Did Brown Lumber plant these? Lucas smiled. We're not all monsters, Edie. From the day my father set up our first camp, we've always replanted trees after we cut. In recent years, we've also started practicing selective cutting so the entire landscape of a region isn't changed by our presence. I didn't. You didn't know any of us did this, did you? Your environmental activist friends didn't tell you that a small but growing portion of us use these kinds of practices. She shook her head. No, they didn't. She stared at the trees for a few long breaths. I'm sorry I rushed to judgment about you. It took guts to admit she was wrong and apologize. He had to respect her for it. I didn't bring you out here to make you feel bad, but I hope you understand more of who we are now. Turning back to him, she stared at him for a moment. What could she be thinking? I think I do, Edie replied, and Lucas got the distinct feeling they were no longer discussing the company or the trees. In between patients at the mill clinic that afternoon, Edie thought of the scene she'd taken in at the clearing that day. She'd completely misjudged brown lumber, and Lucas by extension. Lord, she prayed as she mixed up a few ointments and herb mixtures she frequently used. I'm not sure what you mean to do, bringing me here. But I'll trust you the best I know how. It seems a number of my preconceived notions about returning to town were wrong. I ask that you'll show me if I've been mistaken in other areas as well. She worked through lunch organizing the clinic supplies and seeing patients as they needed her. Despite her insistence that brown lumber paid her for her time, many of her patients had insisted on some form of payment out of pride. Loaded down with a basket of preserves, garden bounty, and a bit of cash, she closed the door to the clinic and locked it with the key Lucas had given her. The sun hadn't set too much yet, but she wouldn't take the shortcut by the bunkhouse again. She wouldn't admit it, but the experience had shaken her a bit. After debating whether she should let Lucas know she's leaving for the day, she decided to simply pass his office and wave on her way out. She wouldn't go looking for him if he was gone, and she certainly didn't need an escort home, but it'd be helpful if he knew she'd left for the day. She made her way down the hall and stopped in Lucas's doorway. Instead of seeing Lucas as she expected, Theo stood behind Lucas's desk. He studied the ledgers she'd seen Lucas working on that morning when the tension rolling off him was so thick she could have cut it with one of her surgical knives. Afternoon, Theo, she said, and his head popped up. The color drained from his face, and Edie felt she must have interrupted something important. I just wanted to let Lucas know I'm headed home. Theo nodded vigorously, beads of sweat shining on his forehead. Yes, ma'am. I'll let the boss know. Another person might not have noticed his hands shaking, but Edie was trained to pay attention to such things. Are you all right, Theo? His eyes widened. What? Oh, yes, doctor. Fit as a fiddle. She narrowed her eyes but didn't speak. She wasn't sure what she'd just walked in on, but Theo looked mighty guilty. But then, she jumped to conclusions about Lucas and brown lumber, and look where that got her. No, she'd do best to put the thoughts from her mind. Well, have a nice evening. She turned and headed down the hallway toward the door. Feeling her pocket once more for her derringer, she started the short trek home, unable to shake the odd feeling in her gut. Chapter 7. That Sunday at church, Lucas listened to Alex preach, still amused that the mountain of a young man was a pastor. He looked like he'd be more at home on a rail line or lifting massive logs at the lumber camp than he did behind the pulpit he dwarfed. Alex had become a good friend since Lucas arrived, though they didn't see each other often outside of church unless Alex made his way out to visit the lumber operation. He did occasionally, as those men and their families were his parishioners as well, but he only had so many hours in the day. He'd gotten the job after their previous pastor, Thomas Foster, had retired. Alex actually lived on the parsonage property, though not in the house itself. When Alex arrived, fresh from seminary, the Fosters had prepared to vacate the property they'd called home for nearly 30 years. Alex realized what an asset Thomas could be for his learning to pastor a church such as this one and asked if they'd stay. He took up residence in the small cottage on the parsonage grounds that had held a number of people who needed refuge over the years, and the Fosters stayed in the big house. That is, when they weren't in New Orleans mentoring the children and teens at the orphanage. The morning sun warmed the room, and more than a few fans waved in women's hands. A bead of sweat dripped down Alex's brow as he spoke, but he wiped it away. If it was already this hot in June, Lucas didn't want to think about what the heat of August would bring. Still, his friend's sermon was a timely one. Alex's face had reddened as it always did when he became particularly passionate about his sermon, his fair skin and red hair nearly the same color. Isaiah chapter 43 speaks of the Lord guiding Israel through the wilderness, through impossible circumstances. Despite those circumstances, God tells them that they are precious to Him, that He will walk beside them through the darkness. Verse 19 makes a promise we can cling to even today. Behold, I will do a new thing, now it shall spring forth, shall ye not know it? I will even make a way in the wilderness, and rivers in the desert. Lucas hadn't read that verse before, nor the chapter surrounding it. It was a comforting thought. You can be assured, Alex continued as he walked around the side of the large pine pulpit, God will make a way. When the money's too tight and you can't see how He will provide, He'll make a way. When you can't forgive someone of your own accord, God will pave the way of grace. When you try to love the unlovable and fail miserably, God will make a way. He paused and looked out over the congregation. When healing from past hurts seems impossible, He will make a way. He stepped back behind the pulpit, and Lucas studied the single pane of stained glass the church had been able to afford. It was affixed behind the pulpit, an abstract rendering of Jesus washing the disciples' feet. Lucas hadn't realized his gaze had drifted a few rows up to where Edie sat with her family until she shifted in her seat. Would God work the impossible and make her the solution to his problem of a doctor in town, or would she prove unfit? And if she did prove herself, would she find some suitable beau and leave town? He didn't like the notion, felt his fists clench involuntarily at the idea, but he cast the reaction aside. Who Edie Carmichael spent her time with was none of his business. He'd promised himself he'd never court another woman, never open himself up to the kind of heartbreak Loretta had put him through. Besides, if his own mother couldn't even bring herself to stay for him, how could he expect another woman to? Besides, Edie had impressed him with Clark Johnson's accident, but he imagined she still held a low opinion of his life's work. Their conversation in the valley of newly planted trees had made strides toward reversing that opinion, but a woman like Edie Carmichael didn't change her mind that quickly. Not that he cared. What I hope you remember, Alex continued, is that God is capable of so much more than we can even comprehend. As the Gospel of Luke says in chapter 1, for with God nothing shall be impossible. When he dismissed them, Lucas made his way to the front and clapped his friend on the shoulder. Great sermon today, Pastor. He winked with the use of Alex's title. Thanks, Lucas. He lowered his voice as he chuckled. And don't think I didn't notice you paying more attention to Edie Carmichael than to me. Lucas shook his head but didn't dignify the jibe with a response. He just rolled his eyes and turned away, careful not to look back at what was surely a Cheshire cat grin on Alex's face. He'd barely exited the church, intent on going back to the mill to eat like he normally did, when Carissa Carmichael waved to him from across the churchyard. Lucas, she called, would you like to come eat with us? He'd never stayed for the picnic held every Sunday after church, not overly social with folks he didn't know, but had enjoyed dinner with the family the other night. It was also a beautiful day. Both the woods camp and the mill were closed on Sunday. Many of his men and their families chose to attend church as well. Edie's family had gathered on a total of 6 or 7 blankets laid out, as many of them as there were. Thank you, ma'am, he replied as he approached. I'd like that. Alex's insinuation that he was sweet on Edie crossed his mind, but he knew Alex wouldn't say anything to embarrass her. To embarrass Lucas, sure, but he wouldn't embarrass Edie. Besides, if Lucas's suspicions were correct, Alex was sweet on Edie's cousin Lily and had been since he moved to town. Why he hadn't done anything about it was none of Lucas's business. The men followed the women through the line, and he nearly kicked himself at the spread he'd been missing all this time. The tables brought out from inside the church held dishes of fried chicken, potatoes, casseroles of all sorts, breads, and a dessert table all its own. He took his seat on the blanket next to Simon, Nicholas, Mr. Carson, and Callum. He didn't know much about ranching, but he figured he'd be less out of his element than discussing gardening as the women currently were. I'm tellin' ya, Simon said, I think we need to buy the land. We could double the size of the herd, and then we'd be sure not to have any neighbors too close. Mr. Carson chuckled. Simon, no one's chomping at the bit to buy that land. He turned his attention to Lucas. Simon's got it in his head that we need to purchase the land to the north of the Circle H. Lucas noticed Callum looked uncomfortable at the conversation, as though he'd rather be anywhere but there. He decided to help him out.
Ah.
Could be a good investment. How was the spring calving? Simon and Nicholas both launched into discussion regarding the new calves and what kind of market drive they'd have later that summer. Callum didn't look at Lucas, but he'd relaxed considerably and fell into the easy conversationalist he knew him to be. Lucas hadn't ever gotten to know Callum well, though he'd been around Malachi Carson some. Malachi and Alex were good friends, so they'd crossed paths on occasion. Despite not being closely acquainted, Callum had always seemed likable and social. He was certainly much better with women than Lucas had ever been, not that it mattered. When the conversation died down a bit, Lucas heard Edie's Aunt Beth ask her how she was settling in. "It's been all right so far," Edie replied. "The town's grown so much since I left, I hardly recognize it." Beth Carson smiled. "With the railroad running a line close by and all the families the lumber company brought, we've had to double the size of the church to hold Sunday service and all the school children throughout the week." Edie turned to her cousin Lily. "How many children do you have in school now?" "We finished out the year with 33, Lily replied, "but who knows how many new students we'll have in the fall. It seems like someone's always moving in." She nudged Robert, who sat beside her. "But at least we had a few of our more troublesome children finish, so that's a load off me." She winked at Robert, and he shook his head with a smirk. He didn't speak, but then, Lucas wasn't sure he'd ever heard the young man utter more than a few words. He seemed to take after his father Cade in not being particularly verbose. Lucas listened to see if he could detect any annoyance at the influx of families brown lumber brought, but he didn't hear anything but excitement. He turned his attention back to the men, who were discussing a letter they'd received from Malachi after he'd gotten settled for his training with the Texas Rangers. "He's doing well," Edie's Uncle Jake said. "The training is tough, but he likes the challenge. He never was as passionate about ranching as some of us are." "It's supposed to be hard," Edie's father Matthew responded. "But the Texas Rangers are some of the toughest men alive." Simon turned to Nicholas and tapped his head. "Not to mention, the title is a guaranteed way to impress a few ladies here and there." Nicholas nodded with a big grin on his face while Callum guffawed. "What do either of you know about impressing ladies?" "Last I knew, Nicholas got slapped by Janie Thompson." Edie's Aunt Beth whipped her head around, while her papa and both of her uncles tried to stifle their laughter. "Nicholas Carson, if I hear you've said anything disrespectful to a young lady, I'll string you up myself." "She'll do it," her husband replied. "I wouldn't test her." "He didn't say anything disrespectful, Ma," Simon snickered. "But she probably would have preferred a little conversation before he tried to sneak a kiss." Nicholas shoved his brother, and Simon put his plate down to pull him into a headlock. "Boys." Both men froze mid-headlock and stared at their mother, eyes wide. She lowered her voice significantly. "If you're interested in impressing young ladies, I suggest you start acting like grown men rather than overgrown toddlers." Everyone but the twins broke into laughter, and both Simon and Nicholas returned to their plates of food, firmly reproached. The conversation returned to Malachi's training, when Lucas spied Emma Thompson approach Edie and whisper something in her ear. Standing from the large blanket she sat on, Edie followed Emma a few yards away. Her eyes widened, and Lucas found himself more curious than he ought to be about what was going on. Jonathan Corden? Emma must have been mistaken. Edie would sooner believe the sky would start raining milk than what had just come out of Emma's mouth. "Jonathan Corden is interested in me? As in, put a frog in my lunch pail and hid our shoes from us, Jonathan Corden?" They stood by the church steps, out of earshot of everyone but each other. Emma chuckled. "To be fair, it's been a while since he's done either of those things." She was right. Jonathan was a few years older than Edie, but they'd gone to school together. He and the other older boys had taken great joy in teasing the younger girls, while flirting with the ones their age. The last time he'd done anything too rambunctious, Edie had still been in braids. Before she left town, he'd taken his place working the family farm alongside his father and older brothers. They grew a good deal of the corn people in town purchased, as well as ground wheat for flour. Edie narrowed her eyes at Emma. "Where did you hear this?" Rocking back and forth from her toes to her heels, Emma bit her lip. He asked Nathan if he thought he had a chance with you, seeing as we're good friends and all. And what did Nathan say? Emma's eyes sparkled. He said you'd be a catch for any man, but that man would have to ask you himself, as he hadn't developed the skill of reading a woman's mind. Nathan Archer was a gem. Good answer, Edie replied. She glanced over the churchyard and saw Jonathan sitting with his family eating their lunch, his blonde hair and lanky build similar to that of his brothers. His nieces and nephews ran around close by. She hadn't gotten to know the children, as only 2 of them had been born by the time she left for Chicago. Without trying to, her eyes wandered over to her family's blankets, where Lucas eyed both her and Emma curiously. If it were anyone else, she might have been offended at his nosiness, but something about his unapologetic gaze made her feel warm inside. But I get the feeling, Emma said as she followed Edie's line of sight, he might be a bit too late. Her words jarred Edie back to reality. What? No, I was just thinking. Thinking about Lucas Brown? Emma smiled knowingly. Because there'd be nothing wrong with it if you were. He's a good man, Edie. Edie shook her head. Lucas isn't interested in me, and I am certainly not interested in him. Besides, she lowered her voice, you know I don't necessarily plan to stay here long term. Emma took her hand and winked. Has anyone ever told you that you're not a good liar, Edie Carmichael? You blush, and you can't look me in the eye. With a sigh, Edie decided not to respond to that particular insinuation. Thank you for telling me about Jonathan, Emma. Now, if only you could tell me what to do about it. I'm sure you'll figure it out, Emma replied as she took Edie's hand. And if you ever want to talk things out, her eyes cut to Lucas and back, anything at all, you know where to find me. With that, Emma flashed her a warm smile and went back to where her family sat with Nathan's. Edie was happy for her friend, couldn't be more thrilled to be in town for their upcoming wedding, but she couldn't deny the pang of envy that shot through her. It was an odd feeling, particularly when she had a perfectly fine man interested in her. If only he was the one she wanted. The thought surprised her, and she shoved it away. No use dwelling on things that wouldn't be. With her dreams what they were, she really didn't need to entertain any ideas of courtship in Texas. Who knew where she'd end up? Edie made her way back to the blanket, and Lily and Helen leaned toward her with big eyes. What did Emma need to tell you? Involuntarily, her eyes cut beside her to Lucas, but he seemed to be still engrossed in discussions of what Malachi might be experiencing at Texas Ranger training. She focused on her cousins and relayed her conversation with Emma. It seems Jonathan Corden told Nathan he's interested in courting me. She still couldn't believe the words, even if Emma promised they were true. Lucas stiffened beside her, but she doubted it had anything to do with her. Not only was he not the type of man she'd ever marry, but she doubted very much he'd return any affections if she had any. It took a specific type of man to appreciate a wife with her own opinions and dreams, and Lucas didn't appear to be that man. He wasn't the monster she'd made him out to be in her head, but he still wasn't for her. Lily's eyes widened. What are you going to say? Did he tell Nathan when he planned to ask you? If Helen's bouncing was any indication, her excitement far surpassed Lily's. You have to let us dress you when he comes calling. Helen tended to jump 2 steps ahead whenever it came to the possibility of romance. Edie blamed the dime novels she devoured as though she needed them to survive. I can dress myself, thank you very much. Her mother may not be the seamstress Aunt Beth and Aunt Abigail were, but she taught Edie a thing or two about fashion. And I haven't even decided if I want him to. Lily's eyes darted to Lucas and back to Edie. Well, Lily said, that's very exciting. Has Emma told you anything about their wedding plans? Edie noticed the abrupt change of subject but left it alone. She didn't particularly want to be discussing it in a group anyway. The girls launched into a discussion about all Emma had shared about her upcoming wedding to Nathan. It had been delayed slightly because he was busy building their home on his Uncle Forrest's ranch, where he worked as head wrangler. Another few minutes passed before all the church members began cleaning up, and Edie's family began to disperse. She turned to say,
Goodbye.
to Lucas, but he'd already cleaned up his spot and was quickly walking back in the direction of the sawmill. He must have had work to do. On the way home, Edie walked with her mother and tried not to let on that anything was bothering her. Mama wasn't fooled in the slightest. She put her arm around Edie's shoulders as they passed by the mercantile. "Is anything the matter, dear? You seem preoccupied." Edie let out a heavy sigh. "Emma told me Jonathan Corden is planning to ask to court me." Mama's eyes widened, then a small smile spread across her face. "I don't detect a whole lot of excitement over it." "I don't know," Edie said. "I've never thought of him that way. I've always kind of hoped that I'd have the fireworks moment that Uncle Cade and Aunt Abigail had. I don't feel that with Jonathan." She didn't add that she'd felt a different kind of fireworks with a certain tall and dark sawmill owner, and it was he who kept crowding her mind. "That's not always how it happens, love." Mama tightened her squeeze around Edie's shoulders. "When I first met your father, I thought he was handsome, of course, but I was determined to stay far away from him. Because he was a lawman," Edie finished. Mama had been on the run from her outlaw father, and Papa seemed more like a complication than an ally at first. Mama nodded. "Yes, but as our friendship grew, so did our love. If I'm to follow your footsteps, perhaps I should get myself kidnapped and my true love will come rescue me." She winked, that being her second favorite part of her parents' story. The first being when Papa and Uncle Jake had gotten kidnapped a few months later and Mama, Aunt Beth, and Aunt Abigail had to rescue them. "I wouldn't," Mama chuckled. "I think you can probably skip that particular portion of my history. But truly, if you're not sure about him, letting him call upon you a time or two might give you the clarity you need. As will praying for the Lord to show you." Edie wrapped her own arm around her mother's waist. "Thank you, Mama." Chapter 8. Lucas all but stomped back into the small apartment he kept in the sawmill that afternoon, more frustrated with himself than anything. Why did he care if Jonathan Corden wanted to call on Edie? It was none of his business. As much as his head repeated it, the rest of his body wasn't listening. His gut had coiled tight when Edie had relayed the topic of conversation to Helen and Lily. He'd had to physically keep his hands from forming into fists, though he was pretty sure she noticed him stiffen. He'd clenched his teeth so hard he gave himself a headache. But it was none of his business. He took a deep breath, walking back out into his office to distract himself with work. He didn't normally work on the Lord's Day, but he desperately needed something to exhaust his mind. Just as he sat down at his desk, something caught his eye to the left. The door to the safe stood ajar, and he was certain he hadn't left it that way. On his feet in a second, he crossed the office to the corner where the safe stood. Not everything was missing, something that struck him as odd. But at least one envelope of cash that he knew he'd seen yesterday was gone. Lucas ran a hand over his face. "I knew I should have taken everything to the bank when I noticed the last bit missing." There was no one in the room with him to hear, but he spoke aloud nonetheless. He pulled the rest of the cash out and put it in the large canvas bag they used for bank deposits, as well as his ledgers. He'd pay Mr. Jacobs a fee for opening the bank on a Sunday, and apologize to the sheriff as well, but he had to get to the bottom of the theft. On top of that, he still couldn't shake the feeling that the faulty wedges in Clark Johnson's axe hadn't been accidental either. There was a small stable behind the sawmill that they used to house the draft horses, as well as a few others used for various errands around camp. He opened the stall where Critter, a sleek black and white paint quarter horse, was housed. Tacking him up, he racked his brain for who could be a suspect and why they'd choose Brown Lumber's smaller Pine Creek branch over the one his father ran near Austin. He assumed the other camp hadn't had any problems, but he hadn't heard back from his father in a few weeks, since just before Edie arrived. He chose not to dwell on why his brain had jumped to that particular event as a marker of time. Nudging Critter into a trot, he reached town quickly and was relieved to find Sheriff Carmichael already out and about. "Sheriff," he called and approached on Critter, "I hate to interrupt your Sunday, but would you mind coming with me to the bank? I think I've got a problem." "No problem, Lucas. Let me just let my wife know. Mr. Jacobs lives next door to the bank, so I'll meet you both there." Lucas breathed a sigh of relief before going to fetch a decidedly less agreeable Mr. Jacobs. He came, though, once Lucas told him what was going on. A few minutes later, Sheriff Carmichael arrived, and all three men stood at the counter inside the bank. "All right, Lucas," the sheriff began, "start from the beginning." Lucas launched into the tale of Clark Johnson's accident, his conversation with Cade at the blacksmith shop, and then the first set of missing money. "I thought I must have made a bookkeeping mistake," he said. "No one has access to that safe but my father and me, and my father is in Austin. Not that he'd steal from his own company anyway." He looked to where Mr. Jacobs recounted the money he'd brought in and checked his calculations in his ledger. "Now that I'm missing more, I know I have to get the law involved." Mr. Jacobs nodded, double-checking the final figures. "Yep, you're $103 short from where you should be according to your books. I'll go ahead and get this deposited for you and let you and the sheriff work out the rest." Lucas stood and shook the man's hand. "Thank you, Mr. Jacobs. Please apologize to your wife for me for pulling you away on a Sunday." Mr. Jacobs waved a hand in front of his face. "It happens more than you know. I hope you get to the bottom of this, Lucas. Brown lumber has been good for this town. I'd hate to see some thieves threaten that." Sheriff Carmichael stood as well and turned to Lucas. "Why don't we head back to my office and let Mr. Jacobs lock up?" "Thank you, sir," Lucas replied. "And please apologize to Mrs. Carmichael for me as well." The sheriff pierced him with serious green eyes. "No need. Carissa understands that lawbreakers rarely recognize the Lord's Day, and it's the nature of the job. In fact," he glanced at his watch, "it won't surprise me if she shows up with a basketful of food for you to take back home with you. It won't be fancy, being Sunday, but I'd imagine it's better than anything you've got at your apartment." "If I were a betting man," Lucas replied, "I'd place all my chips that you're correct." Sheriff Carmichael's eyes narrowed slightly, as though taking Lucas's measure. He must have passed muster, because he clapped a hand on Lucas's shoulder. "We'll get to the bottom of this, Lucas. And in the meantime, I think it'd benefit you to post a few trusted men at the mill and cutting sites when the workers are gone." It wasn't lost on Lucas that the man was probably as concerned about his daughter being in the center of what could be an active sabotage situation as he was Brown Lumber's fate. Lucas couldn't blame him. "I'll do that, sir. Please, call me Matthew." "Will do," Lucas replied as all three men left the bank, and he followed Matthew down the street to the jail. "I've been trying to come up with someone who might wish us harm, but I can't imagine anyone who'd have access to my office." Matthew thought for a moment. "It's not necessarily the person who has it out for you who's doing the dirty work. Could be they've hired someone. I don't want to believe it, but I think that's probably the most likely scenario." The men climbed the steps into the recently expanded jail and sheriff's office. Matthew took a seat behind his desk and gestured to one of the two wooden chairs across from it. He couldn't see if anyone was in custody at the moment, as the cells were behind a door at the back left of the jailhouse. Matthew pulled out a pencil and notepad. "All right," he said, his face all business. "I need you to give me a list of every individual or company who could benefit from Brown Lumber's demise." 2 days later, Edie glanced at the clock on the wall of the town clinic and realized it was nearly time to close. She'd been so busy she hadn't sat down all day, and she couldn't remember if she'd eaten lunch. She didn't think so, as the Hamiltons had come in for Mr. Hamilton's chest pain, and she'd forgotten all about it. Before she had a chance to dwell on it, the clinic door opened again, and she heard a child's call. "Doc? You in here?" She stepped out of the examination room and into the waiting area with a smile. "Well, hello, Cody. Who do we have here?" Cody Piper was a 10-year-old farm boy who'd cut his hand on a plow. She'd stitched it up for him that morning, and he'd been very brave through the process. Now, he held a ball of white fluffy fur in his hands, and its wiggle told her the pup was anxious to be let loose. "This is the best one of our litter," Cody replied as he set the puppy on the floor. "Mama sent me in here to give him to ya as payment for helpin' I me this mornin'." The fluff ball ran from one end of the room to the other, often cutting corners too close and stumbling into furniture or the wall. Edie couldn't contain her giggle at the thought of what her mother would say at her bringing home a puppy at 22. "Thank you, Cody. Where is your mother?" Cody pointed out the front door, and Edie's eyes met Mrs. Piper's through the door's window. She held their youngest child on her hip, and the baby pulled a few flyaways of her dark hair. Mrs. Piper waved and looked a bit embarrassed. Many of Edie's patients who paid with anything other than money tended to wear the same look. Edie waved at Mrs. Piper and picked up the puppy before opening the door. "Thank you so much, Mrs. Piper. You actually have no idea how much you've just helped my family out. The Circle H has been in need of a good dog for a while, as Malachi's dog Rudy passed away a few months ago." She hugged him to her chest and scratched his head. "I have no doubt that he will grow to be a great working dog." She wasn't completely certain that Uncle Jake and Aunt Beth needed another dog, but an embellishment to keep clients coming back when they needed her was surely forgivable. The woman's eyes lit up, all traces of embarrassment gone. "I'm so glad, document." She gestured to Cody and adjusted the baby on her hip. "Come along, Cody. We don't want to keep Doc from her work." Cody ran out the door and jumped off the boardwalk onto the ground before turning for one last wave. "Thanks again, Doc." Chuckling, she shut the door and kissed the wiggly pup on the head once more before setting him down on the floor. As soon as his feet hit the hardwood, he was off. "Now," she said as she shut the door to the examination room so he wouldn't have access, "what shall we call you?" The puppy wagged his tail, vibrating his entire body in the process, and chased his tail in a circle. Edie watched him, amused, until he got dizzy. He bumped softly into a cabinet and plopped onto his side. She knelt down to rub his tummy, something he now had on full display. "I'll call you Bumper. I have a feeling you'll earn the name." Bumper's tongue lolled out the side of his mouth, and she wondered if he could be trained into being a good ranch dog. If not, she said as she rose, Uncle Cade and Robert might need another dog at the smithy since they never replaced Brutus. She just pulled a piece of dried jerky from her bag to give him when the front door to the clinic flew open. Papa noticed Bumper immediately, his eyes widening, but he didn't address him. "You're needed at the lumber camp," he said quickly. "There's been another accident." Chapter 9. Minutes later, after closing the clinic and dropping Bumper off with Mama, Edie and her father nudged their horses into gallops and raced to the lumber camp. Papa had gone immediately to get Trigger and had the foresight to rent a mare for Edie as well. Edie spoke loudly over the clop of hooves. "Do you know what happened? It would be helpful to know what she was riding into." One of the ropes holding a log broke without warning, Papa nearly yelled back. "Landed on a man's leg from the loading crew." How was that possible? Brown Lumber was many things, but careless about safety wasn't one of them. In fact, during their tour Lucas had told her those ropes, and most everything else, was inspected weekly for that reason. They rode the rest of the way in silence, the only sounds were the horses' hooves and heavy breathing. "Lord," she prayed, "guide my mind and my hands." As the horses took them into the woods, Edie continued praying for quick hands and wisdom. A man's life could hang in the balance, and she didn't intend to lose a patient that day. The trees stood tall and strong overhead, the scent of pine strong, as though nature was unconcerned of the potential tragedy. Entering the clearing Lucas had taken her to on her first day, she left the horse for Papa to tie off and ran to where the men had gathered. Lucas and his tall red-headed woods boss knelt at the man's side, both faces grim even as they spoke reassurances to the young Sawyer, somehow still conscious. As Edie got closer, she realized they were praying over him. "Excuse me," she said as she passed two men standing in her way. Lucas spotted her, and the relief on his face was palpable, though so was his concern. "Dr. Carmichael," he said, "we didn't remove the log for fear it would cause more damage." "That was wise," Edie responded. "I need to apply a tourniquet before you remove it." She didn't add that the tourniquet was so the man didn't potentially bleed out, but her implication was clear. Lucas nodded and handed her the belt he'd already removed. She knelt beside them, her doctor's bag on the ground beside her, and quickly applied it. As she did, she spoke to the young man. "What's your name, sir?" Sweat poured from his pale face, plastering his dirty blonde hair to his forehead. "P. Patrick, ma'am." "Patrick Anderson." "Well, Patrick," Edie said as she nodded to Lucas to remove the log, "we're about to have to take you back to the mill clinic, and it's not going to be pleasant. If you're fighting a swoon, feel free to surrender." Despite the immense pain he had to be in, Patrick let out something between a grimace and a chuckle. He didn't faint, but he did go quiet and took deep breaths as Lucas gave the order to lift the log off his leg. Edie had steeled herself for what she'd see there, but it still turned her stomach. The unnatural angle of his leg, even with his trousers covering it, was clear. It'd have to be taken off, and quick. "Papa, get some men and fashion a gurney of some sort. There's no way he'll be able to sit a horse." Papa moved from his position where he studied the busted rope and did as he was told using 2 tree limbs, and a blanket someone had apparently brought in. "Careful," she said as the men approached. "Don't jostle the leg." She glanced down at Patrick, who'd thankfully succumbed to unconsciousness, and guided his body onto the makeshift gurney. As Papa and Lucas each took a side, Edie followed them from the camp. She glanced back to ensure she hadn't left anything and caught sight of Theo. He looked like he'd seen a ghost, his pallor significantly lighter than normal. He sweated nearly as much as Patrick had, but Edie didn't have time to dwell on it. It was simply one of those things a physician noticed. She had a more pressing issue at hand. Lucas paced from one end of the hallway to the other, dragging a hand over his face. How had this happened again? Rage rose up in him at the thought of someone intentionally causing these accidents. He paused as he heard Patrick groan from inside the clinic. He must have woken up. Edie had finished the amputation, gone from just above the knee. He listened a moment more, determining if Edie could use his help or if he'd just be in the way, but the groans died down with Edie's soft, comforting murmurs. He heard a cabinet door open and shut, vials of medicine clinking against one another. Deciding he could take it no longer, he knocked on the already cracked door. After the surgery, both Lucas and Matthew had left the room. Matthew went back to the lumber camp to investigate what had happened, while Lucas simply paced and waited. The next day, he'd go out and ask some questions of his own, but every bead of sweat that dripped from Patrick's forehead felt like a knife to the gut. When others heard a groan of pain, he heard an admonition that it was his fault. If he'd gone to Matthew sooner. Edie looked up and put a finger over her lips to keep him quiet. Patrick was asleep, a vial of strong-smelling medicine on the table beside him. In the hallway, Edie whispered. He held the door for her and pulled it nearly closed so they didn't wake Patrick. She sighed, the exhaustion evident on her face. It had to be nearly 8 o'clock, possibly past. The lantern he'd lit earlier in the hallway offered enough light to see her drawn features. "Edie," Lucas said in a voice that sounded strained, even to him. "Thank you. Just doing my job, Lucas. I think he's going to be all right, but he has a long road ahead." "I'll stay with him tonight," Lucas replied. "As soon as your father gets back, y'all can ride on home." She narrowed her eyes and looked around. Where did he go? He was saved from answering by the sawmill door opening and Matthew stepping through. His brows were furrowed, a frown evident. Whatever he had to tell them, it wasn't good. Matthew removed his Stetson and stood beside Edie. Eyeing Lucas, he confirmed their earlier suspicions. It wasn't an accident. Edie gasped, and Matthew put a hand on her shoulder before continuing. Half the rope was cut clean, the other half frayed. I'd say it's been done within the last day or so, though I can't know for sure. Lucas let out the breath he'd been holding. I've already posted night guards, but I'm going to have to write my father and see what else he'd like to do. We'll get to the bottom of this, Lucas. The truth has a way of coming out. Matthew's face was compassionate, but a flicker of concern showed there. It does, Lucas replied. I just pray no one is killed before that happens. Chapter 10. Edie wasn't sure she'd ever been so tired. Papa had taken the horses back to the livery and told her to go on inside. Her muscles screamed as she climbed the few steps on their front porch, betraying how tense she'd apparently held herself since she heard of Patrick's accident. The poor man. She hoped the laudanum she'd given him would keep him sedated through the night, though she'd left written instructions for Lucas if he needed more. Lucas. The guilt he felt was written all over his face. She understood, particularly after the enlightening conversation he had with Papa before they'd left. But of course, it wasn't his fault. He'd done everything he could, as had Papa. Her hand went to the doorknob before she realized she still wore her apron. A fleeting thought reached her that it was a good thing she'd had it on when Papa came to fetch her, or Mama would have another bloody dress to try and get clean. Suddenly sick to her stomach at the sight of the blood there, she removed it and laid it over the porch rail. She'd deal with it tomorrow, but right now all she wanted was sleep. The door opened, and Mama stood at the threshold. Without words, she took in Edie's face and approached her with open arms. Edie ran into them like she had as a child when she'd fallen and scraped her knee. As she sobbed, Mama held her and rubbed her back. "Let it out, honey," she said gently. "Let it out." The comfort after a difficult day was one thing she hadn't had in Chicago. She remembered vividly the number of times she wished she could curl up in Papa's lap, could lose herself in Mama's strong embrace, could gain the comfort of the people who knew her best in the world. When a mother or child was lost in childbirth. When a toddler succumbed to some terrible illness. When a man was burned beyond recognition in a factory explosion. When they'd been unable to save the teenage boy who'd been thrown from a horse. It was part of medicine, this paradox of triumph and tragedy. One day she might save someone's life and feel as though anything was possible, only to be brought low with a crash the next when someone's injuries were simply beyond repair. Barring infection, Patrick would live. But inner wounds were sometimes as deadly as outer ones if a body lost hope. Healing was a tricky thing that way. At times, it seemed the determining factor if someone lived or died was whether they had something to live for. Patrick was young, younger even than her 22, and his life was forever altered due to one senseless act. Her sobs slowed down, and Mama pulled back. She smoothed Edie's hair back from her face and eyed her with a look of equal parts compassion and determination. "You go upstairs," Mama said, "I'll draw you a warm bath." "Thank you, Mama." Mama nodded and went inside, seeming to understand all that was included in her gratitude. As Edie went upstairs to get her night clothes, the sight of Theo's ashen face appeared in her mind. She went back downstairs to rinse the day's grime from her, and pondered what had looked so off about him. If he'd worked in logging camps any time at all, he was bound to have seen a number of accidents. But the pallor of his face, as though every drop of blood had drained from it, didn't just look like a response to the trauma before him. Were she a more cynical person, she'd say he looked almost guilty. She dipped below the warm water one last time, letting it cleanse her outside the way she hoped the peace of God would cleanse her weary soul that night. Lucas needed to know her suspicions. If nothing came of them, she'd apologize to Theo and put it aside. But if he was responsible for today's accident and she said nothing, it'd make her responsible too. The next morning, Edie woke to the sun shining in her window. She popped out of bed. How could she have slept so late? And what time was it? She dressed hurriedly and ran downstairs to find Mama in the kitchen cleaning her jars she used for preserving. "Good morning, honey. Did you sleep well?" "I think so, but it's so late. I've got to get going over to the clinic." She grabbed a piece of bread from the basket and started toward the door. "Wait, honey," Mama called. "Your father went over this morning and put a note on the door that you'd be opening late today. After all that happened yesterday, you need your rest. Besides, it's not even 10 yet. You have plenty of day left." Edie relaxed, relieved it wasn't later. Just as she gathered her things to head to the clinic, a knock sounded at the door. Mama smiled, and Edie got the distinct impression she wasn't surprised at the visit. She opened the door to find Lily standing there with a look of poorly masked concern. "Lily," Edie said with surprise. "What are you doing here?" The corner of Lily's mouth quirked as she stepped through the door. "Callum came into town yesterday evening, and your mama told him you'd been called out on an emergency. She sent a note to me that you might enjoy a short visit this morning." Callum lived at the bunkhouse at the Circle H, a stone's throw from where Lily lived in the main house. I thought you might have time to come over to the bakery with me and visit Helen for a bit. Edie glanced at the clock in the living room. A short visit, then I need to get out to the mill and check on my patient, not to mention open up here for the afternoon. Lily grinned. Perfect. Mama, I'm going to the bakery with Lily, Edie called to the kitchen. I'll go to work after that, but I should be home for dinner. You girls have fun, Mama answered back. Lily took hold of Edie's arm and the two walked just down the street to the Pine Creek Bakery. The bell above the door jingled and Rose Gilbert looked up from her spot at the cash register. Good morning, girls, she said with a wide smile before calling over her shoulder to the kitchen. Helen, your cousins are here. Rose had certainly turned into a beautiful woman with unique strawberry blonde hair and bright green eyes. She could see why Callum spent so much of his free time at the bakery, and she didn't think it had anything to do with the large case of sweets before her. While they waited on Helen, Edie took in the bakery that hadn't been open when she left town. The soft blue walls and white trim created a happy atmosphere. The large windows in the front with tables in front of them would be a nice spot to enjoy a nice treat and cup of coffee while a body people watched. Edie could imagine both her cousins doing that from time to time. Helen would enjoy searching for any drama unfolding among the townspeople, like something out of one of her dime novels. Lily, on the other hand, just loved to observe. It had been in her nature since she'd been a small child. While Edie ran around with Malachi and Callum, Lily was content to sit back and watch the chaos with a smile on her face. Rose smoothed her light red hair back and set to work doing some cleaning around the bakery. The girls didn't own it. It was owned by an older widow in town named Ida Davis, but Mrs. Davis had more or less given Helen and Rose run of the place. Edie watched Rose straighten up for a moment. Yes, she could certainly see what her brother might see in the bright, bubbly young woman. Not to mention, the Rose Gilbert she knew growing up had always had a smile and kind word for everyone. She didn't appear to have changed much. 1 second, Helen said, and they heard a loud bang as though a pan hit the floor. Oh, phooey, they heard Helen admonish, though she hadn't actually stepped into sight yet. That's the second pan today. Rose giggled. Demand for Helen's new collage recipe has been a bit overwhelming, and she's been a little scattered. She raised her voice, that's what she gets for being so talented. Edie's eyes widened at the glass case full of delectable treats. Sweet buns, rolls, muffins, and a host of other things Edie couldn't identify sat in clusters in the glass case. Helen breezed in with a streak of white flour in her hair and what looked to be blueberry jam all over her apron. From childhood, Helen often had some sort of stain on her clothes. Whether it was from cooking or baking with Aunt Abigail, creating different goat's milk product recipes with Grandma Ruth, or trying to keep up with her older cousins, she'd gotten proficient at laundry at a young age. She paused when she saw them and let out a breath. Hi, ladies. To what do I owe the pleasure? Edie, why aren't you at work? Edie had a tough day yesterday, Lily answered. Her mother and I both felt she could use a fun outing this morning. Do you have time for a short break? I'll make time, Helen said with sparkling eyes. I want to hear how things have developed with Jonathan Corden. Ever the romantic, there Helen. Edie didn't bother to look sheepish in front of Rose, as Helen had surely filled her in. Helen wasn't a gossip necessarily, but she had always found it difficult to keep exciting news to herself. It surely didn't help that her dime novels always portrayed some dashing hero, and a damsel in distress in a story that Helen found incredibly dreamy. Dreamy, perhaps, but also utterly unrealistic. I haven't even seen him since Sunday, Edie answered with a shrug, hopeful to nip the curiosity in the bud. Perhaps he's changed his mind. I'm sure he hasn't, Lily said reassuringly. He's just busy on the farm. Lily, Helen and Edie sat at a round table by the bakery window, the one that looked out onto most of the town center. Edie sighed. Honestly, I'm not even sure I want him to come calling. He's not someone I ever thought of that way, and I haven't had much time to ponder it the last few days. Helen's eyes widened. Yes, we heard about that poor man at the mill. Is it true? Did he really lose his leg? He did, Edie answered, and that's not the end of it. The girls leaned closer as Edie shared her suspicions about Theo. Now, you cannot tell a soul, Edie said with a pointed look at Helen, but I plan to tell Lucas and keep an eye open. Lily gasped. You really think he could be responsible? I'm not sure, Edie said, but my gut is telling me something's off about him. She could see the wheels turning in Helen's head. Perhaps we could do some investigating ourselves, see what we uncover about him. No, Edie said adamantly. She knew that to Helen this all felt like a grand adventure. It wasn't and could prove to be dangerous. This wasn't a story, it was real. I'm going to tell Lucas and let him take care of it. And you can't tell anyone either. Helen sat back in her seat but didn't look offended. Of course I won't, Edie. I may get excited and have a big mouth, but I can keep a secret. Edie knew that much was true. Thank you both. Speaking of secrets, Lily said as she gestured out the window. I think Jonathan Corden is headed this way. Edie followed her gaze, and indeed, the farm boy she'd known as a child was approaching from the livery where his brothers loaded feed into their wagon. He'd undoubtedly spotted them. Oh, Helen nearly shook with excitement. Do you think he'll ask you on a date? I have no idea, Edie replied. And in that moment, she was somewhat surprised and wholly chagrined to realize she wished it was an entirely different man approaching. Theo, Lucas said as he straightened up a few things around his office, I'm going to head into town to run a few errands. Do you have things in hand here? Theo nodded vigorously. Yes, sir. Take all the time you need, sir. The young man had become what his uncle would call simpering over the last few weeks. He'd always been quick to act when Lucas needed him but had lately gone above and beyond for no apparent reason. Thank you, Lucas replied. He had enough to worry about and couldn't add Theo's odd behavior to the list. I'll be back soon. Please continue to look in on Patrick for me. He's just had a dose of medicine, so he should sleep while I'm gone. His real intention was to visit Edie at the clinic and make sure she was all right after last night. She'd given him instructions on how to keep Patrick comfortable through the night but had left him with a strict command to come get her immediately, if he became feverish or took a turn. The Lord had answered his near-continuous petitions to spare Patrick's life last night, and he had barely paused his vigil that morning, even while working through things in the office. He hadn't slept last night, and not only because the clinic floor was hard and uncomfortable. He'd slept on many a hard floor over the years, but visions of Patrick lying there under the log, Matthew showing him the half-cut, half-torn rope, and the utter exhaustion apparent on Edie's face as she'd left the night before had clouded his thoughts and left him with no chance of sleep. Hopefully, she'd slept better. Reaching the door of the town clinic, Lucas was surprised to find a note on the door. Clinic closed for the morning, Dr. Carmichael will be in around midday. He was somewhat grateful to find she'd taken some time for herself, but still felt an unexplainable need to make sure she was all right. Walking down the street a bit to her house, he realized he had no idea what he'd say when she opened the door. Should he act as though he had been in town already? Or come clean and admit he'd come just for this? Within sight of the two-story White House, he almost turned around when Edie's mother caught sight of him from where she stood hanging clothes on the line. Lucas, she said with a wide smile, how are you this beautiful morning? He supposed it was a beautiful morning, though the heat of the day was mounting its attack. I'm doing well, Mrs. Carmichael. I came to see how Edie's doing after the trouble last night. I noticed she'd closed the clinic this morning. Better to be honest, he supposed. Mothers had a way of sniffing out falsehoods, or so he'd heard. I'm afraid that was her father and me, she admitted, not the least bit sheepish. She didn't fight it, though, and plans to head out to check on the young man at the mill soon. If you want to catch up with her now, though, she's at the bakery with her cousins. Lucas thought he detected a hint of a smirk on Mrs. Carmichael's face, but he didn't dare comment. Thank you, ma'am. He left with every intention of going back to work and seeing Edie when she came to check on Patrick, but before he knew it, he stood in the street in front of the bakery. First, he spotted Edie in the window and breathed a sigh of relief that the exhaustion from yesterday seemed to have subsided. She laughed, and while he wasn't close enough to see the dimples form in her cheeks, he knew they were there. The pleasant warmth that spread through him came to a halt with what felt like ice in his veins when he realized she sat at the table with Jonathan Corden, the tall, blonde man he'd heard her talking to her cousins about at church on Sunday. A brick settled in his stomach. He couldn't very well go check on her while she was enjoying another man's company. It troubled him more that he seemed to care so much. She turned and spotted him through the bakery window. He must look like a fool standing there in the street staring, evidenced by the curious look on her face. Unwilling to stand the awkwardness another moment, he straightened his shoulders and strode into the bakery as though it had been his destination all along. Which it had. The bell above the door jingled, and he nodded to Helen behind the long counter and Lily Carson on the other side of the glass case. Rose Gilbert swept on the far side of the room. "Morning, ladies." Were they acting as Edie and Jonathan's chaperones? He turned to the couple, noting for the first time that there were 3 plates and 3 cups of tea there. Odd, the way Jonathan gazed at Edie certainly looked like an act of courtship, and Lucas had to physically stop his hand from curling into a fist. Lucas cleared his throat. "Good morning, Edie, Jonathan." Edie's face twisted with alarm. "Same to you, Lucas. Is Patrick all right? Do you need me?" She started to rise, and Lucas noted the disappointed look on Jonathan's face. "No," he said quickly. "Patrick's asleep now." "Do you frequent the bakery then?" She cocked her head and eyed him curiously. No, he couldn't lie. Helen and Rose would surely note his falsehood. "I was simply in the mood for one of the collages I've heard so much about and thought I'd stop in." Speaking of Helen, she stood behind the counter with a grip on Lily's arm that was certain to be painful. Her eyes bounced from Lucas to Jonathan to Edie and back again. "Well, I hope you enjoy it," Edie replied before turning back to Jonathan. "I think I'd best be on my way. I need to go out to the camp and check on my patients." Jonathan stood and wiped his hands on his pants. "Would. Do you need someone to escort you?" Lucas turned from where he'd feigned interest in the sweets on display. "I'll be happy to escort her. I'm going there anyway." "I'm sure you have other things to do today," Jonathan responded, eyes narrowed. "I'll be happy to take her." He still stood beside Edie, and his hand raised to touch her arm. Lucas couldn't have stopped the fist that formed that time if he'd tried. "I'm sure you would, but I'm on my way back anyway." "You needn't go out of your way." "It's not out of my way at all," Jonathan said as he visibly straightened and puffed out his chest. "No trouble." Lily's attention had joined Helen's gaze in popping between the two of them, both sets of eyes wide as saucers. His back was to Rose, but he imagined she did the same. Edie let out a huff, and both men took in her furious expression. She straightened to her full height, and Lucas spied a hint of red to her cheeks that seemed more anger than embarrassment. "Gentlemen, if you're quite finished discussing me as if I weren't standing right here, I think I can find the camp quite successfully on my own. Both of you may go about your business." With that, she all but marched out the door of the bakery, closing it forcefully behind her as she went. Turning back to Helen, he was surprised to find she wore a wide smile. "I apologize, ladies, for causing such a scene in the bakery." Jonathan stared at his boots. "Me too, Helen, Rose, Lily." "I'm sorry." He shot another glare at Lucas and made his way toward the door. If possible, Helen's eyes only grew wider as she winked at Lily before answering. "Don't worry about it, gentlemen. That was the most excitement we've had here in ages." Chapter 11. Edie had to physically restrain herself from stomping as she left the bakery, surely leaving a dust up behind her from the dry spell they were having. The nerve of those two men, acting as though she were property to be traded about. Not this woman. There was no way she could outpace Lucas, with his legs being so much longer than hers. Renting a horse from the livery seemed the only way to guarantee she wouldn't see him again until she cooled down. Only a handful of times in her life had she ever wanted to punch someone, and Lucas was responsible for at least 2 of those instances. Now, Jonathan could be included. She opened the door to the large building that housed the livery and found Nathan's younger brother Bo manning the desk. "Morning, Miss Edie," he said. He was another who'd grown into a man in her absence, his dark curly hair and muscular physique similar to his brother. She did her best to keep a smile on her face, though thoughts of the scene in the bakery had it feeling more like a grimace. "Morning, Beau, is Trotter available?" Trotter was her favorite mare in the livery, and before leaving town she'd rented her whenever she could. "She is," Beau replied, seemingly oblivious to the turmoil raging inside Edie. "I'll get her tacked up for you." Beau led Trotter up to the front of the livery and proceeded to put on her saddle. Edie stepped forward and allowed Trotter to nuzzle her neck and shoulder. She petted the brown mare's long face, her big brown eyes calming Edie's ire and giving her some of the warm joy that she always felt in the horse's presence. "Hey, girl," Edie said as she kissed her, "I've missed you." Trotter snorted and bobbed her head up and down. "Seems like she missed you too," Beau said with a chuckle. "It's good to have you back, document." Within minutes, Edie had bid Beau
Goodbye.
and set off at a canter down the long dirt path to the sawmill. Clouds had set in, and Edie idly wondered if she'd get caught in a storm before she arrived. No matter, a storm would be welcome to match the ire that had returned as she replayed the bakery scene in her mind. If Lucas thought he could control her just because she worked for him, then he had another thing coming. And Jonathan, standing next to him, she'd felt the tension as he postured to his full height. The two of them looked like angry bulls ready to fight over a heifer. Well, she wasn't a cow, and she wouldn't be treated as though she had no say in any matter of her life. It reminded her of how the men and medical school had treated her and Lacey. Most had simply avoided them or treated them with kid gloves, intent to keep them from the uglier parts of their profession. Others were downright hostile. She and Lacey had needed to form their own study group, because many of their cohort refused to talk about certain parts of the human anatomy around them. Were it not for Richard Gelding and Paul Thurman, two of their more progressive classmates, they'd have had no allies at all. Once, a particularly difficult surgeon had refused to let her help with a surgery as it would upset her delicate sensibilities, despite her extensive recommendations from other physicians. Thankfully, that surgeon left for London shortly after. She'd be lying if she said she hadn't prayed every day for a week that he'd wind up working with Elizabeth Blackwell, the first woman physician in the United States and Edie's personal hero. Dr. Blackwell had since returned to London, but Edie and Lacey had devoured any news they could find of her throughout medical school. More than a few surgeons had eyed the women with skepticism. They did the same when Edie suggested more traditional methods of care when a patient didn't seem to be tolerating the medicine they gave them. Thankfully, her tendency to blend both methods of treatment had proven effective in the vast majority of her patients, so the skeptics had left her alone. As Trotter made quick work of the smooth terrain, Edie wondered how Lacey fared at home in Colorado. She hadn't heard from her since she arrived, but she hadn't written either. As the ride calmed Edie's spirit, she prayed the Lord would be with Lacey as she served the people of Grants Pass, Colorado. "Grants Pass fostered my love of math and science," Lacey would always say. "They are the reason I became a doctor, and they always supported me when others would not. I want to practice there to thank them for their investment in my future." Edie had always respected Lacey's viewpoint, but it wasn't until she'd returned to Pine Creek that she understood it. There was something special about treating her childhood teacher for a lingering cough or Emma's father, Mr. Thompson, the man who'd always made sure to stock as many medical journals as he could in the mercantile, for a stomach ulcer. She couldn't always fix things, but she could give compassionate care. The rain held back until the imposing structure of the sawmill appeared on the horizon. She nudged Trotter a bit faster and relished the freedom of a fast horse across open land. Had her hair not been in the sensible bun she typically donned on the days she worked, she had no doubt the wind in her hair would feel incredible. The sawmill was busy that day, and Edie dodged more than a few sets of men carrying various tools as she approached the building. A man she recognized by sight but not name held the door for her, and she thanked him as she passed. The clinic door was slightly ajar. Good, it meant they were listening in case Patrick called out. Opening the door slowly, lest he be asleep, she entered the room. He did appear to be resting, and she took his pulse and felt his face for fever to test just how deeply he slept. Theo appeared in the doorway. "I just gave him another dose about an hour ago. He was starting to wake up." Edie nodded. Thank you, Theo. As he turned and left, she watched him go. For a man who raised her suspicions so, he seemed to have taken good care of Patrick. The bottle didn't appear to be more empty than it should have been, and nothing else was out of place. His wound didn't seem to have become infected, she noted with relief. Changing the dressing, she decided his care plan would be another few days of heavy medication, then a slow weaning so he didn't become dependent on it. She ran a few calculations in her head and thought through other pain management options, like willow bark tea, while she worked. Satisfied with Patrick's current state, she slipped through the door to go check on Mr. Johnson. Before she made it 2 steps, however, she realized she wasn't alone. Closing the door behind her, she started when she spotted Lucas leaning against the wall across the hall from the clinic. His face was drawn as he met her eyes. "I'm sorry," Lucas said. "My behavior in the bakery was inexcusable." She narrowed her eyes and took a step toward him. "I'm not a china doll, Lucas Brown. And, for that matter, I'm not a possession to be claimed." He pushed off the wall and took a step toward her, the two of them now only a foot apart. "I know you're not, Edie. I was out of line, I'm not sure what got into me." The realization of how close they were made Edie's pulse quicken. She willed herself to take a step back but couldn't bring her feet to move. His mouth said he didn't know why he'd acted like a dog defending his territory, but his eyes said something else entirely. "Are you quite sure about that?" His brown eyes, the color of the sweetest chocolate, seemed to gaze into her very soul. His hand raised to push back a lock of hair that had fallen in her face while she worked with Patrick, and it followed the path from her hairline to her jaw before dropping to Lucas's side. He was silent for a long moment, and Edie wished with everything in her she knew what he was thinking. Finally, he answered her question. "No, I suppose I'm not." Just then, the front door to the hallway opened and she jumped back, all too aware of how close they stood, how his hand had touched her cheek just breaths before. Theo stood in the doorway, and the look of embarrassment on his face told her he'd seen enough. Lucas let out a frustrated breath. "Yes, Theo? What do you need?" His voice was low and mildly threatening. Edie had never heard Lucas speak shortly with any of his men, but she couldn't blame him. She was a bit out of sorts as well. I just came to tell you that your uncle has arrived." Theo's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed, and a large dark-haired man came to stand behind him. The man's voice boomed, filling the whole hallway with its bass. "If it isn't my favorite nephew." His mustache twitched, as full and thick as the man's midsection in his dark gray suit. "Hello, Uncle," Lucas said politely, though his tone was almost a growl. "Welcome back to Pine Creek." Chapter 12. If Uncle Reuben didn't stop leering at Edie, Lucas wasn't sure he'd be able to keep from planting a right hook across the man's beefy jaw. Why hadn't he just dismissed Edie to go check on Clark Johnson before his uncle and Theo followed him into the office? It would have been better for everyone. Knowing he had to introduce her now, Lucas stood just behind Edie and did his best to communicate with his expression what Edie wouldn't appreciate coming out of his mouth. "Uncle Reuben, this is Dr. Carmichael. She splits her time as the town physician and working for us." He turned to Edie. "Dr. Carmichael, this is Reuben Brown." Uncle Reuben's eyebrows raised, the corner of his mouth turning up in a smirk. "A lady doctor." He took a step forward but stopped when Lucas narrowed his eyes further. "I'm not sure I've ever heard of such a thing." Lucas rolled his eyes. That couldn't be true. The whole country had heard of Elizabeth Blackwell and the small but determined group of women who'd followed her footsteps. No, Uncle Reuben had heard of it, he just wanted to put Edie in her place. Edie stiffened in front of him. "I assure you, Mr. Brown, our numbers are small but mighty. And growing by the year." An overwhelming desire to cut off whatever it was his uncle was about to say spurred Lucas to speak. "Dr. Carmichael has been instrumental in keeping our recent accidents from becoming fatalities. Brown Lumber owes her a great deal." Uncle Reuben seemed to reluctantly drag his eyes from Edie and eyed Lucas. "Accidents?" Lucas hadn't intended to share more about their troubles than he had to, but it was worth it if it'd pull his uncle's attention from Edie. "We've had a few accidents of late. An axe head came loose and sliced a man's leg, and a few days ago, a rope broke and resulted in an amputation for one of our young sawyers." He didn't add the suspicion of foul play or the missing money. Uncle Reuben would surely use that as ammunition against him somehow. "Well, I'm sure Miss Carmichael here fixed them right up." The insinuation in his voice, not to mention his refusal to call her by her title, had every nerve in Lucas's body standing on end. "Theo," Lucas said, "would you escort Dr. Carmichael over to the Johnson place? I know she needs to check on Clark." He knew Edie wouldn't appreciate being spoken of as though she wasn't there, but she didn't argue. She must have wanted to leave Uncle Reuben's presence as much as he did. She followed Theo out the door, and Uncle Reuben stared after her for a moment before he turned back to Lucas. Before the words even left his uncle's mouth, Lucas cut him off. "Think very carefully on what you're about to say, Uncle Reuben. Edie is a lady and a fine doctor, and anyone who disrespects her will be thrown out of this camp." Uncle Reuben's eyes widened, then took on a hue Lucas could only describe as calculating. He smirked, and his mustache twitched. "And just what is your relationship with Miss Carmichael, Lucas?" It was an innocent question, but Uncle Reuben's tone was far from innocent. "It's Dr. Carmichael, and she is my colleague and friend." Despite his near slip in the hallway earlier, she'd never be anything more. He'd vowed to be a lifelong bachelor, and he'd keep that vow. Uncle Reuben chuckled. "If that's what you'd like me to believe, son, so be it." His tone made Lucas's hand clench in a tight fist. "Did you have business here, Uncle? Or is this just a social call?" He knew he nearly growled the words, but the man brought out the very worst parts of him, especially with the way he rode in a few times a year to tell them all the things they were doing wrong, with no actual experience in the business himself. He'd loaned Lucas's father a small amount of money early in the building of the business, a loan that was paid back within the year. Since then, his father had always treated Uncle Reuben as a business partner, even sending him a small percentage of the profits every year, though he provided no work or capital to earn the title. To Lucas's knowledge, he wasn't on any official paperwork. Out of respect for his father, Lucas stomached the visits Uncle Reuben paid, but Lucas was under too much stress from the accidents and missing money to muster any real patience. Uncle Reuben sat down in one of the large wingback chairs in Lucas's office. His posture signaled no concern over the barely concealed rage simmering in Lucas. "So," he said as he smoothed his mustache, "other than the unfortunate accidents, how are things going?" Lucas shook his head at his uncle's callous disregard for the unfortunate accidents as he called them. He hadn't even asked how the men were. But then, to Uncle Reuben, labor was replaceable, people were dispensable to him. "Our orders are higher than they've ever been, and we've had no trouble meeting the demand." Keeping the highlights quick and to the point would hopefully satisfy the man enough to leave him alone. Uncle Reuben's expression was unreadable, but something in it lifted the hairs on the back of Lucas's neck. The sooner he left, the better. And his gut screamed at him not to tell him about the missing funds. It didn't matter anyway, as Lucas would take it right out of his personal account if they hadn't located the money or the mistake in the books by the end of the week. "Well, Uncle Reuben, I'm sure you've had a long day of travel. Would you like me to show you to the boarding house?" "No," Uncle Reuben said as he stood. "I've stayed there before, and I can find it on my own, but I'd like to see how things are running before I go." Of course he did. Lucas led Uncle Reuben through the facility, lumber camp, and mill town as he'd done on each visit prior. Why the man insisted on a tour every time was beyond Lucas, except maybe to complain about how much money they wasted every year. "I say, boy, these houses are far too large for the common wage worker." He made the same statement each time they walked the long lines of row houses, and every time Lucas assured him that it kept the men happy and ensured a quality workforce. "At the rate you and your father bleed money, I wouldn't be surprised if you were paying those men who were injured." He laughed as though the idea was preposterous. Lucas took great joy in responding. "Actually, Uncle Reuben, we are paying them. Full salary and a guaranteed position when they're back on their feet." Uncle Reuben sputtered, "You can't be serious." What job is a cripple going to be able to do? Patrick is a good worker and a quick study. I have no doubt that he'll excel in a desk job if he desires. And Clark should be ready to return to light duty soon. You'll run the business into the ground doing that, boy. It's a wonder you turn any profit at all. Paying a man while he's injured, guaranteeing a cripple a job, it's absurd. It's bad enough you rely on the town for so much. Brown lumber won't last like this. Brown lumber is doing just fine, Uncle Reuben. Normally, the criticism did nothing more than grate on Lucas, but his hackles were up after what had happened with Edie. And what's more, we intentionally do not have a commissary in which our employees can only use brown lumber currency. Not only do we want to be a blessing to the town who is so generous to deed us this land and school our children, but Father and I believe the commissary model for mill towns is nothing more than indentured servitude. We'd rather our employees stay because we treat them well, because they're loyal, not because they can't afford to go anywhere else. Uncle Reuben started to respond, but Lucas held up a hand, the first time he could ever remember doing so with him. Now, I need to go check on Mr. Johnson and then go back and work on some projects. I have no doubt you're more than capable of filling the rest of your day. Lucas picked up his pace and left a red-faced Uncle Reuben standing in the street. He was sure he'd just sentenced his father to a litany of complaints, but he couldn't bring himself to care in the moment. He'd waited years to put Uncle Reuben in his place, and it felt just as good as he'd always imagined. I can't tell ya how thankful I am for all your help, Doc, Clara Johnson said as she handed Edie another dish to dry. I ain't never heard of a doctor doin' a dishes. She chuckled a little. It's my pleasure, Clara. With how you've been burning the candle at both ends, I want to help. I'm just grateful we have Eliza to watch the twins. Without her, I'm not sure how I'd have managed with them being out of school for the summer. I don't know how Miss Carson does it. Edie grinned at the mention of her cousin Lily. She loves it, but she'll be the first to tell you that the children behave better for her than they ever would for their parents. Oh, I can only hope that's true, Clara replied. Your family are special people, document. If we are, it's because of the Lord's work in us. He's been so gracious to our family, it's our honor to love others well. Clara cocked her head. You know, before I met you, I don't know that I had a very good opinion of Christians. This could be the opening Edie had been praying for. Why so? Clara paused, searching for the right words. I grew up with a single mother, and neither my nor Clark's families were religious. Church folks weren't kind to us because after Pa left, Ma made her living as a saloon singer. She tried for weeks to get a more respectable job, but no one would hire her since Pa had a bad reputation for being a mean drunk. Edie blinked away the tears that filled her eyes. I'm so sorry, Clara. Clara waved away her concern. It's all water under the bridge now, but I remember wanting to take part in a Christmas play one year since a few of my friends were planning to be in it. The lady organizing it told my ma there was no more room. How horrible, Edie gasped. Clara, I hope you know, what that woman did was wrong. I know it was, Clara replied with a resigned shrug. I guess I just didn't have much experience with church people to compare to, so that's the one that stuck out all these years. You seem like a better example. Edie pulled her into a hug. I'm so sorry. But please know, I'm going to make mistakes too. I'm going to sin. The standard bearer for the church isn't me or that lady or any of my family or even the pastor. It's Christ. And I can say with no hesitation, he wanted you in that Christmas play. Clara's eyes misted, and Edie was struck by just how much child remained inside every adult. You think so? In the book of Matthew, Jesus told his disciples to let the little children come to him. Even if it wasn't convenient or proper, he welcomed them. Yes, Clara, I believe he wanted you there. A trickle of a tear fell down Clara's cheek, and she wiped it away. Goodness, look at me. You'd think I was still 8 years old. Edie hugged her one last time. Promise you'll think on what I've said? Clara nodded, and Edie gathered her things to head back to town and opened the clinic for the rest of the afternoon. As she shut the Johnsons' door behind her, She was so focused on praying for them that she didn't notice Lucas standing across the street, leaning against the row house just in front of the Johnsons. She bristled. "Lucas," she said in an exasperated tone, "I told you I don't need to be escorted home. I'm quite capable of finding my way." She patted her pocket. "And I'm not without protection." The clouds had cleared and it was broad daylight. Not to mention, the camp was filled with people. Children played, women stood outside their homes hanging up laundry, and all the men were at work in the woods or in the sawmill. "I'm not here to walk you home, Edie," Lucas replied. "I just wanted to make certain my uncle didn't offend you. He can be difficult." Edie scoffed. "If the look on your face is any indication, that might be an understatement." "I suppose," he chuckled. "The fact is, my uncle acts as though he has a stake in the company, as though he should be afforded decision-making power." Edie approached him, careful to keep a greater distance than they'd had in the hallway. "Does he not have that privilege?" "No, he doesn't. At least not officially. My father seems to have endless patience with him, but I've grown weary of his suggestions." Down the road, children kicked a ball between the row houses, and the sound of laughter carried through the summer air. "I take it you don't agree with those suggestions?" Lucas shook his head. "Not in the slightest. He doesn't agree with how we treat our employees." "But you treat them so well, don't you?" Edie couldn't think of a single instance she'd seen in which the company's treatment of an employee could be cause for alarm. "We do, and that's the problem. He thinks we're too soft. He doesn't like that we hire a high percentage of family men to keep misbehavior in the towns we work in to a minimum. He thinks we pay them too much, give them too much time off, that the row houses are too large, and that I'm a fool for continuing to pay men injured on the job." Edie gasped. How could he possibly object to those things? Because they cost money, and he doesn't see worker retention and loyalty as worthy investments. Lucas ran a hand through his dark hair. "It's more exhausting than anything, he's mostly harmless." His statement reminded her of her concerns. "Lucas, I've been meaning to tell you, I'm not quite sure where to start." He was silent, his gaze searching hers. "Well," she continued, "I have my concerns about." A familiar deep voice boomed from down the alleyway. "Lucas, there you are, boy. I've been looking all over for you." A shadow fell over Lucas's face, the same shadow that had darkened his face in the hallway when his Uncle Reuben appeared. He shifted his attention to the man. "Yes, sir, Uncle Reuben. I told you I'd be busy for the next few hours." Uncle Reuben approached, his gray suit looking decidedly out of place amongst a logging camp. He looked between the two of them, a hungry look on his face. "Doesn't look like you're working too hard." Before Edie could open her mouth to put the man in his place, Lucas answered in a tone that brooked no interference from her. "I don't owe you a daily report of my comings and goings, Uncle. But Dr. Carmichael has just finished looking in on one of our accident patients, and I hope to receive a report on his well-being." So that was the real reason he'd been waiting for her. As much as she didn't want to be treated like a child, a small part of her was disappointed he hadn't been hoping to escort her home, and the conversation about his uncle had been a means to an end. The tension between the two men was nearly as thick as the bone she'd sawed through a few days back. Lest she start babbling out of an impatience with awkward silences, Edie decided it'd be best to take her leave. "Mr. Johnson is doing quite well, gentlemen. I believe he'll make a full recovery. I'll just bid you both good day." She caught Lucas's eye and nodded, avoiding his uncle's eye out of a vague discomfort in his presence. "Good day, Dr. Carmichael," Lucas replied. "Yes, Dr. Carmichael," the elder Mr. Brown said, as though her title were a joke to him. "You have a good day as well." Nothing the man had said was inherently rude, but still a shiver ran down Edie's spine as she hurried down the line of row houses to where she'd secured her rented mount. As she untied Trotter, she chanced to look back at the two men. She couldn't hear any of the words they said, but Lucas's body language wasn't the stoic calm she was used to. Even in the midst of the accidents at the camp, he'd been steady. Edie groaned at the realization she still hadn't been able to tell Lucas her concerns about Theo, but she'd see him on Thursday if not sooner. Now, his face was beet red, and he pointed a finger in his uncle's face. He spoke too low for her to hear, but she imagined it couldn't be pleasant. Lucas said he and his uncle didn't see eye to eye on the business, but Edie imagined it went much deeper than that. Chapter 13. Lucas watched his uncles retreating back through the haze of red that came with his rage. He wished he could cleanse his mind from the comment Uncle Reuben had made as Edie left earshot. Uncle Reuben had never married, and Lucas prayed a silent prayer of thanks for that. To imagine a woman beholden to a man like that, who could say those things, was unthinkable. And the idea of a child, a daughter especially, Lucas couldn't imagine. He hoped his message had come across loud and clear. Disrespect Edie Carmichael again, and it'd be the last time he stepped foot on Brown lumber property in Pine Creek. As it was, this visit was over. His father could say what he wanted to about it, about Uncle Reuben being family. Lucas wouldn't put up with it. Taking a few deep breaths to calm himself, Lucas made quick work of the distance back to his office. "Theo," he called as he passed the desk his assistant occupied, "I need you to take a letter to the post office for me." He'd write his father what truly happened before Uncle Reuben got the chance to ride into Austin and spread his version of the story. His father was many things. Most of them good, most of them qualities Lucas wanted to emulate as a man and business owner. But Uncle Reuben had pushed him too far, and whatever motivations his father had for keeping him in the loop of Brown lumber was his issue. Lucas was done pandering to the blustering fool. Penning the letter in as much detail as he could stomach, Lucas placed it in an envelope and addressed it. "Go straight there, Theo," he said as he handed him the envelope. "I'd like it to go out first thing tomorrow if possible." Theo nodded vigorously. "Yes, sir." "Thank you." Lucas took in Theo's pallor. "Are you feeling all right? You look rather pale." A fierce blush rose in the sickly pallor of the man's face. "Why yes, sir. I'm feeling fine, sir." Lucas narrowed his eyes. "Are you sure? It won't be any trouble to ask Dr. Carmichael to look in on you. Perhaps you're coming down with something." No, sir. I'm perfectly fine." Theo shifted his weight from one foot to the other as a bead of sweat dripped down his forehead. I saw your uncle ride out a few minutes ago. Will he be back?" "Not for a good long time if I have anything to say about it." Theo visibly relaxed, and Lucas wondered if his uncle's presence had more than just him on edge. He was a formidable presence, even to the strongest of men. Lucas did his best to look calm himself and managed a small smile. "Well, I believe that's all. Why don't you deliver that letter and then take the rest of the day off? Have a rest, take one of the horses for a ride, something you enjoy." "Thank you, Mr. Brown." A voice sounded from just outside Lucas's office. "Lucas, can I speak with you a moment?" It was his mill supervisor, Richard Henry. His gray hair and tall stature exuded wisdom, and Brown lumber had been blessed to have him work for them since Lucas was a child. The feigned calm Lucas had portrayed to Theo was immediately replaced with chagrin as he took in Richard's pulled countenance. "What's going on?" Theo saw himself out, and Richard approached the desk. "I think it'd be better if you just came and looked." Certain he wasn't going to like what Richard had to show him, Lucas steeled himself and followed his mill supervisor onto the floor. The problem was immediately apparent. The long leather strip that was used to move boards along in one of their two saw operations was cut clean through. Lucas shut his eyes and blew out a breath. "Was anyone hurt?" "No," Richard said. "The men were all at their midday break and noticed when they got back. Thankfully, no one tried to run the saw before it was noticed." "What about the other saw?" Lucas didn't even want to look. If both their systems were down, there was no way they could make their pending orders by hand. "No," Richard said and pulled a large knife from his pocket. "But one of the men found this on the ground close by. It appeared as if someone had attempted to slice the other belt as well but had been thwarted." "Did anyone notice anyone suspicious hanging around when they arrived back from their break?" Lucas couldn't prove it, but he couldn't shake the nagging thought that Uncle Reuben had done it in spite. "If you mean your uncle," Richard replied, "I saw him hightail out of here from over by the row houses. He never came inside the mill after you yelled at him. Had he been that loud? How did you?" "You forget I live next door to Clark Johnson," Richard replied. "The wife and I heard most everything exchanged between the two of you." His voice lowered. "I was impressed you didn't lay the man out." Lucas sighed and decided to leave the subject be for the moment. "Do you think we can meet our current orders with a sawdown?" Richard took the hint. "We should be able to. I'll ask a couple of the men to work late this week. We'll pay them accordingly," Lucas replied. "And I'll go order a new belt today with the freighter in town. If I order from Dallas, hopefully we'll have another within a week or two." Clapping a hand on Lucas's shoulder, Richard took on the air of the seasoned supervisor he was. "We'll make it happen, Lucas. Try not to worry too much." It was moments like these when Lucas wished his father were around. He had the same calming presence Richard did, but he knew how badly Lucas wanted to please him. "And take it to the Lord," Richard added. "He's had a hand in this business from the beginning. Don't try to shut him out now just because you've seen some success and like the control." He squeezed Lucas's shoulder for a second before releasing him. "I'll get back to work now. Let me know if you need me." Lucas realized he hadn't prayed much about the issues that plagued Brown Lumber and felt a measure of shame that he'd tried to go it alone. As he held the knife Richard had handed him, its dark wooden handle looked familiar to him, but he couldn't place why. "Lord," he said as he saddled up one of the company horses and rode toward town, "I pray your will on Brown Lumber. We'll walk whatever path we need to walk, but go with us. Help us find the person who means us harm, and protect my men in the process." As he nudged his mount into a trot, it wasn't just his men and their families on his mind. It was a blue-eyed, dark-haired beauty that seemed to hold a power over him that he wasn't at all comfortable with. He'd spent years content in his commitment to never trust another woman and had never been tempted to renege until Edie. It wasn't just her beauty, though that was enough on its own to make him lose his breath. It was her courage, her stubbornness, her intelligence, her compassion, her hot-headedness. It was the whole package. Remove any of her more challenging qualities, and he didn't think she'd be the woman she was. He reached town and tied off the horse outside Matthew's office. Opening the door, he spotted both Matthew and his longtime deputy, Oliver Grady, both studying a large map open on Matthew's desk. "Lucas," Matthew said with a smile. "What can I do for you?" "I'm afraid it's not a social call, Sheriff." Lucas handed him the knife. "We've had another incident." Theo Brady's entire body shook at the imposing figure in front of him. "Why yes, sir. I understand, sir." Lucas's Uncle Reuben paced the secluded woods in front of him, his face the color of a ripe tomato. "How dare that fool dismiss me from the camp? I'm the reason his father was able to start the business in the first place." He shook with rage. Theo didn't speak, too afraid to say anything that might set the man's temper on him. "It's not right," Reuben blustered, "and what kind of medical school lets a woman apply, much less graduate?" I'm not sure where Dr. Carmichael." "Did I ask you to speak, boy?" "I don't believe I did." Well, he had asked him a question, but nothing on earth could convince Theo to say that. He tried to steady his breaths, wishing with everything in him that he'd never agreed to help Reuben. He only did it to earn the money his little sister needed for a heart surgery, but he wished with everything it hadn't been necessary. What Reuben paid him was triple what Brown Lumber paid, and Rhea needed the surgery sooner rather than later. He tried to rationalize it. It wasn't anything terrible, what he'd done, taking a bit here and a bit there from the safe, not to mention failing to deliver messages between Lucas and his father. Or at least, that's what he tried to tell himself. He hadn't been behind the accidents and attempted sabotage, but his suspicion was that Reuben had someone else working for him as well. In fact, it wouldn't surprise him if it was more than one person. "He's going to regret it," Reuben said in a low growl. "The boy's going to regret ever challenging me. Mark my words, Brady." A wave of nervous energy rolled through Theo at the man's words. He'd have no qualms about injuring Lucas, possibly even killing him. Everything in him wanted to run back into his employer's office and confess, but if he did, Rhea would die for lack of her life-saving surgery. No, he couldn't sacrifice his sister for Lucas. He could look out for him, but he couldn't come clean until after she'd seen the surgeon in Dallas and was on the mend. Breakfast Thursday morning was interrupted by an abrupt beating on the Carmichael's front door. "Doc Carmichael. Doc, we need your help." Edie quickly wiped her mouth and grabbed her doctor bag as Papa opened the door. "Frederick," he said to the 15-year-old son of Tate Hightower, "what's the problem, son?" Frederick's face was bright red, and the horse tied to the front porch had clearly been ridden hard to get there. "It's Mark, sir." Mark, his eldest brother. He was a few years ahead of Edie in school, but she hadn't known him well. He was trampled by our bull this morning, trying to catch a calf that had wandered off. Edie had heard all she needed to hear. "Let's go. Can we ride double?" It would save precious time getting someone to open the livery early. "Yes, ma'am," Frederick replied. Papa put a hand on Edie's shoulder. His eyes blazed. "You need me to go with you, Cricket?" Her childhood nickname and the look in his eyes reminded her that Papa hadn't taken Mr. Hightower's antics at the barn raising kindly. "No, Papa," she said as she passed him and followed Frederick down the porch steps. "I'm fine." Papa nodded, content to let her fight her own battles. It didn't mask the worry in his eyes, though. Frederick gave Edie a leg up, then mounted himself. Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't ride double with a man, but these weren't normal circumstances. It helped, too, that Frederick really wasn't a man yet, but an overgrown boy. His voice hadn't even fully dropped yet. He pushed the white mare as fast as she would go, and they reached the Hightower's land in good time. Frederick swung off and Edie followed, handing him her bag before doing so. Sylvia Hightower stood on the porch crying, as her 13-year-old daughter Carrie comforted her. Edie got the sense Mrs. Hightower wouldn't be much help in her current state, so she nodded at the woman and followed Frederick through the front door of the brown clapboard house and into the back bedroom. Mark lay on a gray and red checked quilt, sweat pouring down his face and wearing a grimace as his father and sister Sophie did their best to make him comfortable. "It's gonna be all right, Mark," Sophie crooned as she wiped his brow. She'd clearly taken the role her mother had abandoned to her emotions. Mark nodded curtly. "It will, sophomore." "Is the doc here yet?" "Right here," Edie said as she took the last 3 steps to his bedside. She glanced up at Mr. Hightower, his face equal parts worry and shame. She nodded with a small smile. She'd never turn away a patient in need, no matter how offensive his father might be. Edie went to work checking Mark over for injuries. Apparently, he'd made the mistake of not looking behind some brush when he dismounted to help a calf who'd gotten stuck. Before he knew what had happened, the bull had charged and thrown him high in the air to slam back down on the hard ground. The creature got in one good stomp before Mr. Hightower and Frederick got there to distract it. With no other way to get Mark back, they'd loaded him double with Mr. Hightower and had come as quickly as they could without jostling him too much. Edie stitched up a gash in his head and one in his side before checking for possible injury to the spine. Sophie, their oldest daughter, had just finished her last year of school along with Robert. With Sylvia so distraught over her son's injury, Sophie had been a godsend as Edie tended Mark. Mr. Hightower stood back with a glower at first, but his face softened the more Edie worked. "Can you feel this?" Edie touched Mark's leg at various spots. "Please Lord, let him feel it." Paralysis wasn't a death sentence, but the Hightowers needed him on the ranch. Mark grunted and lifted up onto his elbows. "Yes, ma'am." "Praise God." "Good," Edie moved to the other leg. "How about this?" Mark nodded and blew a breath through clenched teeth. "Excellent. Now, this won't feel good, but can you wiggle your toes?" He probably thought she was torturing him, but she had to confirm. His toes wiggled on his right foot, then his left. With her hands running gently over his knee and ankle, she noted and treated a couple of injuries, but nothing permanent. He could feel them, and they weren't pleasant, but at least he had feeling. As she finished and washed up, she rushed back to the bed at the sound of Mark's grunt. "Wait," Edie said, "let me help you." She took one side, while Sophie took the other, and together they eased Mark back onto the cushions until he was comfortable. Finishing up, she breathed another prayer of thanks that his injuries hadn't been more serious than they were. Mark could very well have never walked again, or much worse. She smiled down at Mark. "You're a blessed man, Mark Hightower. I think you're going to make a full recovery." Mark's lips turned up in a half smile, half grimace. "Thank you, document. I leave you in Sophie's capable hands," she responded. "Try to get some rest." She motioned his parents out of the bedroom and into the kitchen, hoping to let Mark rest. "That went as well as it could have gone," Edie said to those of his family who stood inside. "His left ankle was broken, but I set it, so hopefully it will heal as good as new. His knee was dislocated as well, but I'm hopeful I was able to fix that as well. A few of his ribs might be fractured, but he doesn't appear to have any internal bleeding. If his belly starts to swell, I want you to come get me immediately." Sylvia hiccuped, and Sophie went to her side, pulling her in close. Edie continued. "I showed Sophie how to care for his injuries, and I'll come back out to check on him within the next few days. If you need me before then, please don't hesitate to send someone after me. As far as pain goes, I'm going to ask Papa or Callum to bring out a few vials today, as well as written instructions on how to administer it." In the meantime, she pulled out a few small satchels of crushed willow bark from her bag. "Make him some willow bark tea. It won't take it all away, but it'll take the edge off." Sylvia hiccuped again as she nodded. "Thank you, document. Thank you so much." "You're most welcome," Edie replied and glanced at the clock on the wall. She hadn't realized how long she'd been there. It was nearly 3 o'clock already. There was no way she'd make it out to the mill today. Hopefully, Papa had sent word, and they'd come fetch her if Patrick needed something. "I'd best get going." As Mr. Hightower showed her out, he paused on the porch. "Thank you, Doctor." He hesitated a moment, and Edie wondered if she'd get the apology her pride hoped for. "We really appreciate it." Apparently not, but that was all right. As Mama said often, life got much easier when you learned to accept apologies you never got. "Always happy to help, Mr. Hightower," Edie replied with a soft smile. "I'll be back soon." That evening, after she'd changed clothes and eaten dinner with her family, she sat on the front porch listening to the cicadas sing their nightly song. She hadn't seen much in the way of wildlife while living in Chicago, save the occasional squirrel running through the city's parks or the odd rat making its home on the street. Until she came home, she hadn't realized just how much she'd missed it, how much she'd missed the quiet nights on a front porch with her thoughts. The front door opened, and Emily stepped out onto the porch. She took the seat beside Edie. "Is Mark going to be all right?" "He will be," Edie replied. Emily had been quiet at dinner, so Edie decided to poke a little. "Penny for your thoughts?" Her sister smiled a sad smile. "Surely they're worth more than that." "Fine," Edie chuckled, "a nickel." Emily paused for a long breath, but Edie didn't push her. "James has decided to go into the army." She sniffled, and Edie reached her hand to clasp her sister's. "I'm so sorry, Emily. Is that something he's always wanted to do?" Emily and James had been best friends since childhood, and their friendship had slowly blossomed into young love. "No," Emily replied through another sniff. "But he's gotten restless over the last year. He wants to go off and see new places, new things." She paused. "New people." Edie squeezed her sister's hand. "New people doesn't necessarily mean new women, Emily." "I know," Emily said as she wiped her eyes, "but he said it's probably best if we end things before he leaves. He says he doesn't want me waiting for him when he may never come home." "Oh, I'm so sorry." Edie stood and knelt beside Emily, pulling her into a hug. "I know this hurts you." Emily sobbed into her shoulder for a moment. "I just don't understand why everyone wants to leave." Edie tensed, knowing she was included in everyone. "The way you feel here, it's not how everyone feels." Some of us need to see more of what's out there before we decide where to settle. In the dim lamplight of the porch, Emily met her eyes. And what about you? Are you going to settle here, or are you going to leave again? It was a good question. Would she leave again? She'd heard nothing from Dr. Doyle, though she hadn't really expected to either. A month ago she'd have said she definitely planned to leave again, as soon as she could find employment in a large hospital, but the idea didn't sit as well with her as it once had. I honestly don't know, Emily. But I know that I'll love you just as much from down the hall as I would across the country. And if James doesn't feel the same way, then he's not worth your time. Emily shook her head. I just feel like everything I've ever planned for my life has just been set ablaze. I know exactly what you mean, Em. If nothing else, Edie could relate to changed plans and dashed hopes. She pulled back from Emily but kept an arm around her shoulders. I know exactly what you mean. Chapter 14. The next day, Edie went to unlock the door to the clinic only to find it already done. Had she forgotten to lock up Wednesday before she left? She'd never made it to the town clinic yesterday, being at the Hightowers Ranch all day. As she opened the door, she peeked inside and saw nothing amiss. Well, almost nothing. A large bouquet of flowers sat in a vase on the desk she used to welcome patients. The flowers were a beautiful mix of wildflowers and those one might find in a home garden. Someone had taken some time putting the arrangement together. The fleeting hope that it might have been Lucas frustrated her, as did her inability to forget about the moment his uncle had interrupted at the mill. Had he been about to kiss her? One moment, she thought he might be interested, and the next he regarded her with a polite indifference. She wasn't used to being tied up in knots by any man, so the feeling was entirely unwelcome. What wasn't entirely unwelcome, however, was the thought that he might have kissed her had Theo not arrived with his uncle. And that thought frustrated her to her very core. She picked up the note on the flowers and silently told the butterflies in her stomach to calm. They did. In fact, they thudded to the bottom of her gut with a plunk when she read the note. Edie. I thought I'd leave some beautiful flowers for the most beautiful girl in Pine Creek. See you soon. JC. She had to give it to Jonathan, the flowers were a nice gesture. They'd been thoughtfully picked and artfully arranged, and she assumed he'd borrowed the key to the clinic from Mayor Hinson or his secretary. The door opened before she had been too long alone with her thoughts, and Lily and Helen crossed the threshold. Helen held a box from the bakery. Good morning, girls, Edie said. She didn't have time for a long visit, but any time with her cousins was always welcome. She'd missed them so much while she was in Chicago. Morning, Lily answered. We brought you a gift. Helen giggled. Lucas came in this morning and asked me to bring you a scone for breakfast since he heard you had a long day yesterday. Lily happened to be in since Aunt Beth needed to go to the mercantile, so we decided we'd deliver together. She spotted the flowers and her eyes widened. Oh my, those are beautiful. Did he send you flowers too? As Helen scurried toward the flowers, Edie shook her head. No, those are from Jonathan. She held up the note and handed it to Lily. Helen stood beside her as they read it. Goodness, Lily said with compassion in her eyes. You have some decisions to make, don't you? More than one, Edie responded. I'm not even sure I plan to be here long term. How could I possibly encourage an act of courtship, not that that's what Lucas was doing? I imagine he just wants me fed and ready to treat patients when I go out to the sawmill later. Helen and Lily exchanged a look, and Helen walked forward to put a hand on Edie's shoulder. You cannot possibly be that blind, Edie. Edie rolled her eyes. Look, I know that everything is a big exciting adventure to you, but this isn't one of your dime novels, Helen. Lucas is a complicated man. I haven't even scratched the surface of the layers to him, but I know there's something in his past that keeps him closed off. Lily took one of the roses out of the vase and sniffed it. I think you're both right. When both women looked at her in confusion, Lily continued. Helen's right because I would bet my hat Lucas has feelings for you, Edie. But you're also right that he's fighting them because of something in his past he doesn't want to face. Lily was one of the most observant people Edie knew, and her first judgment about a person was usually right. Still. How could you possibly know that, Lily? You've been around us together all of what, 3 times? Edie didn't want to hurt either of their feelings, but they'd missed the mark here. You don't have to log many hours with someone to notice pain in their eyes. And if you pay attention, things become clear. I've seen the way he looks at you, Edie. And I saw the way he looked at Jonathan in the bakery. There's something there. Edie sat in one of the chairs she kept in the waiting area, the fight nearly out of her. Even if I believed that, I still haven't decided if I'm even staying here. An offer from a hospital could still come, and there are many I haven't applied to. Helen knelt in front of her, and Lily sat in the chair to her right. Each took a hand. The Lord knows your path, Edie, Lily said as Helen nodded along. There may come a moment when you have a choice to make, and I'll pray that he makes it abundantly clear to you. It's like Pastor Alex preached a few weeks ago, God will make a way for whatever it is he has planned for you. Pastor Alex, Helen said with a giggle, lifting the serious moment. Now there's someone I'd like to send me flowers. Edie chuckled, but it didn't escape her notice that Lily's normally calm face had become pinched at Helen's statement about Pastor Alex. She'd never noticed before, but now she wondered if Lily was sweet on the mountain of a man who'd taken Grandpa's place behind the pulpit. Edie hadn't found him shockingly attractive, though she could certainly see how a woman might, with his deep red hair and beard contrasting the fairness of his skin. But Edie didn't imagine it was just his looks that had drawn Lily. Before Helen noticed Lily's apparent annoyance, Edie stepped in. Well, thank you girls for bringing this over, but I really need to get to work before my first patients arrive. I'll see you at church Sunday? Of course, Helen replied as she and Lily stood. The ire in Lily's eyes had been replaced with her calm maturity, and Edie wondered if she'd imagined it. Hugging them both, Edie thanked them for the visit and the delivery. Blueberry, she said with a slight moan at the delicious pastry. My favorite. They left, and Edie barely had time to finish her scone before the first patients of the day arrived and she got to work. Lucas led Matthew through the sawmill to investigate the cut pole strip. Matthew studied the cut leather carefully. And you think you recognize the knife you gave me? I do, but I can't think of where I know it from. That fact frustrated Lucas to no end. If he could remember who the knife belonged to, he could likely catch the man sabotaging them. Well, I think you're right that the person likely was scared off of cutting the next one as well by the men returning, Matthew replied. And you've doubled the night watch? Posted a few men inside as well? Yes, Lucas responded. It's cutting into our profit some to pay the extra overtime, but it doesn't seem like we have an option until we catch them. No, it doesn't. Matthew paused and glanced around at the men working close by. Can we go back to your office and discuss this further? Of course. Lucas led Matthew off the mill floor and down the hall to his office. Once there, he shut the door. I've made a list for you of those who'd have any motive at all, but I don't think it will help you much. Matthew nodded. Anything is helpful, even if it's just ruling someone out. Lucas handed him the list, and he read through it. I notice your uncle isn't on here. I know you had some issues with him. I did, but I can't imagine why he'd try to sabotage a company that he receives money from, especially when he has his own coal mine to run. It just doesn't make any sense. Texas has increased regulation and enforcement on coal mines recently, Matthew said. Perhaps he's been cutting corners and the tighter policies have hurt his bottom line. Or maybe his mine just isn't as successful as brown lumber. Lucas ran a hand down his face, still standing, as he was too keyed up to sit. Maybe, but he receives a small percentage of our profit. How would it help him to cost us money? Tell me how your father started the company, is he your father's brother? Lucas knew Matthew was trying to put the pieces together in his brain, a puzzle to solve. He's actually my great-uncle, Lucas said, but my grandfather was the oldest of 9 children, and Uncle Reuben is the youngest. He's only a few years older than Pa. And did your Pa inherit any money to help him start the business? No, he actually took a small loan from Uncle Reuben in the beginning but paid it back with interest within a year. And your uncle isn't some type of managing partner? Matthew stood now as well, gazing out the window. No, at least Pa had that foresight. Though Uncle Reuben would surely like to be. Matthew crossed his arms. Is it possible your uncle's trying to drive Brown Lumber to bankruptcy so he'll have to bail out your father, thus becoming the partner he's wished he was? Lucas didn't want to believe it, but it was possible. When he didn't speak, Matthew continued. Sometimes people do things for unexplainable motivations, sometimes jealousy plays a role, but his motives would likely hold up in court as they are. If it is Uncle Reuben, how could I prove it? Lucas had kicked him off the property and told him he better not see his face again anytime soon. Uncle Reuben wasn't likely to have left any evidence behind. I'll think on it, Matthew replied. But keep an eye on your men. If it was Reuben, he didn't act alone. Since the money theft and both accidents happened before he arrived, he's likely got an inside man or two on the job. Lucas sighed. I hate to suspect any of my men. I know you do, Matthew said. You're a good boss, an honorable man, but if you want to protect those that spend time here, you'll have to start getting more suspicious. He pierced Lucas with a look, and his meaning was clear. It wasn't just his men Matthew was concerned about, and Lucas shared his concern. He wouldn't be able to live with himself if Edie were caught in the crossfire. I understand, sir. Chapter 15. The days passed so quickly, with so much activity, that Edie didn't realize she'd been home for almost 2 months until she did the math one morning. There'd been no more accidents at the mill since the cut pull strip 2 weeks before, and Edie was eternally grateful no more men had been hurt. Clark had returned to work, though he was on light duty, and she still checked his wound occasionally, while Patrick's recovery would be a much slower one. He'd been brave, though, and always incredibly appreciative when Edie treated him. He was almost ready to move into a row house Lucas had cleaned up for him. They'd set up a room on the first floor and had installed a small ramp that would be easier for him to maneuver with his crutches, until he got a cane. She sat in church that morning thinking about how severely she had misjudged the man. They still had their disagreements on what was appropriate for a woman in a lumber camp, but Edie thought it stemmed more from protectiveness than misogyny. She'd been protected by her father, brother, cousins, and uncles her whole life, but from Lucas, it hit differently. It warmed her, made her feel special. On one hand, it made her feel hopeful. On the other, she didn't know if she'd even be in Pine Creek long term. Her dream was still to work in a city hospital, but she had to admit, her misconceptions about hospitals seeing a more diverse sampling of care hadn't been entirely correct. Since she'd been home, she'd treated just about the same variety as she'd treated in Chicago. And sure, her resources were fewer, but the decisions on care plans were between her and the patient. She didn't have to convince anyone that they'd work. The independence was exciting and bolstered her confidence in a way having to convince more seasoned doctors hadn't always been. Handing someone a tea alongside the tonic she'd given them and watching it work made her believe in her skills more each day. Pastor Alex's sermon that week was on Jonah and his refusal to follow the call of God to the people of Nineveh. Edie shifted in her hard wooden seat, wondering if Pine Creek was her Nineveh, the place she intended to let others serve. Was it? Had she been called here? We don't always know where the Lord has called us so clearly, Pastor Alex said, his skin tinged pink with excitement. It likely didn't help that the punishing sun of July streamed through the windows, creating a veritable hot box. Women throughout the room fanned themselves, and children fidgeted, but everyone paid attention. His voice boomed through the small church, and that combined with his size might cause one who didn't know him to tremble. But from everything she'd heard from her family, every sermon she'd witnessed in her 2 months back in Pine Creek, she knew him to be a passionate man of God. He was a different kind of pastor than Grandpa, but he seemed to be just what the town needed for the new phase of life it had entered. Grandpa Thomas had always been exceedingly gentle in his admonishments, while Alex tended to speak more freely on the subject of sin. We can run from the Lord, Alex said. We can run from his calling. But the God who brought Jonah to Nineveh in the belly of a great fish is the same God who calls you today. Are we so distracted by our selfish desires and the sin in our hearts that we can't see what's right in front of us? Edie knew he couldn't possibly be talking directly to her, but her attitude about returning to Pine Creek hadn't been the most selfless one she'd ever had. Was it pride that drove her dreams to work in the city? The ego of being on the cutting edge of medicine? Alex held up his Bible. We have been given the answer to most of life's questions in this book, but if we don't pore through its pages, we will miss much of what the Lord has for us. It shamed Edie to think how little she'd consulted scripture lately, particularly since she'd arrived home. I have run from the Lord, friends, I have run far and run wide. Pastor Alex's face softened, and Edie understood immediately what her cousin saw in him. He preached with fire and truth, but also with grace. I have been in the belly of the fish, arguing with the Almighty over what He had surely called me to do. I was not equipped to be a pastor. I was a sinner of sinners, but the Savior would not allow me to sit in my wretchedness. He pulled me from the pit, and He can do the same for you. Our sinful nature does not end the moment we confess Christ as our Lord. No, we must follow Him daily, wherever He leads. Edie wondered what past had brought Alex to Pine Creek. Lily had told her he was from New York, but she didn't know much else. Apparently, he didn't share much of his past with his congregation, other than to say he had been far from the Lord. Uncle Cade nodded along on the row in front of where she sat with Mama and Papa. He'd been an outlaw before coming to know the Lord, forced into her grandfather's gang to protect Mama and Aunt Beth from a fate worse than death. After he'd served his prison sentence, he had no choice but to come to Pine Creek, where he'd met Aunt Abigail. If anyone could understand having a shameful past, it'd be Uncle Cade. After church, Edie followed her mother outside and breathed a sigh of relief that there was a slight breeze blowing off the creek. She raised her hand in a slight wave to Jonathan Corden but hadn't really spoken to him since he'd sent the flowers. It shamed her a little that she felt so little for the man when he was so clearly interested in her. But she couldn't help it, her thoughts were elsewhere. The fact that they might never be returned didn't seem to matter. Edie wiped her face on her handkerchief and spotted Lucas through the open church doors up front with Pastor Alex. Chuckling, she noted how the red-headed preacher dwarfed even Lucas, a man who stood nearly a head taller than her and quite a bit more broad. She hadn't heard Lily approach and startled a little when she spoke. Good sermon today, wasn't it? Lily didn't sound the least bit accusatory, but still Edie wondered if there was more behind her words. It was, Edie replied before turning to Lily, whose eyes were also glued to the front of the church. Lily, what's your relationship with Pastor Alex? Lily dropped her eyes to the ground and spoke softly. We're friends, Edie. He and Malachi became very close over the past year, and now that Malachi is gone, he seems to have taken it upon himself to step in and fulfill the role of big brother and protector. Edie sensed an ocean of meaning and backstory in that statement but knew Lily well enough to know she'd share in her own time. She clasped her cousin's hand and squeezed, needing to say nothing to communicate her compassion. Lily might be quieter about it than Edie, but she wouldn't appreciate being treated with kid gloves either. Especially if she wanted the man to look at her as more than a little sister. It was interesting. While Edie had been gone, her role as big sister to Emily, cousin to Lily and Helen had been mostly non-existent. She'd exchanged correspondence with all of them, but all three had turned into young women while she was away. Lily and Helen particularly didn't feel like the young cousins they had as children. In a way, Edie felt a little guilty for abandoning them just as they'd needed her most. But looking at Lily, she might not have missed it at all. All right everyone, Mayor Hinson said as he stood on the top step of the church. Let's give thanks and dig in. After Alex led them in a prayer of thanks, everyone formed their normal lines. The town was well conditioned after years of after-church picnics, and they typically ran themselves. Lucas joined their family's blankets again, as he'd done every Sunday since that first one. He typically sat with Callum and the twins, though he occasionally made his way closer to her. I'm telling you, Simon said with a grin. That extra land will be well worth it. Nicholas rolled his eyes. You're just saying that because it's closer to the Double G, and none of the Griggs girls have turned you down for a date yet. Simon threw a piece of biscuit at Nicholas. No, it's because it's good land. I'd think you'd appreciate more room to grow your crops, especially that strip close to the creek. Edie hadn't realized Nicholas farmed as well. You garden, Nicholas? Aunt Beth had kept a family garden for years, maybe he'd taken over. Simon chuckled. You really need to come out to the ranch, Ed. Nicholas is really a farmer pausing as a rancher. Edie's eyes widened, and she tried not to feel ashamed that she hadn't made it out yet. I had no idea. Nicholas shook his head at his brother. I enjoy it, and Ma and Pa are kind enough to let me have a large plot in the north pasture. I sell most of it through the mercantile, but I'll do deliveries too. Callum clapped a hand on Nicholas's shoulder. You really should come see it, Ed. You'd really appreciate the herbs he's got going. A wide grin stretched over Edie's face. She preferred using herbs in her medical practice as much as she could, a holdover from learning at the knee of Grandma Ruth as a child. I'd love to. Ruth Hammond wasn't actually her grandmother, but they'd all called her so. She'd lived with Uncle Cade and Aunt Abigail until she passed away a few years back, somewhat of a stand-in mother to them both. Grandma Ruth knew more about using herbs to heal than anyone Edie had ever met, and the doctors she'd worked with at the hospital had effectively changed a few of their treatment protocols, to include some of what they called the Hammond method. I'm not the only one with a secret hobby, though, Nicholas said with a smirk at his brother. Simon's woodworking is better than anything the Thompsons can order from Dallas. Really? Edie couldn't believe how much she'd missed. She'd assumed both the twins intended to work on the ranch forever. Simon blushed. He's exaggerating. I've only made a few pieces. Lily jumped in then. But the things he has made are beautiful. He made me the prettiest trunk for my trousseau, and Mama's dining room table is gorgeous. Her statement caught Aunt Beth's attention from down the blanket. She's right, it is. She looked to her two youngest with pride, as though she hadn't just slapped them upside the head as they came into church for roughhousing. I've never seen a table more lovely. As the family plowed forward into different topics, Edie remembered she still hadn't shared her concerns with Lucas about Theo. The group began to clean up, and Edie took a deep breath before approaching Lucas. Lucas, she tapped him on the shoulder. Could we take a walk? Lucas's eyebrows lifted, but he nodded. She led him down to the creek, and they walked for a few minutes before she could work up the nerve to speak. I imagine you're wondering why I asked you to walk with me. It crossed my mind, Lucas said with a smirk. Well, I've tried to tell you this twice now, but we've been interrupted. I don't think we will be out here. His brow furrowed in question and concern. All right. Best to just be out with it. I have suspicions that Theo is behind the accidents at the mill. That had apparently not been what he thought she was going to say. Why do you think so? Where to begin? I suppose it started soon after I went to work for you. I went to let you know I was leaving for the day, but he was alone in your office. He had your ledgers open, which wouldn't have been suspicious, but his face paled when he saw me. He started sweating, and it worried me a little. Lucas nodded. Go on. I didn't tell you then because I felt silly being suspicious over that. But then, he took on the same pallor after Patrick's accident. I can't even really describe it, but something didn't feel right. Theo has worked for me for a long time, Lucas said thoughtfully. But he has seemed different of late. I appreciate you telling me your suspicions. Edie let out a deep breath she hadn't realized she was holding. I was afraid you'd be angry. No, he stopped and gently turned Edie's shoulders to look at him, his brown eyes boring into hers. But Edie, please don't share this with anyone else but your father. In fact, I'll talk to him about it as well. And try to stay away from Theo as much as possible. I don't necessarily agree he's involved, but if he is and suspects he could get desperate. His grip tightened on her arms, not painful, but enough to notice. Edie nodded, unable to speak as she took in their proximity to one another. If it's Theo, Lucas continued in a low voice, I don't think he's working of his own accord. Perhaps he's been threatened or blackmailed, so I need you to be very careful when you're at the mill. He looked to the ground, not moving his hands from their grip on her arms. Why did he look like he was in pain? His eyes shut, and he blew out a breath before re-establishing eye contact. I won't decree that you need an escort, but I'd appreciate if you had one as often as possible. That was probably best. Decreeing anything to Edie was generally a lost cause. He leaned in closer, his lips a breath from hers, but then pulled back quickly. I'm sorry, Edie. I can't do this. I shouldn't do this. He dropped her arms as though they'd suddenly caught fire, and the rush of air she felt there magnified the loss of his touch. Lucas stepped close to the creek. He turned his back to her, running a hand through his dark hair. Heart stinging at the clear rejection, Edie steeled herself. Can't do what, Lucas? You've made no intentions known, though you treat me as though you care about me. Forgive me if I'm a little confused. She didn't appreciate pretense and saw no reason to give anything but honesty. Lucas paced back and forth at the creekside for a moment, and Edie gave him his time. She was in no rush and intended to find out where he stood. He turned to her, and she thought she saw the sheen of tears in his eyes. I can't give you what you want. The urge to push him in the creek bordered on overwhelming. Why did men continue to try and make decisions for her? The others in her class at medical school, doctors and hiring boards at hospitals, even Mr. Hightower with his high and mighty grumbling over lady doctors. Lucas, she worked to keep her voice from coming out in a growl, I don't even know what I want, so how could you? Lucas stopped his pacing and stared her straight in the eye. You want a husband and family, don't you? Edie paused. She supposed she did, it was why she'd entertained the notion of Jonathan Corden's advances, but she'd never been one of those girls who sat around and dreamed of her wedding. She left that to Lily, who'd started working on her trousseau at 13. When she didn't speak, he continued. I made a vow I'd never marry, never court a woman again. Again. How could one word make her feel as if every last breath was stolen from her body? I'm sorry, he said. I need to go. As he turned on his heel and left, Edie swallowed the tears that threatened. She would not cry over this man. She would not give him that power over her. Taking a shuddering breath, she focused on the sights and sounds around her. The creek she'd played in as a child soothed her humiliation with its gentle trickle over the rocks. The sky where she'd counted clouds as a child, lying on the ground with Papa, was bright blue as the sun blazed overhead. The small breeze that traveled over the field cooled her temper as much as it cooled her body. He'd courted a woman before, possibly even married one. They'd only known each other for a few months, so the ache in her chest at the thought was frustrating of its own right. Lucas had made her no promises. Other than the moment at the mill his uncle had interrupted, he'd never intentionally given her any indication of interest. But then he'd turned those brown eyes on her, and she'd seen the war raging inside them. He'd wanted to kiss her as much as she had wanted to kiss him, of that she was certain. Despite that, she'd not fight for a man's affection. If he chose to freely give it, she'd consider it, but Mama had spoken the same line to her over and over through her schoolgirl crushes. If a man truly loves you, she said, you don't have to compete for him. Not against another woman, not his job, not anything else in his life. Edie had vowed as a teenager that she'd wait for that kind of man, the one who never made her feel like she had to compete. One who loved her like Papa loved Mama and her uncles loved her aunts. She'd seen the real thing too often to want anything less. Chapter 16. 4 days later, Lucas slammed the safe door shut. Nothing was missing, but he'd been on edge since Sunday by the creek with Edie. She'd all but told him she had feelings for him, and he'd cast her aside. The hurt at walking away from her didn't pain him near as much as the hurt he'd seen in her brilliant blue eyes. She'd been by multiple times that week to check on Patrick and occasionally Clark, but walked past his office and into the clinic without a word. When he couldn't take it anymore and walked down to the clinic to ask after Patrick's recovery, anything to hear her voice, she'd been politely distant. She didn't meet his eyes, didn't stop working to focus on him, and dismissed him with her tone once she'd answered his questions. It had physically hurt, but he deserved no less. There was no way a woman like Edie could understand what it felt like to be abandoned over and over. Her family was one out of storybooks, full of love and acceptance and unfailing support. His father loved him, but he'd always had his attention necessarily split by the company. If he wanted to feed his son, it was vital. He'd swallowed every instinct he had when he courted Loretta, believed her when she said she loved him. Until she didn't. As he paced his office, unable to focus on anything he was supposed to be doing, knowing Edie was just down the hall, he realized he hadn't prayed or cracked his Bible since Sunday. A man of action, he closed the books on his desk and called to Theo that he'd be gone for a while. After saddling Critter at the stable, he nudged the mount into a trot and prayed he'd find the one person he knew would help him see straight, Alex. Critter made quick work of the distance to the church, and Lucas tied him off on the rail steps. It was summer, so the children wouldn't be in school. The door squeaked as he opened it, but Lucas barely noticed. His gut was tied up in knots, and Alex's calm wisdom was what he needed. Without knocking, he barreled into Alex's office and sat down in the chair across from their mountain of a pastor. Alex smirked when he saw him. "I wondered how long it'd take you to come in." Lucas furrowed his brow. "What do you mean?" With a chuckle, Alex put the pen down he'd been writing with and focused solely on Lucas. "Edie Carmichael arrived home, 2 months ago? She's been working for you ever since, and I may not look very smart, but I can see you studying her like a textbook." Lucas sighed and sat back. "Am I that obvious?" "Maybe not to everyone," Alex replied. "But you're my friend, and if there's one thing I've learned as a pastor, it's that most people say one thing with their mouths but mean something else entirely." He paused. "Plus, I saw you two take a walk after the picnic Sunday, and she came back alone. I don't know her that well, but anyone could tell by the look on her face that it hadn't gone well." "I basically threw her feelings back in her face," Lucas said. "Now why would you go and do that? Any fool can tell you've got feelings for her too." Lucas let out the breath he didn't realize he'd been holding and launched into the story of his past, the one he'd never shared with anyone in Pine Creek. His mother, his father raising him, Loretta, the vow he made never to court a woman again, and everything that happened the day before at the creek. Alex listened in silence, his eyes intent on Lucas. Finally, Alex sat up straight in his chair and studied the ceiling. "So, you're going to let fear hold you back from a woman who's perfect for you? You're going to let fear steal what the Lord may have planned for you, what could be your legacy?" When he put it like that, Lucas felt incredibly stupid. "It's not just fear, Alex, it's self-preservation. I can't go through that again." Alex stood and walked to his bookshelf, his large frame dwarfing nearly everything in his office. He pulled out a Bible and handed it to Lucas. "I need you to find something for me." Where was he going with this? "What?" "I need you to find me where Scripture tells us we won't experience heartache, or that if we do we're to close ourselves off from the world so that we never experience it again. If you can find that, or an edict to let fear be our motivator, let it push us into decisions, then I'll leave you alone." Lucas put the Bible back on the desk, Alex's point made. "I get what you're saying, Alex. I'm just not sure I can do it." Alex sat down on the corner of his desk and pierced Lucas with his intense gaze. "You've spent years with this fear clutching you. It's not going to go away immediately. Sometimes, recognizing it is the first step, but then you have to act." Lucas knew Alex was right, but he still wasn't certain he could act the way his heart wanted. "Thank you," Lucas said as he stood. "I appreciate it." He started to leave but paused and turned back to Alex, still sitting on the corner of the desk. "So if it's not fear driving you, why haven't you made a move to court Lily Carson yet?" Alex's eyes darkened, and Lucas imagined that the man could look incredibly threatening if he wished to. "Lily is my best friend's sister, and he's asked me to look out for her while he's gone, to keep men away from her. It's not hard to piece together that I was included in that list. I gave him my word, and I'll keep it." Alex's tone convinced Lucas to leave it be. "Fair enough. I've got to get back to the mill." "Pray on it, Lucas," Alex said as he visibly relaxed at the change in topic. "Ask the Lord to guide you." Lucas nodded and walked back through the church, thinking on all Alex had told him. The whole ride back on Critter, he prayed the Lord would change him. He prayed that he would take the fear away. He arrived back at the mill just as the whistle sounded to signal quitting time. Men poured out of both the lumber camp and the mill, eager to get home for dinner. As he opened the door to the sawmill, he saw Richard Henry's wife and children leave the clinic. As Patrick was transferred to a row house for greater comfort, Edie might be free to talk. She was indeed alone in the clinic, and didn't notice him appear in the doorway as she bustled around straightening up. "Oh," she exclaimed as she put a hand to her chest. "Lucas, you startled me." "I'm sorry," Lucas said, and wondered if she'd realize just how much he was sorry for. "It's all right," she replied coolly. "Did you need something?" He stepped inside the room, intending to tell her everything. He'd tell her how much he missed her, missed talking with her. He'd tell her that he didn't know that he'd ever be able to love her like she deserved to be loved, but he'd try. "Edie, Is that smoke?" Edie cut him off as she sniffed the air. "Do you smell that?" Lucas sniffed the air. She was right. Had someone thrown a lit cigarette in the trash? The men weren't supposed to smoke indoors, but they often threw them away inside. Holding up a hand to Edie to stay put, Lucas left the clinic. "Hang on, let me check." He was surprised she followed instructions and stayed put. It was possible she was afraid, but more probable she just didn't care to follow. His heart dropped when he saw smoke billowing atop the staircase on the second floor. Before he had a chance to call to Edie, to tell her to run out the door, a loud bang sounded and Edie screamed from the clinic. Lucas didn't think he'd ever run so fast in his life. The smoke that traveled down the staircase threatened to choke him, but he didn't care. He ignored another loud crash behind him, focused solely on reaching the clinic. Running through the door, he found Edie trapped beneath a large beam that thankfully had her pinned but not crushed. "Are you all right?" Lucas knelt in front of her and pushed debris away from her as quickly as he could. The adrenaline that pumped through him was unlike anything he'd ever felt. "I am, but I'm stuck." Edie pulled and pulled but couldn't make any headway with the beam over her at the angle it was. "Hold on." Lucas stood and ran to the end of the beam. In any other instance, there was no way he could lift it alone. With Edie trapped underneath, nothing would stop him. When you feel it lift, crawl out as quickly as you can. "I don't know how long I can hold it." Her eyes widened at the size of the beam, but she didn't argue. "All right." Positioning himself to lift the beam, he squatted down low and prepared to lift. He took a deep breath, then pushed up with the strength of what felt like every muscle in his body. As soon as he started lifting, Edie scrambled out and he let the beam down. She stood with no trouble, and the most intense relief he'd ever felt filled his chest. He longed to pull her to his chest, to kiss her the way he almost had on Sunday, but this was not the time. If he could get her out, they'd have all the time in the world. But now, they just had to stay alive. Taking her hand, Lucas led her into the hallway, both coughing as the second floor had begun to collapse and the flames licked through the ground floor of the mill. They ran down the hallway only to find the door was stuck, as though it was barred from the outside. "What in the?" Lucas pushed hard on the door, then kicked it a few times with all his might. He felt above the door frame. "There's no buckling, why is it stuck?" With a loud grunt, he pushed into it with his shoulder. Edie grabbed his hand. "Don't dislocate your shoulder, we can find another way out." Lucas didn't comment that if they couldn't, dislocating a shoulder would be the least of their worries. Another loud crash sounded as one of the machines upstairs fell through the floor on top of one of their saws. Edie didn't scream that time, but her eyes filled with tears. She'd looked around and decided the same thing he had, their path to the back door and windows were blocked, including the large one in Lucas's office. The door was their only way out, and it was stuck. "Hold on," Lucas said. "Stay here unless something looks like it might give way. I'm going to find another way out." His inner confidence didn't match his words, but he had to give Edie some hope. The sun was setting, but most of the men were home for dinner. Some would see the flames, but they wouldn't realize anyone was inside. If they made it out, it would be by the Lord's hand. Edie wiped away a tear that fell down her cheek and hacked out a cough. the smoke filled the space around her, and she ducked as low as she could without crawling. More tears threatened, but she refused them. Falling apart wouldn't get them out. If they lived, she could fall apart later. Someone banged on the door outside, and a man's voice she didn't recognize yelled through. "Lucas. Lucas. Are you in there?" "He's in here, yes. We both are." She coughed again. "Help, the door is stuck." The man paused, and she heard muffled shouting in the background as Lucas approached, his face grim. His cough sounded worse than hers did. The man spoke again. "Back up. We're going to break down the door." Lucas narrowed his eyes but pulled Edie back away from the door. He pushed them both to the ground and covered her body with his. "I think that's my father," he whispered. She didn't get a chance to speak before she heard the loud thuds of an axe hitting wood. Shortly, splinters began to fly and Lucas tightened his hold on her. There was another crash as another portion of the second floor gave way and the pounding of the axe sped up. "Lord," she said with a whisper, "be with us." Warmth spread through her, a kind not coming from the fire, and peace washed over her. He'd been with his faithful in the fiery furnace, and he'd be with them too. Edie felt Lucas's weight slump against her as he lost consciousness. Fear threatened to choke her, but that wouldn't help Lucas. She hacked out another cough just as the door gave way and banged to the floor. Theo and a few other men she didn't recognize rushed in and pulled Lucas off of her, carrying her out as well. Seconds after she was laid gently on the ground by Andrew Wilson, Lucas's woods boss, the rest of the second floor gave way and the sawmill collapsed in on itself. The hallway they'd taken refuge in a moment before was buried under a pile of rubble. She stood and the world spun but righted itself quickly. She hacked out another few coughs before moving as quickly as she could to Lucas. An older man, the resemblance undeniable, knelt over him on one side. Theo did the same on the other. She knelt on the other side and began to lift Lucas into a sitting position. "Mr. Brown, I'm Dr. Edie Carmichael, and I need you to listen to me. Sit behind Lucas and support him in a sitting position. It'll help him clear his lungs." Lucas's father nodded, and he and Theo did as she asked without argument. She wished she had her medical bag, but she'd left it inside the clinic. Just as she grabbed Lucas's wrist and registered a strong, steady heartbeat, his body tensed and a cough spewed out ash and smoke that had been trapped in his lungs. His eyes fluttered open, and he opened his mouth to speak.
"Shh,"
she said before coughing again herself. She hadn't taken in the look of his clothing before, soot-covered and torn. She imagined hers looked much the same way. "Your lungs will clear, but don't speak just yet." He nodded, his eyes boring into hers, his silent question clear even before he reached out and covered her hand with his. "I'm all right." The relief that spread over his face was matched by the look his father took when he realized his son had woken. She heard the thunder of a horse's hooves and a familiar voice shout her name. Confident Lucas was going to recover, she stood and saw Papa and Callum swinging off their mounts and running to her. As she stood, an irresistible force pulled her toward her father. She met him in seconds. Papa crushed her against his chest, and the tears that she'd swallowed down inside the mill flowed freely. She'd not allowed herself to fall apart until the threat was over but did so freely in her father's arms, confident he'd hold her together. Chapter 17. Is it true Lucas jumped out the second-story window with you in his arms? Helen's eyes were wide as saucers, the excitement evident. Edie, Helen, Lily, and Emma sat in the bakery Saturday morning as Edie recounted the tale they'd all heard countless times through the gossip mill. Edie chuckled. "No, though that would have been an impressive trick, seeing as he passed out." Lily covered Edie's hand with hers. "I'm so glad you're both all right. Mama wouldn't let me come into town yesterday when we heard. She said you needed your rest, but we prayed for you both." "Thank you," Edie said with a smile at her most sensitive cousin. Thursday had been the most terrifying day of her life, but the Lord brought them through. He had been with them in the fire, just as she prayed. "I didn't sleep well Thursday night, so Aunt Beth was probably right." "So," Emma said, "what does this mean for you and Lucas?" He may not have jumped from a second-story window, but only a fool couldn't see the attraction between you two. And he did shield her when his father broke down the door, Helen added, eyes still alight with enthusiasm and mischief. Emma nodded and grinned. There is that. Honestly, Edie said as she sat back in her chair, I haven't spoken much to him. I checked on him briefly yesterday, but he, Papa, and his father were meeting about bringing his uncle Reuben to justice. I still can't believe he tried to kill his own nephew, Lily said. Who would do such a thing? Well, Helen said, our grandfather did try to kill yours and Edie's mother many years ago. You're right, Lily conceded. I suppose some people are just born evil. Edie picked at the remainder of the scone she'd had for breakfast that morning. Papa told me they aren't sure he was trying to kill Lucas and me, but that the young man he hired, Philip something or other, was careless about checking whether anyone was still in the building. Emma looked thoughtful. But he still was behind the accidents, right? Yes, that much is certain. Not only did Lucas's father recognize the knife Reuben gave Philip to cut the pole strip on the saw, but they've apparently had witnesses, Edie answered. Lily sat up and bit her lip, something she did often when curious. How did Mr. Brown know to come to Pine Creek? You said he's the one who saved you both, right? Yes. Last night, Papa said that Lucas's uncle Reuben showed up at their other location outside of Austin. Mr. Brown said he hardly resembled the man he'd been anymore, and that he railed on and on about how Lucas was unfit to run the company. He came up with some convoluted story that Mr. Brown knew wasn't true, but he wanted to talk to Lucas personally. The more he tried to get out of Reuben, the more belligerent he became and mentioned that it wouldn't be a problem much longer. They'd be bankrupt soon. Mr. Brown had some of his men hold Reuben until law enforcement could get there, but he lit out for Pine Creek as quickly as he could. He was able to hitch a ride on the rail line primarily used for goods that comes near the lumber camp and saw the fire. What divine providence that was, Lily said in awe. I know someone else might have gotten you two out, but if no one realized anyone was inside. I know, Edie said. The Lord's hand of protection was certainly on us that night. Lily stood and rushed over to Edie's seat, tears rolling down her cheeks. She knelt and pulled her in for a close hug. I'm just so glad you're all right. I can't even think about what we'd do if something happened to you. Edie stood and returned the embrace as both Emma and Helen rose to do the same. The sense of community she felt in Pine Creek was like nothing she could find anywhere else. You won't have to, Edie replied. My plan is to stick around for the time being. So Edie was right, Lucas said as he paced the makeshift office they'd set up for him in an empty row house. He pierced Theo with a furious gaze. Theo whimpered but stood straight at the scrutiny. Were Lucas of a mind to hit him, he imagined he'd take that too. You're responsible for this. Theo shook his head. And no sir. Not the fire, not the accidents, only the stealing of the money. He shook like a leaf in the wind, his face paler than Lucas had ever seen it. Lucas, Pa, Sheriff Carmichael, and a few of Brown Lumber's Pine Creek leadership were in the room as well. While Lucas paced, his boots loud on the wood floors, the rest of the men sat in chairs and listened intently while Lucas questioned Theo. He'd give the man one thing, he'd fessed up on his own. They had few leads until yesterday afternoon when Andrew Wilson pulled Philip in by the scruff of the neck and nearly threw him to the floor. Philip admitted to setting fire to the mill, as well as causing the accidents of both Clark and Patrick. He said he wasn't responsible for the missing money, though, nor the lack of correspondence between Lucas and his father. They'd both sent letters that never arrived. Philip admitted Uncle Reuben had hired him, promising him a large sum of money to cause enough accidents that Brown Lumber would have to close down its Pine Creek location. Both Pa and Sheriff Carmichael had been needed to hold Lucas back as the man spoke, as the idea of what could have happened to Edie sliced through his mind, creating blind rage. If they hadn't been there to calm him, he wasn't sure what he'd have done. Lucas didn't consider himself a hothead, but knowing what had almost happened at the man's hands broke whatever control he had left for the moment. He continued his pacing, likely wearing a hole in the floor as he did so. Why, Theo? Why would you steal from me? Have I not been good to you these past 4 years? Why you have, sir? This had nothing to do with you. Then why? Help me understand why I shouldn't have Sheriff Carmichael throw you in a cell next to Philip right now. Theo took a deep, shuddering breath before speaking. My sister is sick. Lucas stopped pacing and narrowed his eyes. Go on. My sister Rhea has a heart condition, she has since she was a baby. But my mother wrote a few months back and told me it's getting worse. There's a doctor in Dallas who has a proven treatment, but it costs more money than my family makes in a year. He paused, seeming to gather his thoughts. But I swear, Lucas, I didn't set out to hurt anyone. When your uncle approached me on his last visit, he said all I do is take a little money from the safe here and there and hold correspondence with your father. That's all. I watched you open the safe enough times that I knew the combination. The fire blazing in Lucas's belly extinguished some at the explanation. Theo, why didn't you just come to me and tell me? I could have helped you. Theo looked at his shoes. Your uncle can be convincing when he wants to be. He said he'd make me regret it if I didn't agree. And so you stole from me. Lucas couldn't believe he'd been so blind. Did you know who was behind the accidents? No, Theo shook his head wildly. I had no idea Philip and your uncle were even working together. He didn't say anything about any of that to me. But I did suspect, especially after Patrick's accident. Which is when Edie started really suspecting you, Lucas said. She noticed what was right under my nose. Pa stood and put a hand on Lucas's shoulder. You can't blame yourself for this, son. If I'd have noticed Philip the way she noticed Theo, Lucas ground out, she wouldn't have nearly died. Matthew stood and crossed the room to stand in front of Lucas. I learned a long time ago that there are some things you've just got to let go, Lucas. There are some things you just need to personally forgive and let the law handle it from there. If you don't, the guilt and the worry will eat you alive. He glanced at Theo. I'm as angry about this as you are, that was my girl in that fire, but she's safe. You both are. Don't try to do the Lord's job for him, Lucas. He's much better at it than you are. Pa nodded. I raised you to protect those who depend on you, boy. But this ain't on you. Lucas nodded and took a deep breath. He understood the truth in what they said, but he needed to talk to Edie. He needed to apologize for what happened at the church, and he needed to tell her what he'd intended to tell her that night at the clinic. Chapter 18. Edie walked out of church Sunday to find Jonathan waiting for her just at the bottom of the steps. He shifted from one foot to the other and wiped his brow. Hi Edie, how are you feeling? You know, after the fire, he said with concern in his eyes. He wasn't unattractive, but a stark contrast to Lucas's dark hair and complexion. Jonathan's coloring was fair, and he was taller and thinner, while Lucas was more broad. Why did her brain compare every man to Lucas whether she wanted it to or not? Hi Jonathan. I'm just fine, thank you for asking. It was a good service this morning, wasn't it? She descended the steps and stepped off to the side to join him. It sure was. Say, Edie. I wanted to ask you, he paused for a moment. How did you like the flowers I sent you? Bless his heart. She wasn't sure she'd ever seen a man so nervous. They were beautiful, thank you so much. Did you get my note? Mama would have skinned her alive if she hadn't sent a thank you note for such a thoughtful gift. He nodded vigorously and wiped his brow again. I did, yes, ma'am. I was right happy to receive it. Why did this feel so forced? Edie pondered how to gracefully step away from the awkwardness and how easy conversation with Lucas was, but Jonathan cut into her thoughts. So, Edie, what do you think? Had he been talking? Oh goodness, how rude of her. What do I think? About comin' to Emma and Nathan's wedding as my date? With her bein' your best friend and all, I figure you're in it. But we could dance after. Edie thought for a split second, but her heart screamed the answer long before her mouth gave it. It wasn't fair to Jonathan. He was a good man, and he deserved a woman who listened when he spoke. Jonathan, that's so kind, and I'm flattered. But you'd rather go with Brown. He sounded annoyed, frustrated, but he didn't raise his voice. Well, if you change your mind, you know where to find me. Jonathan turned and stalked off to join his family. She'd hurt his pride. She knew that much, but it would have been worse if she'd led him on. It was just a shame that the man she couldn't shake from her thoughts had no desire to court her. Still, as she watched Jonathan take his place with his family and glance back at her, she knew she made the right decision. Monday morning, Edie rose and dressed quickly, thankful for the short reprieve the weekend had offered after the fire. Lucas and his father had come to church Sunday, but he arrived just before the service started and didn't stay for the picnic. Edie had tried not to focus on the pang in her chest as she filled her plate and watched his retreating figure ride away, but it was impossible. She walked into the kitchen and found her mother busy with the late summer preserving. I smell blueberries. Mama smiled. Your sister gathered these for me yesterday, so I figured I'd go ahead and get the jam made. Though I don't know why I bother. Heaven knows you'll bring enough preserves and baked goods home from the clinic to feed 4 families. Thank you for being such a good sport about it all, Bumper as well. Edie pulled Mama into a hug. Having him for a few days was a joy, Mama replied, but I have to admit I wasn't that sad when Callum came into town and took him back out to the ranch. From what he says, he's rambunctious for now, but everyone adores him. They're hoping he'll turn into a good ranch dog. I hope so too, Edie replied as she grabbed a piece of buttered bread off the counter. I love you, Mama. Have a good day. She kissed her mother on the cheek and left for the clinic in town. After taking Friday off, she imagined she'd have a fair number of patients. A familiar voice called her attention behind her. Edie, wait. She turned and saw Lucas jogging toward her. He didn't seem to be having any trouble breathing, so the smoke must not have caused any real damage to his lungs. The sight of him coming toward her both thrilled her and caused her some anxiety. Lucas, is something wrong? What? Oh, no, I'm sorry if I startled you. He ran his hand through his hair. I wanted to talk to you a moment if you can spare it. I can walk with you. What in the world could he have to say? Sure, Lucas. I'm just headed over to the clinic. They walked for a moment in silence before Lucas spoke. So, last Sunday. Doc. Anthony Cook from the post office walked quickly toward them, a letter in his outstretched hand. He slowed when he had their attention and seemed to be catching his breath as he approached. His forehead held the slightest sheen of sweat from the exertion under his gray hair. Sorry, Doc, didn't mean to chase you down. But I got a letter for you marked urgent. Thought you might want to take a look. Thank you, Mr. Cook. With an apologetic look at Lucas, she took the letter. It was postmarked from Dr. Doyle in Chicago. I'm sorry, Lucas, she started before he shook his head. No, go ahead. Whatever it is could be important. She had a sinking feeling she knew exactly what it was about, but the lump in her throat was surprising. If this letter held what she thought it did, she should feel happy. Right? Mr. Cook bid them good day and turned to head back to the post office while Edie opened the letter. Edie. St. Louis Memorial Hospital would like to hire you. Effective immediately. If you want the job, send your response by wire by the 15th of August to the address below. Congratulations, you deserve it. Dr. Edmund Doyle. Lucas stood to her side, so there was no way he hadn't seen the contents of the letter. The darkness in his eyes that hadn't been there a moment ago confirmed it. No doubt, he was angry they'd lose their doctor when he worked so hard to procure one. Lucas, No, he said as he put up a hand. Congratulations. We'll get by. Have a good life, Edie. Before she could respond, or even process what happened, Lucas had turned and taken off down the street. She'd have to handle that later, but she needed to get to the clinic and see to her patients. The day passed quickly. So quickly she barely thought about the letter from Dr. Doyle until she flipped the open sign to closed and locked up for the evening. By the time she arrived home, Mama had already begun work on dinner, but she put it aside when she took one look at her daughter's face. "What's wrong, honey? Long day?" Mama led them out to the porch, her chopped vegetables and dough left to rest on the countertop. Edie pulled out the letter and handed it to her. "What should I do, Mama? 2 months ago, I'd have been celebrating a letter like this, but now the path you were so clear on looks fuzzy." Edie nodded. "I wish you could just tell me what to do like when I was little." Mama put both her hands on Edie's arms and squeezed, the blue eyes Edie had inherited shining with unshed tears. "If I could, I would, honey. But this is your decision. It's between you and the Lord, no one else can make it for you." Edie thought for a few long breaths. Mama said nothing, just sat back and let her ponder the 2 paths her future might take. "Mama, how did Papa know it was time to leave the U.S. Marshals and settle in Pine Creek?" Mama's eyes turned thoughtful as she considered Edie's question. "I suppose he'd known it was time for a while. He just hadn't decided where to plant." "And then he met you," Edie said with a small smile. "And then he met me," Mama said. "But I don't think I was his only reason for staying in Pine Creek. He loves it here as much as I do. It's our home. I left here with no intention of coming back." "I know you did," Mama said. "And as much as I wish you'd come back for good, I pray you won't if that's not God's will for your life. Being on your own in a new city would be hard, but you've done it before. You can do it again if that's where He leads. And if I'm on my own in an old city?" As much as Edie wished Lucas would make the decision easy for her, he hadn't, and he wasn't going to. This was purely up to her, and he couldn't factor into it. "You're never alone here, sweetheart. But that's true no matter where you go. The Lord goes before you, walks beside you, and goes behind you. And your family is always here to support you, even if you're not in Pine Creek." A tear rolled down Edie's cheek. "Do you mind if I take a walk by the creek?" "Not at all, dear. Take all the time you need." "Are you sure you're all right, Lucas?" Alex crossed his arms, and the look on his face told Lucas he didn't believe his assurances any more than his father did. Lucas brought the axe down hard on the piece of wood he was chopping for the wood stove he used for cooking at the row house he'd been set up in. "I'm fine, Alex. Just have more to do than I have time for." The corner of Alex's mouth turned up as the first sprinkles of rain fell from the sky and thunder rumbled in the distance. "If you say so, brother." Alex came out to the mill and lumber camp occasionally, but he'd come twice since the fire. He said he just wanted to see if he could be of any help, but Lucas knew his friend could tell something was eating him from the inside out. Lucas put the axe down and took a deep breath, his shirt and hair soaked from sweat. "Edie's leaving town again. When did she tell you that?" "Didn't have to," Lucas said as he took up the axe again. "I was there when she received the letter with the job offer in St. Louis." Alex's face took on a thoughtful expression. "But she said she'd be taking it." Lucas shook his head. "She doesn't belong here, Alex. She's got a gift, it's wasted in a town like this one." Chuckling, Alex took a step back and eyed the clouds rolling in overhead. "I'm just getting a few more steps away from you since you seem so keen on doing the Almighty's job for Him. Don't want to get hit with a stray lightning strike. It's a good thing they were friends, or Lucas might have decked him." "You don't get it, Alex. She doesn't want to be here, never has. There's no way she won't take that job." "Maybe," Alex said. "But she also might have found some things worth staying for." He gestured toward the pile of wood Lucas had chopped already, well more than he needed for just him and his paw. "But before you go chopping wood for every house in the company, you might want to hear from her first if she's leaving." Lucas knew Alex was probably right, but nothing could convince him Edie wouldn't be following her dream to a city hospital. Edie would be leaving. Pa would leave within a few weeks, once construction for the new mill got back underway. They hadn't pressed charges against Theo, but he had been let go, temporarily at least. The 3 people he spent the most time around would be gone, and where would that leave him? Alone. Again. He should have known she'd leave. When he chased her down in the street the day before, he should have known she'd be like every other woman in his life and leave him. Rather than give her more power over him, he decided it was best not to even share his feelings. He wouldn't be the reason she didn't follow her dreams, and he'd not make the decision harder on her. Thursday morning, he poured the strongest coffee he could get his hands on and wiped the sleep from his eyes. He'd barely nodded off that night, wondering if it'd be Edie writing in that morning or her papa telling him she was gone for good. And if she did come, would she just tell him she'd stayed for Emma Thompson's wedding that Sunday and it'd be her last day? He wasn't sure which one would hurt more. An hour later, he stepped out of the row house and saw a horse approach in the distance. Even from there, he could see her skirts flying from her perch atop the livery horse called Trotter. At least she'd work one last day and say goodbye in person. She pulled the horse to a stop beside him and smiled like she wasn't about to run off to St. Louis and take his heart with her. Good morning, Lucas. Where should I set up my temporary clinic? Temporary. Doesn't matter, you're going to leave soon, aren't you? His tone was clipped, eyes narrowed. The only way to make it through the day would be not having a drawn-out goodbye with her. She cocked her head while her face registered surprise, then confusion, then annoyance. Fine, she said as she nudged Trotter forward. I'll find a spot myself. Do whatever you want, Lucas spat. I don't care. He knew he was being petulant. He knew she didn't deserve his anger, but he couldn't help it. This was the third woman in his life who'd left him high and dry. The first was supposed to love him unconditionally, the second promised she'd always be around. Edie had made no promises and, therefore, didn't deserve his ire. But it felt the same. She tied off Trotter and stomped over to set up the few things she'd brought in a canvas bag under a tree. She told a few of the children playing nearby to let everyone know she was there with limited resources that morning, but anything she didn't have with her she could get from the town clinic. The children ran around shouting her message while she set out a blanket with jerky movements. When she finished, she stood straight and locked eyes with Lucas from across the street and then some. If he were closer, he knew he'd probably register anger in her bright blue eyes, anger and likely hurt. It was a good thing he wasn't closer, because knowing he'd hurt her might weaken his resolve to remain aloof. He could handle the anger, even occasionally enjoyed goading her just to see the flash of annoyance in her eyes and her quick wit. But the hurt, he couldn't handle that. Pa's approach had been silent, so he jumped a little when a hand clapped on his shoulder. Lucas had forgotten Pa had been downstairs in the row house when he came outside. He likely heard every word. Son, Pa said, I'm not the person to give you woman advice. Heaven knows I coulda used plenty once upon a time. But even I know that was stupid. Lucas lowered his gaze to the ground. I had to, Pa. Pa's hand squeezed his shoulder.
Nah.
You didn't. Have you even told her how you feel? There's no point. She's leaving. You don't know that for certain. Lucas looked at Pa, pierced him with the fire he was sure burned in his eyes. She said today's clinic was temporary. What else could that mean? Pa rolled his eyes and smacked Lucas on the back of his head. Everything we're doing here is temporary, boy. He gestured to the row house behind him. This ain't gonna be your office forever. I leave in a couple of weeks. Any clinic she sets up will be just until the new mill gets built. He shook his head and started to walk down the street before turning back to Lucas. She may not be plannin' to go to St. Louis today, but you keep treatin' her like something foul you stepped in, and she'll be outta here in no time, and you'll have no one but yourself to blame. Before Lucas had a chance to respond, Pa had stalked off down the street. Lucas knew he made sense but didn't have time to dwell on it. Duty called, and his men needed strong leadership at the helm. Not to mention, he could see 3 families and 2 men hurrying toward Edie's makeshift clinic. She'd be busy for the day, and he'd have to wait his turn. That is, if she'd even speak to him. Edie climbed up in the bed of the wagon with Emily that Saturday for family dinner at the Circle H. They'd meet Callum there. She pushed off the guilt that she hadn't made it out yet, but she'd be lying if she denied the feeling completely. Mama and Papa climbed in the front, and Papa flicked the reins and clicked his tongue to push the team forward. Emily nearly bounced in her seat. "How do you think Bumper's doing?" "I hope he's doing well," Edie said. "I'd hate to think I'd given Uncle Jake and Aunt Beth a problem dog." Mama scoffed from the wagon seat. "That dog has your Aunt Beth wrapped around his paw. I went out earlier this week to get some produce from Nicholas, and she was feeding the fur ball from her plate." She shook her head. "I'd say they're getting along just fine." "I can't believe Emma gets married tomorrow," Emily said dreamily. "She and Nathan are the sweetest couple. The cabin he's built for her out at his uncle's place is right impressive," Pa added. "I know John and Rachel will be sad to see her go, but that's the natural order of things." He exchanged a knowing look with Mama, and Edie felt her heart sink. It had been 2 days since she'd fought with Lucas at the mill. It hadn't even really been a fight, but it felt just the same. He'd assumed she was leaving, and at the time, she hadn't decided for certain herself. If he'd just asked her to stay, he'd have made the decision easier for her. "Do whatever you want," he'd said with such venom in his tone that it turned her blood cold. "I don't care." She hadn't let herself cry after that incident, intent on not letting him bring her to tears. For some reason, the sense of control she maintained over her emotions had always comforted her. If she didn't fall apart, it couldn't be all that bad. Emily chatted with her parents the rest of the drive, but Edie stayed quiet, content to sit with her thoughts. She didn't feel much like talking anyway. As soon as they crested the small hill at the end of the Circle H's long drive, Bumper came bounding down the steps of the porch where he'd been perched next to a couple of rocking chairs. The main house at the Circle H was impressive, to be sure. Uncle Jake and Aunt Beth had done some improvements over the years, but it still maintained the charm it had when Edie was a child. They actually hadn't moved to the main house until Edie and Malachi were teenagers, when the Hyatts retired. The new ranch foreman, Ray, and his young wife had taken the home Uncle Jake expanded and made it their own. Ray had moved out west as a child, his father and mother having been freed with President Lincoln's proclamation. After a stint on a cattle drive, Mr. Hyatt had hired the man full-time, despite the fact that most cowboys didn't have a family. He'd given Ray's father permission to build a cottage on the property, and Ray had grown up with Malachi, Lily, and the twins. If anything, he kept them out of trouble more often than not, being a few years older than Malachi. When he came of age, there was no question he wanted to follow in his father's footsteps, and he'd done the job well for a few years before Uncle Jake took over the ranch and made him foreman. He'd met his lovely wife Paula about 5 years before, when her parents had moved to town and had claimed some acreage to homestead. They now had 3 children of their own that Aunt Beth took great pleasure in spoiling. The twins stood up from their rocking chairs and waved, as did Callum. All 3 jogged down the steps and out to help the ladies down from the wagon. As Callum helped Edie, he must have noticed the sadness in her eyes. "You all right, Ed?" "I'm fine, Callum," Edie said with as much kindness as she could muster. "I'm just tired." He didn't look like he believed her, but he let it go. They followed the men inside and sat down to dinner, Uncle Cade's family already there and waiting. The conversation flowed easily around Edie, but she couldn't have said what any of the topics were. She alternated from feeling hopelessly sad to unbearably frustrated to feeling as though she could burst at any moment. She was sure everyone could tell, but they let her be. After dinner, Simon took her out to the old bunkhouse that they'd turned into a workshop when Uncle Jake saw how good he was with woodworking. "He said he'd been planning to build a new bunkhouse anyway," Simon said with a shrug, "but I think he just wanted to support me." The pieces he'd created were beautiful. "Simon," she said with awe, "are these orders, or will people come out to purchase them?" She ran her hand down the smooth grain of a large armoire, ornate carvings adorning the outside. "A little of both," he said. "The ladies who come out for the sewing circle tend to comment on the dining room table, and a few have ordered some for themselves. It's a slow process, though." Despite the shenanigans he got into with Nicholas, it was then Edie realized they'd both turned into young men in her absence. "They're absolutely stunning, Simon." He grinned. "Pick which piece you want me to make you. I'll give you the family discount when you marry Lucas Brown." He chuckled but stopped immediately when the tears she'd worked so hard to hold back filled her eyes.
Ah.
Man, Edie, No, she said past the lump in her throat, it's fine. She had to get out of there before she turned into a blubbering mess. Can you tell Mama I went for a walk? I'll be back before dark. He nodded, eyes wide. Malachi and Callum had always been more comfortable than the twins had when any of the girls cried. They eyed a crying woman like a snake ready to bite. Edie turned and ran out the door only to find the rest of her family approaching with concerned looks on their faces as soon as they saw her. She couldn't face them right now, couldn't answer their questions. Simon would tell them where she'd gone. She ran past them and behind the main house to a spot she'd loved when she, Callum and Malachi played as children. Atop a small hill, there was a large oak that had been perfect for climbing with its sprawling limbs and knots for handholds. She couldn't count how many times she'd raced the boys to the top, nor the number of times their mothers had shouted at them to come down that instant. The hill looked out over a valley to the west, and the evening sunset painted the sky in pink and purple hues. It was such a contrast to how she felt on the inside. The dam broke and tears flowed unbidden down her cheeks. Why did everything have to be so hard? Why had Lucas dismissed her so callously? He was the man she'd thought was worth staying for. Edie didn't know how long she cried, only that after a while, she felt a gentle hand on her left shoulder and another take her right hand in theirs. Lily stood on her right, Helen on her left. Neither spoke. Edie blew out a shaky breath. I don't want to talk about it right now. You don't have to, Lily said as she squeezed her shoulder lightly. But we're family, and family doesn't hurt alone. Helen laid her head on Edie's shoulder, for once making no mention of romantic notions or any of her dime novels. You've been alone long enough, Edie. You're home now. They didn't know about the offer in St. Louis, but even so, they just answered the questions swirling around in Edie's mind. Peace overtook her, and she closed her eyes as a gentle breeze wafted across the valley below and over her face, and she dried her tears on Lily's handkerchief. She pulled both women in for a three-person hug. I guess I am. Chapter 19. Emma giggled and winked at Edie as her mother Rachel pinned a small crown of flowers into her hair. You're sure we can't just forego all the extras and bring Nathan and Pastor Alex in here right now to marry us? They sat in Emma's childhood bedroom awaiting the carriage that would take them to the church. Along with the Thompson women, Edie and her mother were there as well. Rachel rolled her eyes as Edie joined her friend in the joyful giggles that reminded her of their time as schoolgirls, chasing each other around the shelves of the mercantile and receiving stern warnings from both their mothers not to break anything. You do that, after we spent all this time planning your wedding, and see where it gets you. Her mock sternness held just long enough to get her point across, but was followed quickly by another round of laughter. The day held such joy. Emma and Nathan had been sweet on each other since they were children. He'd watched out for her from the moment he'd moved to town, a sad boy who'd just lost his father. They moved in with Mrs. Mary's uncle, Forrest Underwood, at his ranch, and Nathan grew to become their head wrangler. As talented as he was, he could have gotten a job anywhere, but he preferred to stay close to home. His decision hadn't been based solely on Emma, but she'd been a big part of it. The only reason the wedding had been delayed so long was that Nathan had to finish building a house for them on the land his uncle Forrest had deeded. Emma had described it to Edie in great detail, though Edie had yet to see it. Apparently, it was a fine log cabin with a loft and a kitchen Emma had nearly drooled over. The joy was contagious, and Edie couldn't be more thrilled for her friend. If only her own heart didn't feel like it had been torn to pieces. Lucas had been so short with her on Thursday, and she didn't know what she'd done wrong. She'd clearly offended him, but how was anyone's guess? Edie studied herself in the mirror. She'd taken extra time on her brown hair, twisting it into voluminous curls. The light blue dress, which she'd purchased in Chicago but had not had a chance to wear in Pine Creek, went perfectly with her coloring. Would Lucas even be there to see it? And worse, why did she care so much that he was? Mama quietly put a hand on Edie's back and pulled her in tight the way mothers do. Be patient, love. Trust that the Lord is good. If no one else, Mama had noticed that her smile was a little strained, her laughter forced. Edie nodded, then turned her attention back to Emma. This day wasn't about her, it was about the friend she'd had since childhood. Emma stood and Edie gasped at the overall look. Her dress was pure white with a delicate lace overlay. The sleeves had extra fabric down the arm and puffed out a little before buttoning at the wrist. It was cinched in at the waist and flowed gently to the floor. Emma's unruly curls had been tamed and pinned in such a way to showcase the sweet flower crown atop her head. "Emma," Edie said with tears in her eyes, "there's never been a more beautiful bride." Emma glowed at the praise. "Your Aunt Beth did an incredible job on my dress." Edie engulfed Emma in a hug, careful not to muss her hair. "The dress isn't half as beautiful as the woman wearing it." "Well girls," Rachel said as she glanced at her watch, "I believe we'd best get going." She glanced out the window. "Your father is downstairs with the carriage." That same carriage had driven numerous couples over the years on their wedding days. Pete, the livery owner and Nathan's stepfather, had purchased it nearly run down many years before and fixed it up for his own wedding to Nathan's mother. He kept it for special occasions such as weddings, almost as a Pine Creek rite of passage for new couples. They set off downstairs, and another round of tears started afresh when Emma's father John caught sight of his daughter. He gently wrapped her up in a hug, and Edie swallowed the lump in her throat. The carriage was decorated with cut flowers and a small bit of white fabric. Pete really was an old romantic. The group pulled to a stop just outside the church, and John helped the women down. After Rachel and Mama took their seats, the music began and signaled Edie's turn to walk down the aisle. She willed herself not to search the crowd for Lucas, but her eyes involuntarily pulled to his once she'd taken her place at the altar. He sat in the 5th row with his father. His brown hair was fully styled, short beard combed in a way that made him look more like a gentleman than a sawmill owner. Not everyone wore suits, but Lucas did, and his black jacket fit him well and accentuated his broad shoulders without looking too tight. He caught her eye, and she couldn't decide what she saw there. It seemed there were too many emotions swirling in his dark eyes to name just one. The music changed, and Emma started down the aisle. John wiped his eyes, and Edie felt her mouth turn up in a small smile. She spotted Papa, and he grinned back at her and pulled Mama in close to his side. The wedding went beautifully, and Edie didn't think she'd ever seen a man more in love than Nathan Archer. After Pastor Alex announced them husband and wife, Nathan kissed his bride, and they invited the whole town to stay for their wedding reception. Jamie Edwards pulled out his fiddle, and everyone prepared for a sweet night of family, food, dancing, and celebrations of love. A familiar deep voice rumbled behind her. "May I have this dance, fair lady?" She looked around to find Papa standing there with a wide grin splitting his face. "Of course. You look beautiful tonight, my dear. I see so much of your mama in you." Edie chuckled and shook her head. "But I look like you, it's Emily who looks like Mama." Edie had gotten Papa's dark brown hair and olive skin. Emily had inherited Mama's fairer features and honey-colored tresses. "I don't mean in looks," Papa said. "I meant who you are." There was no greater compliment he could give her, and Edie felt tears spring to her eyes. "Thank you, Papa. I mean it, Cricket. You have her drive, her determination. You have her fierce capacity for love and her nurturing spirit. You also have her stubbornness, though some of that could come from me too." She feigned a look of shock. "You, Papa? Never." They danced a few more minutes before Edie left the dance floor to get a sip of water. She watched the couples twirl around the floor. Papa and Mama, her aunts and uncles, Callum and Rose Gilbert. Edie didn't think they had any sort of official courtship, as Callum continued to insist they were only friends, but Edie didn't believe him for a moment. The look in his eyes as he led her was pure adoration. She wasn't sure where Simon and Nicholas had gotten off to, but after a stern talking to from Aunt Beth, both had assured her they wouldn't be kissing any more girls behind the church. Edie chuckled and shook her head before spotting Emma in the arms of her groom. Her brown, curly hair had held beautifully. She glowed from within, and Edie couldn't be more thrilled for her. The sun began to set, signaling the last few dances, when Edie felt a tap on her shoulder. She turned, surprised to find Lucas standing there with a sheepish look on his face. "May I have this dance?" She scowled, highly tempted to refuse, but instead she narrowed her eyes and held out a hand. "Are you going to be nice to me?" He blew out a breath. "I'm sorry, Edie. I truly am." Edie allowed him to lead her out to where the other couples danced, the place she'd shared a few dances with her papa, uncles, cousins, and old friends. The warring emotions that had been in his eyes during the ceremony remained. "Lucas, what did I do?" "You did nothing, Edie. It wasn't your fault. I just didn't respond well to the idea of you leaving for St. Louis." Edie's eyes widened. It was then she realized she hadn't told him her plans. "And why do you care, Lucas?" He didn't speak for a moment as he spun her around the dance floor. His right hand was in her left one, his other on her back as the music swelled. "I care because I care about you." Did he mean what she thought he meant? Or was this purely platonic for him, as intent as he was on keeping his vow not to court another woman? The music swelled, and they twirled at a faster rate. It was a good thing Edie knew this dance as well as she knew her own name, or she'd have surely tripped over her own feet and his. "Care about me how? I deserve this," he said with a frustrated grunt. "I know I do." His mouth quirked in a smile that melted her insides. "You're not going to make this easy on me, are you?" "Of course not. I still don't know what this is, Lucas. Last I knew, you had no plans to court a woman ever again. And after that, he'd been short with her rather than talking to her about whether or not she planned to leave. She hadn't told him, true, but he hadn't asked. He'd assumed and blamed her for it. And if I've changed my mind?" He'd stop them now, and they stood still in the middle of the dance floor, only vaguely aware of the couples swirling around them. "If I was willing, what then? Would you want to be that woman, Edie Carmichael?" He paused, and his tone turned less hopeful, more discouraged. "That is, if you weren't going to St. Louis." Her breath came out just above a whisper. "I'm not going to St. Louis, Lucas." His eyes went wide as saucers, and she felt him tense. "Why you're not?" "Why?" "Because my family is here," Edie answered. "My home is here." She paused and gathered up all the courage she possessed. "And I suppose, if I'm being honest, you're here." She'd stayed for him? Lucas could barely believe what he was hearing as he held Edie in his arms. He knew they'd garnered attention for stopping in the middle of the dancing, but he couldn't bring himself to move. She'd stayed for her family, for her home, but also for him. A deep warmth overtook his entire body. "Edie Carmichael," he said as his lips drew into a smirk. "If I kiss you right now, what are the chances your father, uncles, brother and cousins are going to swoop in and kill me?" She shrugged and let out a small giggle. "About 50-50. Though they probably won't kill you. They may just get in a few jabs." "Good enough," he said as he lowered his mouth to hers for a chaste kiss. He'd like to kiss her longer, deeper, but didn't have a death wish to bring down the wrath of the men in her family. If things went like he hoped, he'd have the rest of their lives to do that. He pulled back and took in the smile and the pretty shade of pink on her flushed cheeks. He braved a look around at just how many eyes they had on them, and spotted more than a few. Her papa and mama were on the dance floor as well, trying unsuccessfully to hide the glances they shot their way, but both faces turned up in smiles. Callum was too busy dancing with Rose Gilbert to notice, and Alex stood next to Lily Carson and Helen Jones with a Cheshire Cat grin as he studied Lucas. Both of Edie's uncles stood with their arms crossed, staring him down with firm expressions. The message was clear: treat her the way she deserves to be treated or else. He had every intention to. Pa was the last face he found, his face split in a wide grin. He stood near the refreshments, and Lucas didn't think he'd ever seen the man look so smug. He mouthed something Lucas didn't quite get, but he imagined it was along the lines of, "I told you so." Chuckling, Lucas turned back to Edie. "It would seem we have something of an audience." Edie looked up and caught the eyes of a few of her family members before turning back to Lucas with a shrug. When you kiss a girl at her best friend's wedding, Edie replied, you get what you get. Epilogue. Pine Creek, Texas. Late October. Lucas, where in the world are we going? The tenor of Edie's laugh floated through the crisp of the late fall air as he led her through the woods a few hundred yards. Not that she had any idea how far they were walking. Patience, my dear, he crooned. We'll be there soon. She turned to him and narrowed her eyes but tightened her grip on his hand as he helped her step over a few logs that stood in their way. The last few months had been some of the fastest and slowest of his life. On one hand, waiting for Uncle Reuben's trial had been torture, as had trying to operate a lumber operation without a functioning sawmill. Now that Uncle Reuben and Philip were both behind bars for a good long time, Lucas could breathe easier. Both Clark and Patrick had mostly recovered. Edie had helped Patrick get fitted for a wooden leg that made walking easier for him, though he still had a long road of recovery ahead. He worked a few hours a week for Lucas, but not much more than that, and he tired quickly. It had been hard on the previously healthy young man, but Edie assured them both he'd get his energy back in time. With the new sawmill complete, Brown Lumber was back to full capacity. They'd been able to add an extra saw and could work more quickly and efficiently than before. Pa had long since gone back to Austin with assurances that he knew Lucas could handle things in his absence. Pa's belief in him probably bolstered him more than anyone else, save Edie. Have you heard back from Lacey? He meant to distract her from their journey, though the look she shot him proved he wasn't entirely successful. I did, she answered anyway. She's settling in well, though apparently there was a bit of a misunderstanding when she first arrived. What kind of misunderstanding? Well, the town council had hired her on, but the retiring doctor in town had deeded his clinic to his grandson. He was also a physician, but he hadn't grown up there, so no one realized what had happened until he arrived and Lacey was already set up in the clinic. Lucas could see how that might cause a dust-up. Were they able to work it out? Edie grinned. Apparently they've reached an uneasy truce to work together. He does house calls, while she primarily stays there. The town's a little bigger than Pine Creek, so it works out. Why do I get the feeling there's more to this story than you're telling me? I'll tell you the full story if you tell me where we're going. He glanced sideways at her with a grin. Her frustration with not knowing where they were headed was growing, he could tell. Edie liked to be in control, or at least in the know. She caught him staring and pulled his head down for a quick kiss and a bat of her eyelashes. Lucas, please tell me. He laughed aloud, earning him a frustrated sigh from her. That won't work, love. You'll see. They ambled through the woods a bit longer, and he wondered if he should have cleared the path before bringing her out here. Oh well, too late now. Just as he could feel the impatience building in her to a point it might blow, he stopped. Edie, whose attention had been keenly on the ground to avoid tripping or stepping in a hole, popped her gaze to him, then forward. A large, two-story cabin sat in the clearing just in front of where they planted all new trees, the place where she'd told him her opinion of him had changed. Lucas, she breathed out. What is this? His grin made his cheeks twitch, but he couldn't bring himself to wipe it from his face. It's our house. She stepped forward and took in the slope of the hill behind it, the large yard they'd cleared to give them some space, and the house itself. She turned to him. How did you do this? How could you afford it? I thought. You thought we'd live in a row house? He chuckled. That would have been fine, but I've saved my money well over the years. I've lived like a bachelor since I took over here and before that in Austin. All my extra money went in the bank until I figured out what to do with it. He gestured toward the house. I figured it out. She stepped toward him and pulled his lips to hers for the second time that day. He wrapped her in his arms and kissed her like he'd wanted to that night at Nathan and Emma Archer's wedding. When he pulled back, he spotted tears in her eyes. A measure of panic rose in him at the sight. Edie, what's wrong? If there's something you don't like, we can change it. It's not like I don't have a payroll full of men to help me. She shook her head and laughed. No, these are happy tears, Lucas. This is more than I could have ever dreamed of. You're more than I could have ever dreamed of, Lucas said. I didn't trust women because I assumed they'd all leave, just like my mother and Loretta did. He thought back to the picnic not too long ago where he'd shared all about the women who'd left him, and he warmed again at Edie's compassionate reassurance that she wouldn't follow suit. But in an odd way, I'm glad they left. If they hadn't, we would have never met. I'd have spent my life trying to be enough for women who didn't really want me. A tear spilled down Edie's cheek. Our past makes us who we are. I had to go 1,000 miles away from home to realize it, but this is home for me. You're home for me. I'll dedicate my life to healing the folks of Pine Creek and loving the family the Lord gives us. I know of one heart you've already healed, my love. She giggled. And whose might that be? He pulled her close again, startling her into a small shriek. I think you know, Mrs. Brown. Mrs. Brown? Edie placed a hand on her chest with mock disapproval. I'll not answer to that until you've asked for my hand, sir. Then why don't we fix that, Lucas said as he dropped to one knee and pulled out the ring he'd ordered back in early September. He wanted the house to be complete before he gave it to her, but goodness if it hadn't burned a hole in his pocket. Edie Carmichael, will you do me the honor of a lifetime and become my bride? Her hand covered her mouth as she nodded through a sheen of tears. She gestured to the house behind her. I suppose I'd better after you built me this beautiful house. Lucas stood and slid the ring on her finger before pulling her in close once more and pressing a kiss to her forehead, thanking the Lord for the gift of this woman. After searching for everything they thought they wanted, and avoiding everything they thought they didn't, he'd led them together. He'd led them home. The end. Thank you for listening. If you are interested in hearing the stories of the first generation in Pine Creek's favorite family, check out my playlist for the Legacy series. If you haven't already, please subscribe to my channel so you never miss an upload.